cup will be empty soon. Need one comment?
All right, good morning. Defendants are present, state's present, defense counsel's present. Is Detective Ramos present?
I told him he's out front.
Okay. Are jurors present? Yes, sir. Okay, let's get Detective Ramos back on the stand. Get going. It's only Tuesday, Mr. Gonzalez. That was a heavy sigh. It was a heavy sigh.
Sleep is important.
Yes, particularly as we age, right?
Excuse me, Your
As
Honor?
we age. As we age, it is.
Oh, I think they're not gonna do this one.
Yes. I'm glad she can tap out. Good for her. Good morning. All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jurors.
Ramos. Practice. Is my phone on?
All right. All jurors are in good.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. And we are ready to proceed forward with the continuation of the testimony of Detective Ramos, and you remain under oath from yesterday, okay?
Sure.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ramos, I know we just, I think we ended with the teasers video. I'm going to show you, Judge, at this time, we would introduce State's Exhibit 39.
All right, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
May I show Mr. Sonardi what it is? Ms. Doherty, you want to show Mr. Sonardi?
Oh, I apologize. And actually, Judge, we're going to introduce 39 and 40.
39 and 40?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any objection to those, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, they're admitted. And I think we already admitted 40, right? No.
Judge, I
Okay.
don't believe so.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Detective Ramos, we had just finished watching the teasers video. Can you, looking at States 39, can you orient the jury as to the street locations, and where the cameras were located that they saw? If you want to stand up behind you to use the enlarged photo, that would be great.
So this is the Teasers Gentlemen Club. This is Nebraska Avenue. It runs north and south, and then this is South Castle Street, a side street that runs east and west. The camera that we saw on the teaser's footage, the front door would have been here at the south east corner of the building. And then there was a camera on the east side of the building that caught this section of the parking lot. And then there was a camera on the north side of the building that caught this section of the parking lot.
You remain standing because I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 40. And I'm going to ask you to explain this diagram, and can you start by showing us where the victim's vehicles and the vehicles belonging to his entourage were?
Yeah, so this diagram is just a demonstrative to help aid and orient where everyone's position was on the footage. The green boxes here represent the victim's vehicle and the entourage, so the bigger box being the black Dodge Charger of the victim that backed in near the front door. The blue symbols represent the movement of the suspect silver cruise. When it arrived, it came into the parking lot off of Castle, backed into this spot up here on the north side of the parking lot. The two subjects got out of it, and these dots represent their movement on foot, just to the point where they came off of camera here and then came back on to get back to the vehicles we saw yesterday. And then the red arrows represent the movement of the suspect black Impala. It arrived southbound on Nebraska, made a right turn into the north side of the parking lot, worked its way around the parking lot, and ultimately positions itself right in front of the victim's vehicle here before the victims left.
And you said the two dots represented the two individuals that got out of that silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Yes, the set of dots coming from the blue square just represent the movement of the two subjects while they were on foot.
And you said that you identified Alicia Andrews, that you saw her jean jacket, is that correct?
Correct.
And you personally interviewed Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
That is correct.
How long were you with Miss Andrews?
Several hours.
And was it in a similar interview room than the interview room that Isaiah Chance was in?
Correct.
So you're very close to her?
Yes,
Approximately how far would you say you were seated from her when you were speaking with her?
a couple feet.
And the room well lit?
Yes.
And I want to also ask you, I know that you said the red represents the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you a little bit of questions about the timing, because all
Can
of
you
this.
sit down, or you want to?
Yes, you can sit down. I apologize, Judge. I want to ask you a couple of questions about the timing, because obviously we see the blue arrows which represent the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
When the victims arrived, can you just go in sequence when, starting with the green cars, and give us the chronological order of when cars arrived, the victims' cars, and then the silver Chevy Cruze, and then the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, so the victims arrived, the black Charger arrives approximately 2:20, between 2:23 and 2:27. The Impala is seen on camera arriving within a minute of the black Charger's arrival, and it parks.
Right here, is that where you have the
Correct.
Blue square, or
Correct.
rectangle, I should say?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, the Chevy Cruze, yeah.
Can we determine whether or not Detective Ramos is referring to a document or using his independent recollection to testify at this point?
Yes, Detective, you need to testify from your memory. If you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you just need to tell us that you're doing it, and then you just need to look at the report. Once your memory is refreshed, then look up and proceed.
Yeah,
Okay.
that part was from my memory.
And sir, I think you said, we left off, I was asking you about the rectangular black Chevy Impala.
Yes.
You said that then parked in oh, I'm sorry. I meant the silver Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
That is in the blue square, is that blue rectangle, is that correct?
Yes.
After that arrives, and they get out, is the victim's party still in this location, their cars, and are they entering into the club?
Correct. The victim's in the general area of the front door.
And then when is it that the silver Chevy Cruze leaves with the two occupants, including Alicia Andrews and the other tall male that is with her?
The victim and his entourage went into the club in between 2:27 and 2:30, at which point the two occupants went back to the cruise. They sat in the car for approximately a minute or two, and then they left around 2:31.
And then what time do we finally see the black Chevy Impala arrive, which is signified by the red arrows?
This is approximately 25 to 30 minutes later. The black Impala is southbound on Nebraska and comes into view of camera approximately 2:54 as the victim and his entourage are coming out of the club.
Does anybody from the black Chevy Impala ever get out at this location out of the vehicle?
No.
Does a black Chevy Impala ever park at Teaser's nightclub?
No.
And then where was the second location where you or others from the Tampa Police Department were able to collect video footage from where the victim had been that night?
The following teasers, the victim went to Truth 18 on Bush Boulevard.
Your Honor, this time we're going to publish State's Exhibit number 44.
Okay, which has already been admitted.
Yes, Judge. Detective Ramos, where is Truth 18 located?
On Bush Boulevard, just east 40th or McKinley,
And how far is Truth 18 from Teasers?
approximately 2 to 3 miles.
And based on the timing of the videos, was that approximately the drive that it would take, the difference in time when the victim's entourage is leaving Teasers and then arriving at Truth 18?
Correct.
Oh, yes, sir.
It's not reading your computer. That's ours. It's not reading yours. Still not reading. Okay.
All right, this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 42 and 43.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ramos, I'm going to ask you to tell us what is in States Exhibit 42.
Yeah, this is just a Google Map satellite view of the area of Truth 18 nightclub. Truth 18 being the red dot at the bottom of the image there.
Okay. And you yourself have watched the video footage of Truth 18, is that correct?
Correct.
And then after they leave, the victim's entourage leaves Truth 18, what pathway do they take?
I can't recall the exact pathway they took, but they arrived from the west, so eastbound on Bush Boulevard, and then made a right onto South Pawnee and came into the parking lot that way.
Then I'm going to go to States 43. Did you do another diagram tracking the movements of the victim's cars as well as the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala?
Correct. So the green represents the victim's vehicles. The boxes closer to the red dot that says Truth 18 is where approximately where they were parked, and then the arrows in green represent their movements after they were leaving.
Okay. And is this area, is this that parking lot of the strip mall where Truth 18 is located?
Correct.
And what floor is Truth 18 located?
On the second floor.
And the cameras that are in that strip plaza, does it not only show the parking lot, but also the stairwell or the stairway that goes up onto the second floor that's outdoors?
Correct.
And you said that the victim's vehicles are designated by the green. What happens after the cars park?
After the cars park, the victim and his entourage kind of hang out in the parking lot for a little bit before going in, and then eventually they will work up their way up the stairs and go into the nightclub on the second floor.
When approximately does the silver Chevy Cruze arrive, and was it designated by?
The silver Chevy Cruze arrives approximately 4 a.m., and it is designated by the blue arrows. It arrives eastbound on Bush Boulevard from the west, and then makes a right-hand turn onto the Hialeah Road and parks near the bail bonds, Tampa J&E bail bonds by the blue box there.
And what happens after the silver Chevy Cruze arrives and parks?
The same two occupants that were seen on video teasers get out of the Cruze and walk west through the parking lot onto the sidewalk in front of Truth 18, and eventually they walk back on the sidewalk and make their way back to the silver Cruze.
You have it designated by these blue dots, is that correct?
Correct.
And where you have the last blue dot, it's over to the left side of State's Exhibit 43.
Correct.
And that's where it ends. Do those two individuals ever cross that parking lot and go up to Truth 18?
No, they never do.
How long approximately are they there just standing across from where the entrance is to Truth 18?
Approximately a couple minutes.
What happens after they're there for a couple of minutes?
They ultimately walk back towards the Silver Cruise,
During this time, where is the victim's party?
inside.
Inside Truth 18?
Yes,
At this point in time, have we seen the black Chevy Impala at all?
not yet.
And when does the black Chevy Impala arrive?
That one I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay, you can do that. Will that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, let me go to the timeline. Uh, 4:14.
And what designates the black Chevy Impala?
The red arrows, it arrives from west to east, eastbound on Bush Boulevard, and then makes a, when it first arrived, it made a right-hand turn into the Enterprise parking lot at the bottom right of this image and parked in the approximate area of that red box.
Right here?
Yes,
So kind of staging kind of across the street from the parking lot of where Truth 18 is located, is that correct?
correct.
Then what does it do?
After a short while of being there, it backs out and goes north through the intersection of Bush and Hialeah, north on Hialeah, and then it ultimately returns and stages in right at the stop bar of that stop sign on the north side of Bush facing south.
Right up here?
Yes.
And then what does a black Chevy Impala?
After the victim and his entourage get in the vehicles and start going mobile, the black Impala shoots across southbound through the intersection, and it comes in that general area. However, the victim's vehicles turn around in the parking lot and go out this way, so the Silver Cruise follows it out.
And I want to ask you, can you tell us, are there different cameras that are being utilized to show the sequencing of events?
Yes, two sets of cameras, the Truth 18 Plaza cameras from the south here, and then the Cash America, that image on the top right, facing southwest.
So you're able to see all of the things that you have put on your diagram, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm hoping to publish State's Exhibit 44. Yes.
Okay. So we're having technological issues. So we're going to, I'm going to have you guys step into the jury room so you're not just sitting there looking at us. And then hopefully we will get this remedied immediately. Okay? All right. Very good.
All rise.
Okay. Very good. All right. Proceed. Other than Deputy Martinez, who's always our stand-in guru, do you have another person coming to help, or are we relying on Deputy Martinez to get this sorted out?
It actually looks like it may be something with the stand, so if Deputy Martinez is resetting this isn't working, then we'll call courthouse IT.
Why don't we go ahead and call and get the call put in for help? They can always come down and then turn around and walk away if Deputy Martinez hasn't figured out.
Yes, sir. No, I don't think that.
Yeah.
Check and see if maybe it came like it was not recognized.
And the screen does flicker, whatever it is.
Yeah, so there was some mix of that there as well, thank you.
Help has arrived. Hopefully you're not an intervening. Yes. I'll be back. We're gonna treat this as our, kind of our morning break, so if anybody needs to use the restroom, I would suggest you do it now, okay? Because we'll probably go straight through until lunchtime.
All jurors are in good.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to publish State's Exhibit 44.
Okay?
Yeah, right here, but I'm gonna, do you need audio for this video?
No.
Realistically?
No.
I'm just gonna turn it off. Click it,
Yep.
just use this mouse to push that one.
Thank you. And Detective Ramos, can you tell us what is going on at this point?
Yes, this is when the victim and his entourage are arriving to the parking lot of Truth 18.
And you've already, you were notified as to what the timestamp is that correct?
Correct.
And how off the timestamp is?
Correct.
Can you give us the approximate time doing the adjustment?
This is approximately 3:30-ish, 3:40 as they're heading upstairs.
And now it's reflecting 2:12. Is this another camera?
Yes. It's about approximately 3:30 on Sunday the 23rd.
And at some point, we're going to see a connection to the victim's Instagram account. Is that the Instagram account that you saw on Charles Jones's Instagram stories?
Yes, he has his phone in his left hand now. He records the Instagram post.
Detective, what camera are we on now?
This is facing north to 4 a.m. The Silver Cruise just passed by.
Detective, again, did you splice these videos so that they are running chronologically in time?
Correct.
And then what camera are we looking at now?
The front parking lot camera here, facing north. Two subjects from the Silver Cruise walking through the parking lot on the north side there.
And this is what you were reflecting in the blue dots that were represented on your diagram, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, did you see the tall person with Alicia Andrews holding anything in his hand?
Yes.
Again, was that significant to your investigation later when you subpoena and do a search warrant for their phone information?
Yes.
What time are we at now, and what camera are we at?
Approximately 3:45, second floor camera. The victim and his entourage are coming out of the club.
Had the silver Chevy Cruze already left at this point?
No.
And then what's being shown in this camera view?
This is the black Impala arriving.
And is that up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen?
Correct.
And is this where you had shown that it was parking the first time?
Yes.
Again, Detective Ramos, were there times in this video sequencing that you sped it up?
Yes.
And again, where did the black Chevy Impala go at this point?
He drove north through the intersection of Bush and Hialeah northbound, and then ultimately made a U-turn and came back southbound. Currently stopped at the stop bar facing south.
And based on color, make, and model, does it appear to be the same black Chevy Impala that you saw at the Teasers nightclub?
Yes.
Same with the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
What camera view are we looking at now?
This is the first floor, bottom of the stairway.
Detective Ramos, do you recognize some of the same witnesses that you interviewed on June 23rd of 2024 who were with the victim, Charles Jones?
Yes.
And who was the gentleman in the blue shirt that just got into the car?
The black Altima is Tafe McRae.
Detective Ramos, can you give us a time estimation as to when these vehicles are now leaving the parking lot?
Approximately 4:15, 4:20.
Detective, is there any additional video footage of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Here, yes. At the top of the screen as the victims leave.
Can you tell us what's going on now?
The victim's entourage is at the top of the screen making a U-turn to go west on Bush towards 40th. All three vehicles, the third one kind of lagging behind there. And then after the third one, in approximately 30 seconds, the silver Cruze follows.
Is that what's happening now?
Yes, that was a silver Cruze westbound on Bush.
Detective, what is this camera?
This is a pole camera at the USF property, facing south, basically south at the intersection of 40th McKinley and Fowler. On the top right of the screen is part of the parking lot to the Homestead Suites.
Okay. Could you stand up behind you just so you could point out where the home to suites are so the jury has?
So the Homestead Suites is in the top right there, and this is facing south. This is 40th that runs north and south, and then Fowler that runs east and west. Victims entourage there making a U-turn.
And where is USF in relation to where the home to suites and the entrance to home to suites is?
USF would be this way.
You can go ahead and have a seat. At some point, are there any other vehicles that you make note of in this video?
Yeah, the silver Cruze making a right turn.
And is it coming from the same direction as the victim's vehicles?
Yes, this is now the silver Cruze north into the USF property.
At some point, do you see the black Chevy Impala again?
Yes, within a couple of minutes after the victim's entourage went into the parking lot, we see the black Impala at the left turn lane there where those headlights are, make a U-turn and go the same path that the victims went.
Detective, then did you do the same type of diagram for the home to suites?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 45.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection?
Mr. Sonardi?
It's the diagram? Yes, sir.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Detective, can you again walk us through the diagram, and let's start with the green rectangles. What does that note?
Yeah, the green rectangles on the south end of the Homes to Suites building represent a general area where the victims' vehicles were parked leading up to the shooting.
And where they parked, is there kind of like a portico or a roof area, a covered parking area where the vehicles can park underneath?
Correct.
Okay. And which, where in this diagram was the victim's black Dodge Charger parked?
It would be the one directly underneath the overhang.
Right here?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And approximately what time are the victim and the other vehicles in his entourage arriving, the black Dodge Charger and the two other vehicles?
Approximately between 4:20 and 4:25.
Okay. And at first, you said that the silver Chevy Cruze, based on the video footage, appeared to go off and stay for a moment in the USF parking lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what is the second set? What is the second vehicle that then arrives after the victim's vehicles that's depicted in this diagram?
The second vehicle that arrives after the victim is the suspect black Chevy Impala. It southbound on McKinley makes a right-hand turn. It's represented by the red arrows. It made an immediate right and went the long way around to the other side of the
So it
building.
goes this way.
Correct.
And going back to the victim's Dodge Charger, what direction is it facing?
It's facing to the left or west.
This way?
Yes.
Okay. So the driver and his passengers would not be facing towards the park, towards McKinley and what is behind them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that designated by these red arrows, the black Chevy Impala, that tracks the path. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there is another hotel. Is that correct?
Yes.
What hotel is this?
The Holiday Inn.
Okay. And are there cameras that were placed in different areas around both of these hotels so that you could get different views and follow the pathway of that black Chevy Impala around the property?
Correct.
And where does it end up finally coming to rest?
The Black Impala goes all the way around and comes onto the west side of the Homestead Suites. It stops just short of, right near that arrow, makes a U-turn, stays just for a little bit until the Silver Cruise arrives, and then it eventually backs in to a parking spot right around the general area where that red square is at.
Right here.
Correct.
When it comes to, again, where the Home to Suites is, does it ever break the plane or the visual plane of where the victim's parties are parked where they could see that vehicle?
No.
So it stops just short of coming within viewing distance, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said it eventually parks there.
Yes.
Now, can you tell us again what is noted by the blue arrows?
Yes. After the Impala stages on the west side of the building, a short time later, the Cruise comes southbound from the USF property, cuts through the intersection of 40th, and comes into the parking lot by the blue arrow there. It takes goes west right by the victims, makes a right, makes a U-turn, and comes back out.
Okay. And so this is a silver Chevy Cruze with Alicia Andrews and the other tall male, is that correct?
Correct.
And it goes by the victim how many times?
Twice.
As it is exiting back out onto McKinley, would it have a direct visual of the victim and where the victim was seated?
Yes.
Your Honor, we're going to publish 22A. Sir, did you also have and view the Tesla video?
Yes.
Detective Ramos, it's not 22A. 22A, yes, that's what I want. That's a composite. Yes, 22A. And Detective, going to your Exhibit 45, what camera is this looking at?
This is on the east side of Homestead Suite facing towards McKinley.
And this camera?
Same side of the building facing north towards McKinley and Fowler.
And are you tracking the pattern or the path of travel of the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
And these videos are what you use to make your diagram in State's Exhibit 45, is that correct?
Correct.
And what camera are we looking at this point?
It's now made it to the west side of the building, the patio camera here, and it's making a U-turn.
Excuse me, this is not 22A, correct?
No, it is 22A.
It is?
And you said that it made a U-turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And now what camera are we looking at?
The south side of the building near the front door.
Okay. And is that the silver Chevy Cruze passing the victim's vehicle as well as the other vehicles in its party?
Correct.
What video are we looking at now?
This is from the Tesla vehicle on the west side of the building.
And again, are they clipped together chronologically in time so that they are happening as time is elapsing?
Yes.
And is this just before the silver Chevy Cruze is coming into the same general area as the black Chevy Impala?
Yes. This section of the video is just showing that same sequence from the patio camera.
And where is the black Chevy Impala parked? Can you,
If you look between the top of the van and the pillar there, there's a gap, and the black Impala just backed into a spot.
and now what is occurring?
The silver Cruze is leaving the parking lot.
And at this point, where is the victim?
In the black Dodge Charger, front passenger seat.
And is that the first time from the Tesla where you can see individuals from the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, the occupants of the Impala on foot now towards the victim.
Judge, at this time, we would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 139A through W and 59A through N.
All right, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Second exhibit was,
59A through N.
These are the stills from
no
the
objection?
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
stills
One moment, Judge.
from the video and the Tesla.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Be admitted.
Yes. Detective Ramos, I know that you said that you had studied those videos a lot. Is that correct? What was the estimate that you gave us?
Oh, I watched the video dozens of times.
And were there stills that were created from those videos?
Yes.
And again, when you are trying to identify the assailants, are you paying attention to the details of how each one of the gunmen looked?
Correct.
Give a description of how they are generally dressed.
Yeah, so we identified from the video footage 3 shooters, and we refer to them as shooter number 1, shooter number 2, and shooter number 3. Shooter number 1 was the one wielding the pistol that left the 9mm casings. That shooter was wearing a black hoodie, had black jeans on, or black pants, had a visible rip in the left knee area with a black leather belt and black military-style boots. Shooter number 2 was the first rifleman closer to the victim's position. That shooter was wearing like a dark blue hoodie, dark pants, and had on gloves and a mask. And then shooter number 3 was a one.
We're going to object to the detective narrating what he believes was depicted on the video. The best evidence is the video for the jury to determine what's depicted on it.
All right, I'm all over the objection. Go ahead.
And then shooter number 3 was the one behind the Tesla, was wearing an orange ski mask and all had on all black as well.
All 3 shooters, were their faces covered?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 139. What is that a photograph of?
This one is shooter number 2 in the darker blue hoodie.
And for the record, it's 139A. And then 139B.
That's also shooter number 2 fleeing back towards the Impala.
And are there different areas of the video that there was better lighting in order to get any sort of visualization of color?
Yes, specifically to shooter number 2, we can see a break between where the glove ends and the sleeve begins on his wrist area, and in the eye area where his face mask ends and the hoodie begins.
And what is in 39C?
This is shooter number 1 working his way back towards the Impala.
130.
testimony of Detective Ramos. Very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. And we are ready to proceed forward with the continuation of the testimony of Detective Ramos, and you remain under oath from yesterday, okay?
Yes, Your
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ramos, I know we just, I think we ended with the teasers video. I'm going to show you, Judge, at this time, we would introduce State's Exhibit 39.
All right, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
May I show Mr. Sonardi what it is? Ms. Doherty, you want to show Mr. Sonardi?
Oh, I apologize. And actually, Judge, we're going to introduce 39 and 40.
39 and 40?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any objection to those, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Okay, they're admitted. And I think we already admitted 40, right? No.
Judge, I don't believe so.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Detective Ramos, we had just finished watching the teasers video. Can you, looking at States 39, can you orient the jury as to the street locations, and where the cameras were located that they saw? If you want to stand up behind you to use the enlarged photo, that would be great.
So this is the Teasers Gentlemen's Club. This is Nebraska Avenue. It runs north and south, and then this is South Capitol Street, a side street that runs east and west. The camera that we saw on the teaser's footage, the front door would have been here at the south east corner of the building. And then there was a camera on the east side of the building that caught this section of the parking lot. And then there was a camera on the north side of the building that caught this section of the parking lot.
Remain standing because I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 40. I'm going to ask you to explain this diagram, and can you start by showing us where the victim's vehicles and the vehicles belonging to his entourage were?
Yeah, so this diagram is just a demonstrative to help aid and orient where everyone's position was on the footage. The green boxes here represent the victim's vehicle and the entourage, so the bigger box being the black Dodge Charger of the victim that backed in near the front door. The blue symbols represent the movement of the suspect silver cruise. When it arrived, it came into the parking lot off of Castle, backed into this spot up here on the north side of the parking lot. The two subjects got out of it, and these dots represent their movement on foot, just to the point where they came off of camera here and then came back on to get back to the vehicle as we saw yesterday. And then the red arrows represent the movement of the suspect black Impala. It arrived southbound on Nebraska, made a right turn into the north side of the parking lot, worked its way around the parking lot, and ultimately positions itself right in front of the victim's vehicle here before the victims left.
And you said the two dots represented the two individuals that got out of that silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Yes, the set of dots coming from the blue square just represent the movement of the two subjects while they were on foot.
And you said that you identified Alicia Andrews, that you saw her jean jacket, is that correct?
Correct.
And you personally interviewed Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
That is correct.
How long were you with Miss Andrews?
Several hours.
And was it in a similar interview room than the interview room that Isaiah Chance was in?
Correct.
So you're very close to her?
Yes.
Approximately how far would you say you were seated from her when you were speaking with her?
A couple feet.
And the room well lit?
Yes.
And I want to also ask you, I know that you said the red represents the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you a little bit of questions about the timing because all
Can
of
he
this.
sit down or you want to?
Yes, he can sit down. I apologize, Judge. I want to ask you a couple of questions about the timing because obviously we see the blue arrows which represent the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
When the victims arrived, can you just go in sequence when starting with the green cars and give us the chronological order of when cars arrived, the victims' cars, and then the silver Chevy Cruze, and then the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, so the victims arrive, the black Charger arrives approximately 2:20, between 2:23 and 2:27. The Impala is seen on camera arriving within a minute of the black Charger's arrival, and it parks.
Right here, is that where you have the
Correct.
Blue square, or
Correct.
rectangle, I should say?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, the Chevy Cruze, yeah.
Can we determine whether or not Detective Ramos is referring to a document or using his independent recollection to testify at this point?
Yes, Detective, you need to testify from your memory. If you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you just need to tell us that you're doing it, and then you just need to look at the report. Once your memory is refreshed, then look up and proceed.
Yeah.
Okay.
That part was from my memory.
And sir, I think you said, we left off, I was asking you about the rectangular, black Chevy Impala.
Yes.
You said that then parked in oh, I'm sorry. I meant the silver Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
That is in the blue square, is that blue rectangle, is that correct?
Yes.
After that arrives, and they get out, is the victim's party still in this location, their cars, and are they entering into the club?
Correct. The victim's in the general area of the front door.
And then when is it that the silver Chevy Cruze leaves with the two occupants, including Alicia Andrews and the other tall male that is with her?
The victim and his entourage went into the club in between 2:27 and 2:30, at which point the two occupants went back to the cruise. They sat in the car for approximately a minute or two, and then they left around 2:31.
And then what time do we finally see the black Chevy Impala arrive, which is signified by the red arrows?
This is approximately 25 to 30 minutes later. The black Impala southbound on Nebraska and comes into view of camera approximately 2:54 as the victim and his entourage are coming out of the club.
Does anybody from the black Chevy Impala ever get out at this location out of the vehicle?
No.
Does the black Chevy Impala ever park at Teaser's nightclub?
No.
And then where was the second location where you or others from the Tampa Police Department were able to collect video footage from where the victim had been that night?
The following teasers, the victim went to Truth 18 on Bush Boulevard.
Your Honor, this time we're going to publish State's Exhibit number 44.
Okay, which has already been admitted.
Yes, Judge. Okay. Detective Ramos, where is Truth 18 located?
On Bush Boulevard, just east 40th or McKinley,
And how far is Truth 18 from Teasers?
approximately 2 to 3 miles.
And based on the timing of the videos, was that approximately the drive that it would take, the difference in time when the victim's entourage is leaving Teasers and then arriving at Truth 18?
Correct.
Oh, yes, sir.
So it came too far out of here when you pulled it. Is your computer on? It's not reading your computer. That's ours. It's not reading yours. Still not reading. Okay.
All right, this time we need to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 42 and 43.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ramos, I'm going to ask you to tell us what is in State's Exhibit 42.
Yeah, this is just a Google Map satellite view of the area of Truth 18 nightclub. Truth 18 being the red dot at the bottom of the image there.
Okay. And you yourself have watched the video footage of Truth 18, is that correct?
Correct.
And then after they leave, the victim's entourage leaves Truth 18, what pathway do they take?
I can't recall the exact pathway they took, but they arrived from the west, so eastbound on Bush Boulevard, and then made a right onto South Pawnee and came into the parking lot that way.
I'm gonna go to States 43. Did you do another diagram tracking the movement of the victims' cars as well as the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala?
Correct, so the green represents the victim's vehicles, the boxes closer to the red dot that says Truth 18 is where, approximately where they were parked, and then the arrows in green represent their movements after they were leaving.
Okay. And is this area, is this that parking lot of the strip mall where Truth 18 is located?
Correct.
And what floor is Truth 18 located?
On the second floor.
And the cameras that are in that strip plaza, does it not only show the parking lot, but also the stairwell or the stairway that goes up onto the second floor that's outdoors?
Correct.
And you said that the victims' vehicles are designated by the green. What happens after the cars park?
After the cars park, the victim and his entourage kind of hang out in the parking lot for a little bit before going in, and then eventually they will work up their way up the stairs and go into the nightclub on the second floor.
When approximately does the silver Chevy Cruze arrive, and was it designated by?
The silver Chevy Cruze arrives approximately 4 a.m., and it is designated by the blue arrows. It arrives eastbound on Bush Boulevard from the west, and then makes a right-hand turn onto the Hialeah Road and parks near the bail bonds, Tampa J&E bail bonds by the blue box there.
And what happens after the silver Chevy Cruze arrives and parks?
The same two occupants that were seen on video teasers get out of the Cruze and walk west through the parking lot onto the sidewalk in front of Truth 18, and eventually they walk back on the sidewalk and make their way back to the silver Cruze.
You have it designated by these blue dots, is that correct?
Correct.
And where you have the last blue dot, it's over to the left side of States Exhibit 43.
Correct.
And that's where it ends. Do those two individuals ever cross that parking lot and go up to Truth 18?
No, they never do.
How long approximately are they there just standing across from where the entrance is to Truth 18?
Approximately a couple minutes.
What happens after they're there for a couple of minutes?
They ultimately walk back towards the silver Cruze.
During this time, where is the victim's party?
Inside.
Inside Truth 18?
Yes.
At this point in time, have we seen the black Chevy Impala at all?
Not yet.
And when does the black Chevy Impala arrive?
That one I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay, you can do that. Will that help refresh your recollection?
Yes. Let me go to the timeline. Uh, 414.
And what designates the black Chevy Impala?
The red arrows. It arrives from west to east, eastbound on Bush Boulevard, and then makes a, when it first arrived, it made a right-hand turn into the Enterprise parking lot at the bottom right of this image and parked in the approximate area of that red box.
Right here?
Yes.
So kind of staging kind of across the street from the parking lot of where Truth 18 is located, is that correct?
Correct.
Then what does it do?
After a short while being there, it backs out and goes north through the intersection of Bush and Hialeah, north on Hialeah, and then it ultimately returns and stages in right at the stop bar of that stop sign on the north side of Bush, facing south.
Right up here?
Yes.
And then what does the black Chevy Impala?
After the victim and his entourage get in the vehicles and start going mobile, the black Impala shoots across southbound through the intersection, and it comes in that general area. However, the victim's vehicles turn around in the parking lot and go out this way, so the silver Cruze follows it out.
And I want to ask you, can you tell us, are there different cameras that are being utilized to show the sequencing of events?
Yes, two sets of cameras, the Truth 18 Plaza cameras from the south here, and then the Cash America, that image on the top right, facing southwest.
So you're able to see all of the things that you have put on your diagram, is that correct?
Correct.
hoping to publish State's Exhibit 44. Yes. Set up today. It's not working either.
Yep. Okay. So we're having technological issues. So we're going to, I'm going to have you guys step into the jury room so you're not just sitting there looking at us. And then hopefully we will get this remedied immediately. Okay? All right. Very good.
All rise.
Okay. Very good. All right. Seat. Thank you. Other than Deputy Martinez, who always are standing in that guru, do you have another person coming to help, or are we relying on Deputy Martinez to get this sorted out?
It actually looks like it may be something with the stand, so if Deputy Martinez is resetting this isn't working, then we'll call courthouse IT.
Why don't we go ahead and call and get the call put in for help? They can always come down and then turn around and walk away if Deputy Martinez has it figured out.
Yes, sir. No.
Yeah.
Check and see if maybe it came like it was on, not with the magic.
has arrived. Hopefully you're not an intervening. Yes. Okay, I'll be back. We're going to treat this as our kind of our morning break. So if anybody needs to use the restroom, I would suggest you do it now. Okay, because we'll probably go straight through until lunchtime.
All rise. All jurors are identified.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. And you may continue, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to publish State's Exhibit 44.
Okay.
Just hit pause. Yeah, right here, but I'm gonna, do you need audio for this video?
No.
Realistically?
No.
I'm just gonna turn it off. Click it?
Yep.
Just use this mouse to push that one.
Thank you. And Detective Ramos, can you tell us what is going on at this point?
Yes, this is when the victim and his entourage are arriving to the parking lot of Truth 18.
And you've already, you were notified as to what the timestamp is that correct?
Correct.
And how off the timestamp is?
Correct.
Can you give us the approximate time doing the adjustment?
This is approximately 3:30-ish, 3:40 as they're heading upstairs.
And now it's reflecting 2:12. Is this another camera?
Yes. It's about approximately 3:30 on Sunday the 23rd.
And at some point, we're going to see a connection to the victim's Instagram account. Is that the Instagram account that you saw on Charles Jones's Instagram stories?
Yes, he has his phone in his left hand now. He records the Instagram post.
where we go.
Detective, what camera are we on now?
This is facing north to 4 a.m. The Silver Cruise just passed by.
Detective, again, did you splice these videos so that they are running chronologically in time?
Correct.
And then what camera are we looking at now?
The front parking lot camera here, facing north. Two subjects from the Silver Cruise walking through the parking lot on the north side there.
And this is what you were reflecting in the blue dots that were represented on your diagram, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, did you see the tall person with Alicia Andrews holding anything in his hand?
Yes.
Again, was that significant to your investigation later when you subpoena and do a search warrant for their phone information?
Yes.
What time are we at now, and what camera are we at?
Approximately 3:45, second floor camera. The victim and his entourage are coming out of the club.
Had the silver Chevy Cruze already left at this point?
No.
And then what's being shown in this camera view?
This is the black Impala arriving.
And is that up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen?
Correct.
And is this where you had shown that it was parking the first time?
Yes.
Again, Detective Ramos, were there times in this video sequencing that you sped it up?
Yes.
And again, where did the black Chevy Impala go at this point?
He drove north through the intersection of Bush and Hialeah, northbound, and then ultimately made a U-turn and came back southbound. Currently stopped at the stop bar facing south.
And based on color, make, and model, does it appear to be the same black Chevy Impala that you saw at the Teasers nightclub?
Yes.
Same with the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
What camera view are we looking at now?
This is the first floor, bottom of the stairwell.
Detective Ramos, do you recognize some of the same witnesses that you interviewed on June 23rd of 2024 who were with the victim, Charles Jones?
Yes.
And who was the gentleman in the blue shirt that just got into the car?
The black Altima, Tafa McRae.
Detective Ramos, can you give us a time estimation as to when these vehicles are now leaving the parking lot?
Approximately 4:15, 4:20.
Detective, is there any additional video footage of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Here, yes. At the top of the screen as the victims leave.
Can you tell us what's going on now?
The victim's entourage is at the top of the screen making a U-turn to go west on Bush towards 40th. All three vehicles, the third one kind of lagging behind there. And then after the third one, in approximately 30 seconds, the Silver Cruise follows.
Is that what's happening now?
Yes, that was a Silver Cruise westbound on Bush.
Detective, what is this camera?
This is a pole camera at the USF property facing south, basically south at the intersection of 40th, McKinley, and Fowler. On the top right of the screen is part of the parking lot to the Homes to Suites.
Okay. Could you stand up behind you just so you could point out where the home to suites are so the jury has?
So the Homes to Suites is in the top right there, and this is facing south. This is 40th that runs north and south, and then Fowler that runs east and west. Victims entourage there making a U-turn.
And where is USF in relation to where the home to suites and the entrance to home to suites is?
USF would be this way.
You can go ahead and have a seat. At some point, are there any other vehicles that you make note of in this video?
Yeah, the Silver Cruise making a right turn.
And is it coming from the same direction as the victim's vehicles?
Yes, this is now the Silver Cruise north into the USF property.
At some point, do you see the black Chevy Impala again?
Yes, within a couple minutes after the victim's entourage went into the parking lot, we see the black Impala at the left turn lane there where those headlights are, make a U-turn and go the same path that the victims went.
Detective, then did you do the same type of diagram for the home to suites?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 45.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection?
Mr. Sonardi?
Oh, it's the diagram? Yes, sir.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Detective, can you again walk us through the diagram, and let's start with the green rectangles. What does that note?
Yeah, the green rectangles on the south end of the Homes to Suites building represent the general area where the victims' vehicles were parked leading up to the shooting.
And where they parked, is there kind of like a portico or a roof area, a covered parking area where the vehicles can park underneath?
Correct.
Okay. And which, where in this diagram was the victim's black Dodge Charger parked?
It would be the one directly underneath the overhang.
Right here?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And approximately what time are the victim and the other vehicles in his entourage arriving, the black Dodge Charger and the two other vehicles?
Approximately between 4:20 and 4:25.
And at first, you said that the silver Chevy Cruze, based on the video footage, appeared to go off and stay for a moment in the USF parking lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what is the second set? What is the second vehicle that then arrives after the victim's vehicles that's depicted in this diagram?
The second vehicle that arrives after the victim is the suspect black Chevy Impala. It southbound on McKinley makes a right-hand turn. It's represented by the red arrows. It made an immediate right and went the long way around to the other side of the
So it
building.
goes this way.
Correct.
And going back to the victim's Dodge Charger, what direction is it facing?
It's facing to the left or west.
This way?
Yes.
Okay. So the driver and his passengers would not be facing towards the park, towards McKinley and what is behind them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that designated by these red arrows, the black Chevy Impala, that tracks the path, is that correct?
Correct.
And there is another hotel, is that correct?
Yes.
What hotel is this?
The Holiday Inn.
And are there cameras that were placed in different areas around both of these hotels so that you could get different views and follow the pathway of that black Chevy Impala around the property?
Correct.
And where does it end up finally coming to rest?
The Black Impala goes all the way around and comes onto the west side of the Homestead Suites. It stops just short of, right near that arrow, makes a U-turn, stays just for a little bit until the Silver Cruise arrives, and then it eventually backs in to a parking spot right around the general area where that red square is at.
Right here.
Correct.
When it comes to, again, where the Home to Suites is, does it ever break the plane or the visual plane of where the victims' parties are parked where they could see that vehicle?
No.
So it stops just short of coming within viewing distance, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said it eventually parks there.
Yes.
Now, can you tell us again what is noted by the blue arrows?
Yes. After the Impala stages on the west side of the building, a short time later, the cruise comes southbound from the USF property, cuts through the intersection at 40th, and comes into the parking lot by the blue arrow there. It takes goes west right by the victims, makes a right, makes a U-turn, comes back out.
Okay. And so this is the silver Chevy Cruze with Alicia Andrews and the other tall male, is that correct?
Correct.
And it goes by the victim how many times?
Twice.
As it is exiting back out onto McKinley, would it have a direct visual of the victim and where the victim was seated?
Yes.
Your Honor, we're going to publish 22A. Sir, did you also have and view the Tesla video?
Yes.
Detective Ramos, in, oh, it's not 22A. 22A, yes, that's what I want. That's a composite. Yes, 22A. And Detective, going to your Exhibit 45, what camera is this looking at?
This is on the east side of Homestead Suite facing towards McKinley.
And this camera?
Same side of the building facing north towards McKinley and Fowler.
And are you tracking the pattern or the path of travel of the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
And these videos are what you use to make your diagram in State's Exhibit 45, is that correct?
Correct.
And what camera are we looking at this point?
It's now made it to the west side of the building, the patio camera here, and it's making a U-turn.
Excuse me, this is not 22A, correct?
No, it is 22A.
It is?
And you said that it made a U-turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And now what camera are we looking at?
The south side of the building near the front door.
Okay. And is that the silver Chevy Cruze passing the victim's vehicle as well as the other vehicles in its party?
Correct.
What video are we looking at now?
This is from the Tesla vehicle on the west side of the building.
And again, are these clips, are they clipped together chronologically in time so that they are happening as time is elapsing?
Yes.
And is this just before the silver Chevy Cruze
Yes.
is coming into the same general area as the black Chevy Impala?
Yes. This section of the video is just showing that same sequence from the patio camera.
And where is the black Chevy Impala parked? Can you,
If you look between the top of the van and the pillar there, there's a gap, and the Black Impala just backed into a spot.
and now what is occurring?
The Silver Cruise is leaving the parking lot.
And at this point, where is the victim?
In the black Dodge Charger, front passenger seat.
And is that the first time from the Tesla where you can see individuals from the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, the occupants of the Impala on foot now towards the victim.
Judge, at this time, we would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 139A through W and 59A through N.
All right, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Second exhibit was?
59A through N.
These are the stills from
No
the
objection?
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
One moment, Judge.
the video and the Tesla.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petridis? Be admitted.
Yes. Detective Ramos, I know that you said that you had studied those videos a lot. Is that correct? What was the estimate that you gave us?
Oh, I watched the video dozens of times.
And were there stills that were created from those videos?
Yes.
And again, when you are trying to identify the assailants, are you paying attention to the details of how each one of the gunmen looked?
Correct.
Give a description of how they are generally dressed.
Yeah, so we identified from the video footage 3 shooters, and we refer to them as shooter number 1, shooter number 2, and shooter number 3. Shooter number 1 was the one wielding the pistol that left the 9mm casings. That shooter was wearing a black hoodie, had black jeans on, or black pants, had visible rip in the left knee area with a black leather belt and black military-style boots. Shooter number 2 was the first rifleman closer to the victim's position. That shooter was wearing like a dark blue hoodie, dark pants, and had on gloves and a mask. And then shooter number 3 was a one.
We're going to object to the detective narrating what he believes was depicted on the video. The best evidence is the video for the jury to determine what's depicted on it.
All right, I'm all over the objection. Go ahead.
And then shooter number 3 was the one behind the Tesla, was wearing an orange ski mask and all had on all black as well.
All 3 shooters, were their faces covered?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 139. What is that a photograph of?
This one is shooter number 2 in the darker blue hoodie.
And for the record, it's 139A. And then 139B.
That's also shooter number 2 fleeing back towards the Impala.
And are there different areas of the video that there was better lighting in order to get any sort of visualization of color?
Yes, specifically to shooter number 2, we can see a break between where the glove ends and the sleeve begins on his wrist area, and in the eye area where his face mask ends and the hoodie begins.
And what is in 39C?
This is shooter number 1 working his way back towards the Impala.
139D,
Just a close-up of shooter number 1.
139E,
Further closing in on his shoes.
139F,
This is shooter number 2, the blue hoodie.
139G,
Shooter number 2 again.
137H,
Shooter number 2.
137 or 139?
139. I apologize, my handwriting. 139H,
Shooter number 2.
139I,
Shooter number 2.
and hold on, 139J,
This is again shooter number 2.
and you're also looking for skin tone in the places that you can see it, is that correct?
Correct.
139K,
Shooter number 2.
you're also looking at body build,
Yes.
139L,
Shooter number 2.
139M.
Shooter number 2 again.
And 139U.
This is shooter number 2.
And then 139W.
Shooter number 2 again.
Again, you said at some point you were looking at for where you could actually see skin, is that correct?
Yes, it's a lighter skin complexion there, near the eyes and the wrist.
There were also still images that were done from the Tesla video, is that correct?
Correct.
I show you 59A. And again, going based on your designations, what's in 59A?
Here we have from the Tesla footage an image of shooter number 1 to the right in all black, and then we have shooter number 2 behind him in the darker blue hoodie.
So just note my continuing objection to the detective narrating the video.
Duly noted.
59B.
Shooter number 1 to the right and shooter number 2 to the left.
And what's the difference in body?
The shooter number 2 appears to be heavier than shooter number 1. Shooter number 1 a little bit taller and skinnier. I'm sorry, shooter number 2 a little bit taller and skinnier.
D.
This is shooter number 1 returning after the shooting.
59F.
Shooter number 1 with the pistol returning after the shooting.
Anything else of note of the pistol?
Yes, shooter number 1 appears to be carrying the pistol in his left hand.
59E.
Same shooter number 1, pistol in his left hand.
I.
This is shooter number 3 with the orange ski mask.
And body style?
Heavier than the other 2.
59K.
Shooter number 3.
N.
Shooter number 3.
So after viewing the videos, how many suspects were you looking from the silver Chevy Cruze?
2 suspects from the silver Chevy Cruze.
You previously said you identified Alicia Andrews based on what she was wearing in your interview, is that correct?
Correct.
And then what about the shooters? How many shooters were you looking for that came from the black Chevy Impala?
3.
At some point in the investigation, you said that you went up to Georgia, is that correct?
Correct.
And going up to Georgia, there was a phone that was located and recovered from the Gwinnett County Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Angela Carter, did she assist you in this investigation?
Yes, she did.
Was there a partial digital download extraction from the phone that was recovered from the silver Chevy Cruze that defendant Rashad Murphy was driving in?
Yes.
And was that a phone that was also shared based on your understanding by Charmaine Steiger?
Correct.
Did you and Detective Angela Carter with the Gwinnett County Police Department in Georgia do a co-affiant search warrant to get the partial extraction from that phone?
Yes.
And based on that extraction, did you have information regarding an Airbnb?
Yes.
Tell me about what was located in reference to an Airbnb involved in this case.
Yeah, from the phone, we learned that an Airbnb in Tampa was booked over the weekend of the murder, and we identified that Airbnb as the Airbnb that the suspect stayed at during their stay in Tampa.
And what was the address of the Airbnb?
I can't recall it at this time.
Okay, would looking at your report
Yes.
help refresh your recollection?
Please.
I was looking for the
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to find where that address is at.
That's okay, we'll move on.
Sure.
There was an Airbnb located here in Tampa, is that correct?
Correct.
Based on your investigation, were you able to locate the actual Airbnb?
Yes.
In the digital download of the phone from Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger, were there messages in there having to do with an Airbnb?
Yes.
Who was the owner that you were able to do, based on your investigation interview, that owned the Airbnb here in Tampa?
Anthony Alava,
Where did Anthony Alava live?
up north somewhere.
And did you conduct a phone interview with Mr. Alava?
Yes.
And did he own the Airbnb?
Yes.
And based on doing an interview with Mr. Alava, was he able to provide you with video footage, a Ring door camera to that Airbnb?
Yes.
And based on reviewing that Airbnb for the dates of June 22nd and June 23rd, was there anything of note or relevance to your case?
Yes, so from the ring footage at the Airbnb on the 22nd, we can see one of the suspects arriving and coming into the Airbnb. And then on the 23rd, post-murder, we can see several of the other defendants on camera leaving the Airbnb.
Did you yourself go to the Airbnb and video the Airbnb?
I did.
And did you do did you request from Anthony Alava, was there a locking mechanism for the front door?
Yes.
How did that work?
Basically a lock that you would put in your code and then it would electronically open the lock.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 60, 62, A through G, 61, A through B, and State Exhibit 66 and 106.
Okay, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi,
No objection.
Mr. Wise,
Okay.
Mr. Petridis, admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, we're going to publish States Exhibit 60.
Okay,
Exhibit 60. Yes. Detective, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 60?
This actually helps refresh my memory. 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Unit 1202.
Okay,
That's the front door of Unit 1202 there to the left.
to the left. And is there anything of note that you can also see in this photograph on the left, on the left of the front door of the Airbnb?
Yes, you can visibly see the Ring camera there to the left of the door.
And then why did you take this video?
This was just to show the front door of the Airbnb and then conduct a walkthrough to show the backside to get a visual of where the defendant stayed at.
How many entrances are to this particular Airbnb?
2, a front door and a back door.
And is there any sort of camera or Ring video system or security camera on the back door?
No,
The only camera in this Airbnb is on the front door?
correct.
And if somebody wanted to get into the back door, is this the pathway that they would have to take in order to get into the back door?
Yes.
Judge, we're also going to publish State's Exhibit 61A. Detective, is this the Ring video footage that you got based from Anthony Alava, the owner of the Airbnb on Gazebo Pond?
Yes.
And is this the person that you interviewed, Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
And what is the date when this is occurring?
This is Saturday, June 22nd at 7:55 Eastern Standard Time, PM.
And do you know the accuracy of the timestamp for this particular Ring camera?
Yes, this timestamp was accurate.
And is there anything of note or significance that she has in her possession that ended up being relevant to your investigation?
A couple things in this photo. The jean jacket's kind of balled up in the bag on her left arm there, and then the main thing was that pink iPhone that she's holding in her hand.
During the course of your investigation, and again, did you see her enter into the Airbnb at that point?
Yeah, just a minute later at 7:56, she goes inside.
How is the Ring camera activated for this particular Ring video?
It's motion activated.
And was the activations for June 22nd, the day before the homicide, was that the only activation and video footage of anyone caught entering into that Airbnb was of Alicia Andrews?
Correct.
Do you see anybody else enter in through that front door that was captured on video?
No.
Did you receive all of the video Ring camera footage for activations for the front door of that Airbnb?
Yes.
And I know that you had recovered McDonald's video, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the timestamp of, or what was the general time when that silver Chevy Cruze containing at least 2 passengers went to that McDonald's?
Approximately 1:30 to 1:40 a.m. on Sunday the 23rd.
Is there any activation based on the front door of anyone leaving the front door in order to go to McDonald's?
No.
In that Ring video, I'm going to back it up just a little bit. What 2 vehicles were the people driving from Jacksonville?
The black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
This is right before Miss Andrews, right after she goes in. Do you
Correct.
see any vehicles parked in the parking lots right in front of the Ring video?
No.
Any video capturing any sort of bringing in bags or unloading big rolling duffel bags being brought or carried into this Airbnb?
No.
Any video capture of any sort of luggage being brought into this Airbnb?
No.
Do you ever see a black Chevy Impala or a silver Chevy Cruze parked in the two open, empty parking spots for this Airbnb?
No.
Then when is the next time you see camera activation for this Airbnb?
We don't see another activation till shortly after 2 p.m. on Sunday the 23rd.
And that would be after the homicide has already occurred, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the approximate time of this camera activation?
This is at 2:09 p.m. on Sunday, June 23rd, 2024.
That's the first time it is activated that morning?
Correct.
Let's stop right here. When you're reviewing the ring video footage, what is significance of this vehicle that is being parked right in front where one of the individuals with a backpack is now approaching?
Yes, so that vehicle was identified as an Uber that was hired to take 3 of the defendants from Tampa back to Jacksonville.
And did you learn of that based on you watching these ring videos?
This and other factors, yes.
And is this, do you ever see the black Chevy Impala?
No.
Do you ever see the silver Chevy Cruze?
No.
And is that the Uber driver that is, you can see going into the driver's side of that car that's pulled up in front?
Correct.
Do you later, during the course of your investigation, track down the Uber driver and interview him?
Yes, I do.
Again, is that Miss Andrews that is leaving the Airbnb?
Correct.
Okay. And again, she's with a tall gentleman, is that correct?
Correct.
And that person has gone back and forth now in front of this ring camera how many times?
Several times.
Do you see this individual that just walked by?
Yes.
Is he coming from the direction where you showed that video of the pathway that would lead to the back door of that Airbnb after you walked through that grassy pathway behind the big fence?
Yes.
Is that the first time that individual walked in front of this camera?
Yes.
Is that same individual now entering the Airbnb through the front door?
Yes.
How many people are exiting the Airbnb?
2.
Same tall gentleman with now another individual?
Yes.
And what type of hairstyle does the second individual have that is exiting?
Medium length curly hair.
So now at this point, how many people have you seen either entering and exiting this Airbnb?
4.
How many males
Got 3.
and how many females?
1.
When you got the lock log from the Airbnb owner, Anthony Alava, was there activations that could be done by code?
Yes.
And were there activations, if needed, that could be done by an Airbnb owner letting someone in?
Yes.
based on that Airbnb video states 61A, were there still photos that were done based on the video, from the video?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you 61B1. Does that show the female Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Again, holding that pink phone.
Correct.
61B2.
Alicia Andrews again with the pink phone.
61B3, is that a tall African-American male, very thin?
Yes.
61B4,
The
same
same.
person entering again.
Yes.
61B5, now showing the back of him, is that correct?
Correct.
61B6, what are we seeing here?
This is a heavier set African-American male carrying a large black duffel bag.
Again, no video footage ever showing that bag going into the Airbnb.
Correct.
Did you also later obtain video footage of that Uber showing up at a location in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Where did that Uber go?
That Uber went to 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida, Sean Gaithwright's house.
And did you see bags, the Uber arriving and bags being unloaded?
Yes, many.
And based on that, did you obtain video footage from an earlier date from that Vivint security camera at Sean Gaithwright's house?
Yes.
And did you see bags then being loaded?
Yes, into the Impala.
The black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
61B7,
This is the same heavier set African-American male carrying a black duffel bag.
61B8.
This is that same male now coming back in through the front door.
So second male that goes into this Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
61B9, is that again the first one that enters?
Correct.
61B11.
This is the third male, lighter skin, tall, skinny with the medium length
And
brown
what's he,
curly hair.
sorry to interrupt.
Sure, go ahead.
What's he holding in his hand, Detective Ramos?
A phone.
Again, does that become important in your investigation after you start to do search warrants and subpoenas for cell phone data and iCloud data?
Very important.
And were these still photos that were developed from the Airbnb video that you took, as well as did you take other photographs at that Airbnb?
Yes.
What's in 62A?
This is a view from the exterior street of that complex, looking east into the complex. The actual unit would be on the right side of this view.
On the right side?
Yes.
62B?
As you come in through that gate, if you made a right, this is the parking lot on the area on the west side of the building, with the unit in question being to the left there.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is where, if they wanted to go into a back door, they would have to go behind the building and walk through that grassy pathway, is that correct?
Correct.
And there are areas here where cars could park if they did not want to be seen by the front door ring camera, is that correct?
Correct.
62C,
This is the front door of the unit, the Airbnb that they stayed at.
and the ring camera?
Correct.
62D,
This is that pathway along the west side of the building leading to the back door.
62E.
This is the rear of the unit heading towards the back door.
See any lights back there?
No.
And again, when was the trip to McDonald's?
Approximately 1:30 to 1:40 a.m. on the 23rd.
And approximately what time would the vehicles have left before they started tracking the victim?
Approximately between 2 and 2:15 a.m.
Any front door activations during that
No.
time for the front door of the Airbnb?
No, ma'am.
62F,
This is a view from that backyard area. You actually got to kind of crouch through this shrubbery here, but looking straight at the back door.
62G,
This is over the fence, looking at the back sliding glass door of the unit.
The only other way you can get into that Airbnb if you don't go through the front door with the Ring camera, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you identify the Uber driver?
Ultimately, we were able to track Alicia Andrews' cell phone and use it as it moved back north through Jacksonville. And we had a description of the make, model of vehicle. And so another LPR search was conducted. We identified a tag, and then we wrote a subpoena to Uber, and they confirmed that vehicle and identified the driver for us.
And before we go to the Uber driver, I'm just going to show you one more thing. You said that you obtained a code, a lock code log for that Airbnb. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when was Alicia Andrews seen at that front door, approximately, if you can remember the time?
Approximately 7:55 and 7:56 p.m. on the 22nd.
And I want you to go through this. And we're going to start at 7:59. This is the door lock being activated. Is that correct? This is a record of that?
Correct.
For that unit that they are staying at. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did the locked door, did the lock code, did that correspond with the activations that you could see based on the motion censored Ring camera?
Those first, the ones below it, 7:55 and 7:56, correspond with the Ring footage of Alicia Andrews in front of the door.
So where you can see locked by thumb turn, unlocked by thumb turn, those correspond with the first time and the second time. Is that correct?
Yeah, the very first one, these actually go kind of in reverse
reverse.
order. So the very first one is the one that says unlocked by access code at 7:55, and then the next one is unlocked by thumb turn at 7:56, and then the last one on June 22nd is unlocked by thumb turn at 7:59.
Okay. So I'm going to go back. So 608, access code deleted.
Yes.
So whoever stayed there previously, Airbnb deletes that access, correct?
Yeah, that was presumably done by the owner, correct?
And so 7:55 p.m. you have, what's this?
The very first activation of the new rental would be unlocked by access code.
By the Ring video, there is, to unlock that door, there's a panel where somebody can enter a code. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, the Airbnb, you can actually see the last person to enter calling for the code, correct?
Correct.
And so it is unlocked by access code, correct?
Correct.
And then does that door automatically lock? Is that the way that Airbnb is set up?
It appears within a minute it automatically locks, which is signified by the lock by thumb turn after same minute time frame.
And so after it locks, when that motion, when you first see Alicia Andrews there, is there some kind of time delay with the motion activation?
Yes.
Is there, whoever does the initial access code, is that caught on camera?
No.
And then there's another unlocked by thumb turn, 7:56, is that correct?
Correct.
Does that correspond with the second video, not the one where she's knocking, but the second one where she's actually let in?
Correct.
And then we have 7:59, it just says unlocked by thumb turn.
Yes.
And then locked by thumb turn.
Correct.
And that can just be anyone inside just checking the lock, is that correct?
Correct.
So that doesn't necessarily have to activate the motion censored camera.
Correct.
And that was June 22nd of 2024, and again, it works in the reverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And then when is the next time, and again, we're showing the same 7:59 on this page, I'm sorry, on the bottom, we couldn't see, but then again, reversing from the bottom up, when is the next activation on this, on June 23rd, 2024, after the murder has occurred?
The very first activation on the locking mechanism on the 23rd is at 2:09 p.m. unlocked by thumb turn.
And again, does that correspond now with what we see, some of the video footage that occurs the next day when people are exiting the Airbnb?
Correct.
And then can you take us through the different times when this lock is unlocked and then again locked? You can see here auto lock delay, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you go through the times for us?
2:09, there's multiple entries there, unlocked by thumb turn, locked by auto lock delay, unlocked by thumb turn, and then locked by thumb turn. And then at, the very next one after 2:09 is at 2:58, unlocked by thumb turn, and then locked by auto lock delay.
And then going into the next page, again, starting at the bottom.
2:58 again, and then 2:59, again at 3:03, and again at 3:05.
Okay. And again, do those correspond with the individuals and the timing of the Ring video?
All of those had corresponding Ring video activations.
And then again, starting at the bottom,
Again, from 3:05, the next one is at 3:11, 3:12, and then at 3:13 is the last one.
okay. And again, does that correspond with the Ring video footage that we just saw?
Yes.
Did you also obtain the business records from Airbnb regarding that particular renting of the Airbnb?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 106, and is that the top just a declaration saying these are kept in the normal course of business from Airbnb?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, I know that this is tiny, so I'm going to try to enlarge it. And you subpoenaed records for that weekend, is that correct? June 22nd, when that Airbnb was being utilized, is that correct?
Correct.
And is this the person who rented the Airbnb for that time period?
Yes.
And can you tell me who is the name?
Rashad Murphy.
Okay, and when was this record created at?
I believe that's for the account creation. Was
Not for when it's actually booked, is that correct?
correct.
And then what email did he use?
Charmaine Steiger 23@gmail.com.
Okay, and you yourself met and interviewed Rashad Murphy, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you had contact with him?
Correct.
And you also were aware of the woman that he was staying with up in Georgia when he was found in the Silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was her name?
Charmaine Steiger.
And what is her relationship to Rashad Murphy?
They have children in common and have been together for a long time.
And she was the one that also had use of that phone that you did a search warrant for that was found in his possession in the Silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
Does it also give the address of the Airbnb? And let me enlarge it a little bit. I know it's very small print. And again, did it say reservation created?
Yeah, that's the actual time that the reservation was made. That's in UTC, so the reservation was actually made at 3:54 a.m. on Saturday the 22nd.
And then if you scroll down, it's an Excel spreadsheet. Does it give the address and the location of the Airbnb where he made the or where Rashad Murphy makes the reservation?
Yes, 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida 33613.
Now I want to ask you about this address, 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane in Tampa, Florida. How close is 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane to Teasers, the place where the victim advertised that he would be performing at here in Tampa on June 22nd of 2024?
Approximately 2 miles.
Does it also show how the Airbnb was paid for?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And how much was paid?
$361.16.
And how was it paid for?
A credit card with the first 6 of 440393 and the last digits of 642.
Did you eventually investigate and determine who paid for this Airbnb?
Yes.
And who paid for the Airbnb?
That credit card was identified as belonging to defendant Isaiah Chance.
And then did you also get a search warrant for those records?
Yes.
I just want to go back to what's already into evidence 101M. I had asked you initially before I played the Ring camera from the Airbnb, is this the extraction, part of the extraction from that phone recovered from the Silver Chevy Cruze, where alerted you to an Airbnb?
Yes, correct.
And you can see up here there is a profile pic from the owner of the Airbnb, Anthony, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that you identified him as Anthony Alava,
Correct.
and you conducted a phone interview of him?
Correct.
And was he able to email you and give you access to the video camera, the Ring video footage from that Airbnb?
Yes.
As well as the lock log?
Correct.
the Uber driver, one of the things that alerted you to the Uber driver was that video footage at the Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
What other information led you to believe that there was an Uber driver in this particular case?
There was some audio in the ring footage that between one of the subjects coming out of the Airbnb and the driver that indicated to me that it was possibly a hired driver. So we started looking at Uber and Lyft, and then eventually we identified it using a combination of LPR, cell phone records, and subpoenas to Uber.
Kind of like you did with trying to track down the license plate and the registered owner of the two suspect vehicles in this case. Is that correct? Same sort of search that you did in this investigation to identify the Uber driver. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And
based on that, did you locate and identify the Uber driver who made a trip to that 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane here in Tampa, Florida on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct an interview with that Uber driver?
I did.
Okay. Did you also receive from him the trip details of that Uber trip?
Yes.
And does that show, just like if you were to order a Uber trip for a local trip, the route as well as the cost for the Uber trip?
Yeah, it would appear like it appears on the app, yes.
And did you communicate with the Uber driver through the phone?
Yes.
And at some point, based on your interview, was he willing to text you photographs of the trip ticket?
Yes.
And did you correspond and send him photographs of video footage that you had received from Sean Gathwright's house where the trip ended?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence now, State's Exhibit 70. Make sure you can see all of it. Okay. Detective Ramos, what is the first page of State's Exhibit 70?
Your Honor, is 70 in evidence?
I'm sorry if I didn't. Judge, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 70. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Snarty,
No objection,
Mr. Wise, Mr. Petratus. Okay, admitted.
Judge, I also think I need to introduce or enter 106 into evidence.
I have a note that you,
Did I introduce it, or?
I think you introduced it when you introduced 60, 62, 61, 66, and I have written 106, but in abundance of caution.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's formally introduced into evidence.
All right, any objection to introducing 106 again?
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi,
no objection.
Mr. Wise, Mr. Petratus. Okay. Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Ramos, what is the first page of State's Exhibit 70?
So this is a screenshot of the Uber driver's app showing the trip details of the trip he did for in reference to this case.
So Uber's application that you can have on your phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And the driver also has the same access to the application as a driver?
Correct.
And he sent you this via phone text, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you tell us the duration of the trip, how long the Uber driver was with his passengers?
Approximately 3 hours and 25 minutes.
Okay, and the total distance?
208 miles.
Does it give where they were picked up?
Yes, on Gazebo Pond Lane at Tampa, Florida, 33613.
And does it give where eventually they were dropped off?
In the vicinity of Chipperfield Lane, Jacksonville, Florida, 32226.
Based on your investigation, do you know where they were dropped off?
Exactly where they were dropped off.
Where were they dropped off?
In the driveway of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida, Sean Gathwright's house.
How do you know they were dropped off there at Sean Gathwright's house?
Because the Uber vehicle, the Uber driver, and the 3 occupants can all be seen on camera from Sean Gathwright's house.
There is a Vivint security camera at Sean Gathwright's house, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do a search warrant to obtain the video footage from that Vivint security camera for the time period when the Uber driver would have dropped off his passengers at Sean Gathwright's house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that's that Victoria Lakes Drive address in Jacksonville, Florida?
Correct.
And then what are we seeing in the second page of State's Exhibit 170?
I provided a form of identification to the Uber driver to let him know who I was, and then I asked him to look at some photographs for me and verify if these were the same people he picked up at Gazebo Pond and dropped off at Jacksonville.
What exhibit is this?
This is 70, this is page 2, Judge.
Okay.
And we're gonna stop, so first you sent him your police card, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you sent images. Is this from the Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
Okay. And did he identify himself as a driver?
Yes, that photo, he identified himself as that individual, yes.
And then the second photo that you sent?
This is of one of the suspects. I sent him this photo and asked him if this was the same person he picked up in Tampa.
Okay. And eventually, did you ask him to sign something to confirm that these were the individuals that he picked up from Tampa?
Yes, we met in person, and I printed out these exact same photos, and he signed them and dated them, acknowledging that those were the same people.
And now going to this one, the third photo down on the second page, is this individual that you see get out of the Uber vehicle, is he one of the ones that was ever captured on the Ring video footage in Tampa?
No, he was not.
Okay. You didn't see anyone dressed like this with this hat exiting or entering that Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lake in Tampa, Florida on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
And you can clearly see what he's wearing in these photographs?
Correct.
And then again, was this another photograph that you had texted the Uber driver?
Yes.
And these are from a mobile phone, is that correct, your mobile phone?
Correct.
And then this is the final picture, I think, that got cut off. Is this the other photo that you had sent the Uber driver?
Yes.
And is this a copy, what is this,
This is a trip details he was texting me.
that he sent you in
Yes.
response?
Correct.
And then again, states Exhibit 70, is this another, let me unzoom it. Is this another photo that he texted you a screenshot?
Yeah, I believe these were from his phone that somehow were saved on his phone from that trip.
So he actually saved some of the mapping navigation of the trip as well in the application, so he was able to provide that to you.
Correct.
And again, these other two images,
These are actually satellite images of the McDonald's. I asked him if he made any stops on the way to Jacksonville, and he said he only made one stop at a McDonald's en route in between Tampa and Jacksonville.
in that entire over 3 hour trip.
Correct.
Same individuals, same three individuals from the Airbnb dropped off even after the stop at McDonald's.
Yeah, I clarified with him the same three people stopped at McDonald's, and no one knew got in or out. And
And then again, States Exhibit 70, this image.
yeah, we were just narrowing down the exact McDonald's that they stopped at.
And these two final images.
Yes.
There's a gas station at the McDonald's.
Correct.
I'm going to introduce States Exhibit 37A through E, and State Exhibit 79 and 128A through N.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Judge, only as previously noted,
Okay, same ruling?
Mr. Snurdy, these are the video, and then stills, and then additional stills. No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
No, I got the first two exhibit numbers.
37, A through V, 79, and 128, A through N. That's my understanding. 79 a composite, A and B, or just one?
It's one video, but it's one disc, but two videos on it, so it is a composite A and B.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Petridis? Okay, it'll be admitted.
We're gonna publish States Exhibit 79. Detective, you said you got the video footage from the security Vivid camera from Sean Gathwright's house in Jacksonville, Florida, is that correct?
Correct.
You got the date of June 23rd of 2024 when the Uber was being dropped off. Did you also go back in time to capture footage of the black Chevy Impala at that location before it left to Tampa?
On the 22nd, yes.
Again, did this video footage originally have a timestamp?
Yes.
And when it was compiled and put together, does the timestamp no longer show?
Correct.
But what time and what day are we looking at approximately? What is the exact date that we're looking at in this video footage?
So this is Saturday, June 22nd, approximately noon, 12 to 12:30 p.m.
And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. So this is a camera that is in Sean Gathwright's front door, or kind of looking over the driveway, is that correct?
This one is the garage driveway camera, and then there's another one that's a front door camera.
There's another one, correct?
Yes.
And when we're looking in this particular photograph, do you see a silver vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Is there a driver's license and a silver BMW that you had previously already investigated before obtaining this video footage?
Yeah, that's Defendant Isaiah Chance's BMW.
And is that the same vehicle that you had done investigation through license plate reader and had found at this house at numerous times and locations, even months before this crime occurred? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said this is June 22nd of 2024?
Correct.
And again, we're not going to go into the phone evidence yet, but do you then later confirm, based on cell site information, locations of the individual's phone being in the vicinity of this house?
Yes.
In particular, Isaiah Chance?
Correct.
In particular, Alicia Andrews?
Correct.
In particular, Sean Gathwright?
Correct.
Is there anything of note that this individual appears to be holding his hand when he gets out of the silver BMW?
Yeah, he appears to have a pistol in his right hand.
Anything unique or unusual about the pistol that is significant to the investigation of the homicide that occurred here in Tampa, Florida?
It does appear to have an extended magazine inserted into it.
Can you tell the jury what is an extended magazine?
So typically the firearms, the stock magazines only hold anywhere from 13 to 16 rounds in them, and they would be flush where your hand grip ends. An extended magazine would protrude out longer and hold typically double the amount of ammunition, 30 to 32 rounds.
Yes. We're going to publish 79B. Is there a close-up of this particular segment?
Yes.
And when you said that there is an extended piece that is in the butt of the gun, is that correct?
Correct.
And you can see that in this particular video footage?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I want to ask you, going back to the Home to Suites video footage that occurred here in Tampa, Florida, and the gunman that had the handgun that first approached the passenger side of the black Chevy Impala where the victim was seated. What was the relevance or significance of the extended magazine to the shooter in that position holding the handgun, not the assault rifles?
The handgun was a pistol that appeared to have an extended magazine that could hold at least 30 rounds, and there were 31 casings found.
If you do not have an extended magazine, can that handgun fire 30 rounds?
No.
And how many rounds were found in Tampa, Florida, and the location, the vicinity of where the person with the handgun and the extended magazine were?
31.
And although this is put together, did they come in smaller segments based on Vivint security that actually shows the time of each clip if you clipped on it individually?
Correct.
Is this segment a segment where they are all spliced together to run chronologically in time?
Correct.
And does it also incorporate the camera at the front door?
Yes.
Again, is there a code to come into Sean Gathwright's house?
Yes.
Does this individual appear to know the access code and be able to freely enter it without knocking?
Correct.
Again, same individual who just entered the house, going back to the silver BMW that is owned by Isaiah Chance.
Correct.
Okay. Again, different view showing the same thing that we just saw from the door camera.
Yes.
Does he appear to be holding heavy bags?
Yes.
I wanted to play now, but if there's too much gaps to kind of fast forward to when they're leaving the vehicle.
Okay, well, I can't see when I drag the thing where it's gonna stop, so I can just make it 2-speed and then I'll have to temporarily lag it. So I just stay here. Okay.
Does this dog that came from the house bark in any way at that individual that accessed the door by code?
No.
Oh, yeah, it's just the same thing. Okay. Is this another individual that came out?
Yes.
Same hairstyle as the individual at the Airbnb in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
Same body style?
Correct.
And again, this is Sean Gathrights' residence.
Yes.
This is the same black Chevy Impala that we eventually impound.
Yes.
Same Chevy Impala seen at the Home to Suites.
Correct.
Same Chevy Impala seen at Teasers.
Correct.
Same Chevy Impala seen at Truth 18.
Correct.
The two locations the victim was at on June 23rd of 2024 before he died.
Yes, ma'am.
So when they're hearing stuff out. What does he appear to be unloading from the car?
It appears he's unloading camera equipment, taking it into the house.
So there's not camera equipment inside the vehicle, is that correct?
Doesn't appear.
Forward.
At some point, did you see that individual holding a phone in his hand?
Yes.
You taking note of what they are carrying in their hands?
Yes.
Are there similar items being carried out of the Airbnb after the homicide?
Yes.
Again, none of that was seen being brought into the Airbnb before the homicide.
Sustain is deleting.
Does this individual appear to have keys to the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those bags again loaded into the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Ramos, at some point after that car is loaded up, where does the individual in the silver BMW, at some point, does it leave?
Yeah, they both leave shortly for a short period of time, and then they both come back before leaving for the final trip to Tampa.
And again, does that correspond later with phone records obtained for Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, and Alicia Andrews?
Overall.
Correct.
Are we now at a point of time where the BMW has come back?
Yeah, Isaiah Chance's BMW has come back in the afternoon of the 22nd.
Okay. Is there another passenger in that silver BMW belonging to Isaiah Chance?
Correct, someone in the front right passenger seat there that those salesmen talked to.
And at this time, where is Alicia Andrews' phone tracking to?
To this address.
Is this when the black Chevy Impala gets back?
Correct.
Same individual who came out of that address is driving the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
And do you recognize the female in this video?
Yes, Alicia Andrews.
Okay, now we're going to go to June 23rd of 2024. Did you know the timing of when the Uber driver gets back to Tampa?
Yes.
Is that what we're seeing now?
Yes.
And what vehicle or items being loaded into?
Isaiah Chance's BMW.
The same tall individual, tall African American with the camouflage. Does he appear to be the same individual? Oh, that's okay.
Yes, appears to be the same individual from before they left.
At the Airbnb.
And at the
video?
Airbnb, yes, correct.
Just wearing different clothing.
Correct.
Detective Ramos, what time does the silver BMW leave approximately?
The Uber got there around 6:30. The BMW leaves within the hour after that.
And how many individuals are dropped off by the Uber?
3.
And how many people leave in Isaiah Chance's silver BMW?
3.
One of which is Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
Correct.
Sir, who is in 30? Oh. Let me switch this down for me. And who is in 37A? Who's that a known photo of?
Defendant Rashad Murphy.
I'm going to show you 37B. Are these still photographs from that Vivint video footage of one of the individuals who's being dropped off at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And then what's already in evidence, this is a picture of Rashad Murphy when he was arrested in Georgia.
Correct.
And what day did that occur?
The 26th of June.
And again, Detective, there were still images that were collected from the Vivint camera, is that correct?
Correct.
One's from June 22nd when they were loading up the black Chevy Impala.
Correct.
And 128A, again, the individual with the extended magazine firearm.
Correct.
128B, another picture of that.
Yes.
Then a close-up of his side profile.
Correct.
128E, is this the individual that came from the residence of Sean Gathright?
Yes.
128F, is that a close-up of him going back into the home?
To the rear of the vehicle, the Impala, yes.
The Impala, I apologize, but that's in front of the home belonging to Sean Gathright?
Correct.
128A, a close-up of his side profile exiting the house?
Yes.
I heard no leading, thank you, someone said that.
128, what's that the photograph of?
This is a close-up of the side profile of the same gentleman coming out of the house, Sean Gathwright's house.
What's in 28J?
This is a still image of Alicia Andrews and the gentleman that arrived in the BMW standing next to her as she's getting out of his vehicle.
128K,
This is a still image of the Uber drivers bending over, helping with the bags in the rear of the vehicle, and 2 of the subjects that got out of the Uber vehicle, the female going into the BMW and the male carrying a black bag with a white writing on it.
128L,
This is a still image of one of the occupants of the Uber vehicle sitting in the back of the Isaiah Chance's BMW.
128M,
This is a still image of the driver of the BMW bringing bags into Sean Gathwright's house.
128N.
That same individual from a different angle.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
State introduces State's Exhibit 90A and 90B.
Any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sinardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
Detective, who is in 90A,
This is Alicia Andrews.
and what is 90B?
Alicia Andrews.
Where?
Oh, at the Airbnb in Tampa on the weekend of the murder.
what's in 35B?
This is one of the gentlemen that was seen at the BMW at Sean Gayfay's house, but while he's at the Airbnb in Tampa on the weekend of the murder.
Has that one been admitted yet?
Oh.
35?
Judge, we introduced into evidence 35B, 36B, and 38C.
So 35B, 36B,
Yes.
and, no,
It's not admitted yet.
no, so it's 35B, 36B, what's the third one?
38C.
38C. Any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection?
Mr.
No
Sonardi?
objection,
Mr. Wise? Yep.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Petrides? Admitted.
Detective Ramos, what is in 35B?
Yes, so this is one of the gentlemen that was observed coming out of the BMW at Sean Gayfay's house, but while he's in Tampa at the Airbnb, the suspect stayed at during the weekend of the murder.
Also caught in video footage coming from the Uber being dropped off at Sean Gathride's house.
Correct.
36B.
This is a gentleman that was spotted coming out of Sean Gathride's house and loading stuff into the Black Impala, but this is while he's at the Airbnb that the suspect stayed at on the weekend of the murder.
Okay. What's he holding in his hand?
A cell phone.
38C.
This is also one of the gentlemen that was spotted coming into the Airbnb on the weekend of the murder.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would pass the witness.
Okay, very
Can we
good.
approach her?
Yep. Then,
All rise. All good as rock.
okay, very good. All right, see you guys at 12:40. What's the line across of this
I'll be
witness?
sorry.
Okay, and then who's next?
Hey, guys.
Who's gonna go after Mr. Gonzalez? Okay,
Mr. Scotty Sonardi is going to do the call.
okay, so Gonzalez, Wise, Petrides, and then Scott Sonardi. Okay, very good. See you guys then.
from multiple vehicles as a
Ms. Doherty's on her way back. You gave me your copy of 101C. I have made a copy, so you can have yours back. Okay, thank you. Okay, our defendants are all here. Defense counsel's present, state's present. Have our jurors all returned? Okay, very good. Detective is on the stand. Let's go ahead and bring him in.
All rise. All jurors ready, Judge.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat, and Mr. Gonzalez, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Ramos.
Good afternoon, sir.
Detective, you indicated to us on direct examination that you were the lead homicide investigator in this particular case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I understood it, you had transferred to the homicide division in February of 2024, correct?
February 6, 2024, yes, sir.
And that would have given you 3-4 months prior to be assigning this lead, correct?
Correct.
During that time, can I assume that you assisted in some other homicides that were pending upon arriving in the unit?
Yeah, typically when you arrive to the homicide unit as a new detective, you're basically going to every homicide for a while before you go up for your first lead.
And in fact, this turned out to be your first lead, correct?
Correct.
So in being assigned that responsibility, you arrived at the scene in the early morning hours of the 23rd of June 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I understood it, this was a large scene because it encompassed a couple of hotel areas, some parking lots, and there had been movement and travel from multiple vehicles as a result of the incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you conducted interviews with individuals that were at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could it have been possible that prior to your arrival, those individuals might have been spoken to or interviewed by other officers before you?
Sure.
The driver and the passengers of Armani Turner's vehicle were some of the individuals that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
As well as the individuals that were traveling in Tafia McRae's vehicle, correct?
Tafa McRae's, yes, sir.
Tafa McRae. Did I say that right, Tafa?
Tafa, I believe it's Tafa, I don't know.
As it relates to Armani Turner, my understanding is that she was not cooperative with you at all. Is that a fair statement?
To a certain extent, I mean, she provided a statement. I wouldn't say that she was completely uncooperative, but
Okay? But for the most part, she was uncooperative.
she was upset.
And in addition to being upset, she did not want to talk about the other individuals that were with her or that had come with her or that had been at the scene, correct?
She didn't want to go into a lot of details. I would agree with that.
She was concerned about when she could get her vehicle back, correct?
Correct.
She did not give you any information about the victim, Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, correct? Other than that was her boyfriend.
Yes.
No background, no understanding of history or why they were there, nothing of that sort.
Correct.
You also spoke with, at the scene, you spoke to Ms. Randolph, correct?
Yes.
Pretty much of the same with regard to the lack of wanting to cooperate or provide information regarding what had occurred. Is that a fair statement?
My perception of Ms. Randolph would have been more lack of knowledge rather than lack of cooperation. I don't think she knew as much as Armani Turner as far as Mr. Jones' history or all of that.
Well, inclusive of just history, and I can understand where you're coming from, just the actual event itself, she was, didn't want to be forthcoming about it and what she knew about it, correct?
At the scene, they all gave me a general idea of what they did that evening, so it wasn't like they were trying to hide the most basic details of their timeline or anything like that.
Okay. You also spoke with Robert Howard, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Howard was an individual that was close to Mr. Jones, correct?
Yes.
He was 6 block, correct?
Yes.
As Mr. Jones was 6 block.
Correct.
His name, his 6 block name or his street name is Kenny Capps, correct?
Yes.
He was a person that, for lack of a better word, kind of watched Mr. Jones' back, checked things out, make sure things were okay. Is that a fair statement?
Your Honor, based on hearsay and speculative.
Well, he can answer as far as his opinion, if he knows, so you can answer.
I'm aware that they're acquaintances. I'm not sure what Robert Howard's role is within Mr. Jones's organization.
When you spoke with Mr. Howard, as it relates to the interviews you took that morning, he, on the other hand, was kind of cool and collected. I think you termed it, and unemotional, correct?
He's pretty calm, yeah.
During that interview, although you might have known it or come to know it, he didn't give you any history about Mr. Jones or his association with 6 block, correct?
No.
You asked, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain as to hearsay.
He did not or was not able to provide you much information about what happened other than shooting started.
Objection again, hearsay.
He can talk, the witness can answer generally about Mr. Howard, how he responded, but you can't get into specifics about what
Understood.
Mr. Howard said or, okay? So you can answer generally, Detective.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
He did not give you much information about what had occurred except for that the shooting all of a sudden started and it was chaos.
Correct.
He did provide you with some information, though, that the rest of the night had seemed to go fairly okay.
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection as to hearsay.
So after the interview of Mr. Howard, as a witness in this case, you had the occasion to come in contact with Mr. Howard again for another interview, correct?
Yes,
That would have been in August of 2025.
correct.
And that was a result of Mr. Howard coming forward through whatever channels he did so in order to provide you additional information, correct?
Correct.
And at the time that he did so, he was now incarcerated, correct?
Correct.
He was incarcerated because almost immediately after returning to Jacksonville after the murder, he was arrested on federal offenses, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And is it also your understanding he also had a state court in Duval County, a violation of probation, correct?
I'm not sure about the state. I do know that the feds got him for something.
And as a result of those pending charges, do you know whether or not he's entered a plea of guilty?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not he's been sentenced on that case?
I have no idea.
Was it during the course of the interview that he gave in August of 2025, that was about a year after this June 2024 shooting that he witnessed, correct?
Correct.
And in this year's time frame, you had not heard from Mr. Howard, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other law enforcement officer that has anything to do with this particular information, having heard anything from Mr. Howard?
Not that I'm aware of.
As a result of this new interview that Mr. Howard gave you, the goal, well, no, let me strike that. The interview was buttressed on statements that Mr. Howard gave you regarding communications he had with Rashad Murphy both before and after the murder, correct?
Correct.
And that is something that you had not heard before from Mr. Howard, correct?
Correct.
Didn't hear it during the course of the interview that he gave on that night, correct?
Correct.
Didn't come forward and provide you that information at any time prior to August of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that interview, was he seeking help with regard to his case?
I'm not aware of what he was trying to do. Like, I didn't promise him anything, nothing that's being brokered through me.
Without insinuating that you made him any specific or even general promises, he was seeking help with regard to his pending federal court case, was he not?
That's my general understanding, yes.
And again, this was 1 year after your last contact with him.
August 2025, so a little over a year, a year and a few
14,
months.
15 months.
Yes, sir.
He also, if I'm not mistaken, had things to say about Isaiah Chance, correct?
Yes,
And those were things you had not heard before, correct?
correct,
Because you hadn't had any contact with him.
correct.
During the course of that interview, did you determine that those communications were made via electronic device? Communications with either Mr. Chance or allegedly with Mr. Murphy?
According to his statements, yes, he communicated to Isaiah Chance and Mr. Murphy via an electronic cellular device.
Did you determine the phone number of that cellular device during that statement?
I can't recall if I asked him for a phone number of that device.
So you did not do any type of forensic download on Mr. Howard's phone, correct?
I didn't have his phone, correct?
Well, you didn't have it,
Yes.
but the federal authorities had it, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, he signed in your presence a consent
correct.
in order to allow you to do that, correct?
Yes.
Was that ever done?
No, I never received a extraction of his phone.
Did you seek an extraction of his phone?
That was the purpose of him signing consent. We gave it to the feds, and my understanding was an attempt was going to be made. They never followed up with me or provided me with an extraction.
Well, the feds already had it, correct? phone. That's where it's coming from.
I believe they had a device. Yeah, I don't know if that's the device that he was communicating with Isaiah Chance. My understanding of these communications is they spanned over a long period of time, years ago, so I don't know that they were going to be able to extract anything that would prove that these guys were communicating within that time frame.
He signed a consent to you.
Correct.
In order to retrieve a phone that was in the custody of the federal government, correct?
Yes.
And presumably, that phone could have lent itself to data that might corroborate these communications, correct?
I have no way of knowing that.
Well, you've done extractions before,
Sure,
right?
yes.
You've reviewed records from extractions before, correct?
Yes.
Part and parcel of most investigations nowadays, correct?
Yes, correct.
So, would it be fair to say that an extraction of that phone could have provided data that might have corroborated what Mr. Howard was saying about Mr. Murphy and Mr. Chance?
I have no way of knowing that. I don't know if that device is a week old, 3 years old, 10 years old. I have no information about that device, when he obtained it, what he used it for. In theory, is it possible? Sure, I would agree to that. But without knowing how old the device is or how long he's had it in his possession or even examining the device, I would have no way of knowing that.
Those are unanswered questions,
Correct, yes.
but they are questions that could have been answered, correct?
I can't, the federal government has this phone, not me. I made the request, they did not give it to me.
Well, are you testifying here this morning that after you got the consent signed by Mr. Howard, that the federal government refused to give you the phone?
That is not what I'm saying. I'm telling you I never received an extraction from the federal government. I personally have not received an extraction. I have not reviewed an extraction.
You got the consent. Did you ask the federal government, can I have his phone to do an extraction on this murder case?
When we ended that meeting, my general understanding of what the agreement was is that they would look into it. There was no promises made. I was not told, hey, by this date you're going to have a copy of it. I was not made any promises or guarantees. My understanding was if we get the consent, they would look into it.
Okay. Did you follow up on that at all?
I personally, there was some emails exchanged, but nothing further besides a couple emails.
Thank you, Detective. Robert Howard was a very close friend of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, correct?
That is my
Known each other for a very long time.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
You also had the opportunity to interview Taifa McCrae, correct?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, Taifa McCrae was not actually driving his vehicle when the shooting took place.
Correct.
Who was it that was driving that vehicle?
Camilla Bentley.
And Camilla Bentley was wounded and ultimately came back to the scene to grab Mr. McCrae and also Aaliyah Albritton before going to the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you interviewed Mr. McCrae, he was not forthright with you, was he?
He was pretty cooperative. He concealed one bit of information.
Well, he concealed a really important piece of information, and that was who was in the vehicle, correct?
I'm going to sustain as to hearsay.
Were you ultimately able to find Mr. McCrae's vehicle?
Yes.
It was not at the hospital where Camilla Bentley had driven it to get attention to her wound, was it?
Correct.
How close to the hospital was where the car was taken?
It was a 3,000 block of Gates Drive, so it's approximately one city block north of the hospital.
Who took it there from the hospital, taking it from the hospital?
My understanding, it was Aaliyah Albritton who took it there.
And then she determined she was not going to give an interview, and she left the scene, correct?
At that time, yes.
And you were not capable of interviewing her because she did not make herself available for that, correct?
At that time, yes.
But she did go back to the scene for a short period of time a little bit later without presenting herself to law enforcement, correct?
I have a general understanding of that, yes.
So you ultimately had to find Aaliyah Albritton and seek an interview with her at a later time, correct?
Correct.
And when you did so, you found out about the fact that she had, for lack of a better term, left the scene.
Yes.
When Typha McCrae was providing you explanations about the occupants of the car, he was untruthful with you, correct?
Objection, hearsay. Sustained.
We saw some pictures of it. I don't feel the need to put them back up here, but you located the Nissan Altima, and it had some bullet holes through the back windshield. We saw that in your direct examination. Am I correct about that?
Yes, you are. Yes, sir.
And also located within that Altima were 2 firearms, correct?
Yes.
Investigation revealed that one of them belonged to Typha McCrae, correct?
I believe so.
And the other one belonged to Gino Norris, who was, although not an occupant in that car, owned that firearm, correct?
I believe so.
And as I understand it, it is your belief that Xavier Edwards, who is Omerta 55, correct?
I'm aware that that's the name that he goes by, yes.
So he, Gino Norris, Robert Howard, Kenny Capps, and Julio Foolio, which is Charles Jones, they drove down together in Mr. Jones's Charger. Is that your understanding?
On Friday.
Based on your investigation?
On Friday, I believe so, yes.
And Friday would have been the 21st. So they were there a night before most everybody else.
Yes, sir, yes, correct.
And it was Kenny Capps, or Robert Howard, that was instrumental in the performance negotiation, and obviously he can be seen in the posters that are advertising the appearance, correct?
I'm aware that he's on the poster. I'm not 100% sure what his role is in booking these things or what he does for Mr. Jones.
Have you seen all of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's drill rap videos or videos?
I wouldn't say all of them. I've seen a lot of them, though.
Okay. Would you say that you've limited your view of Julio Folio's rap videos to the ones that are germane to this case?
For the most part.
So you wouldn't be able to identify who of those people that traveled with him to Tampa might be in any one or more of his videos, correct?
As far as Xavier Edwards, Gino, and Robert?
And let's include Typha McCrae or any of the females that came down with him.
If I were to see them in a video, could I identify them? Yes.
No,
Sure.
have you or were you able to at this juncture identify any of them in any of those videos?
I can't recall off the top of my head if I've seen any of those individuals in any of Mr. Jones' videos.
Okay, thank you. Your testimony is that you believe that shooter number one is Rashad Murphy, correct?
Yes.
And it's a fact, isn't it, that you cannot make a physical or facial identification of that shooter number one by way of the Tesla hotel footage that you were able to view, correct?
We obviously got a great physical description. Facial, I would agree that you cannot see the face of the shooters on the video.
So the video itself
By itself, yes.
does not provide you an identification of shooter number one.
On its own, it does not.
And that, for that matter, it would be the same for shooter number two, shooter number three.
Correct.
Is it also a fact that the entirety of the physical evidence from the scene that you would rely upon to identify Rashad Murphy as shooter number one consists of what you believe are similar clothing that he was wearing at the Walmart 30 or so hours earlier, and what shooter number one is wearing at the scene?
That's not my belief. That's what's observable on camera.
Well, what's observable is that clothing is similar in nature. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the clothing that he wore on the night before at Walmart is very similar in nature to the clothing he wore at the homicide scene.
And that similarity, when you look at the Walmart surveillance video and when you look at the Tesla/hotel video, is that shooter number one is wearing a darkish black belt, correct?
What appears to be a dark black leather belt, yes.
And a black hoodie, correct?
Correct.
And black boots, correct?
Yeah, I would describe them as military-style boots.
Black jeans, correct?
Yes, with tears.
And what you have described as a distinctive rip, correct?
In the left knee, yes.
None of this clothing, in and of itself, is unique as it relates to clothing worn on a regular, everyday basis by anyone, correct?
I would argue that the tear could be unique if it wasn't manufactured that way, at the exact same spot, in both videos.
And obviously, everyone would certainly have their ability to look at that and will.
Sure.
But it is your opinion that when you did what you called a side-by-side of the Walmart still shot and the shooter number one still shot, I think you called it a perfect match.
That's what I felt, yes.
And that would be your opinion based on viewing them next to each other.
That would be my conclusion based off of analyzing both images side by side, yes.
Other than the fact that the jeans are black, you would specifically point to an area of did you say left?
I believe it's the left knee, one of the knees.
Left knee that would indicate to you that they are the same pair of jeans. Is that your testimony?
If the tear, I have no way of knowing if the tear was manufactured that way or if that was not manufactured. If the tear wasn't manufactured, then it would be, the odds that the exact same tear on the exact same person of that body composition, under these circumstances, I would argue that that's the exact same pair of jeans.
Well,
but I have no way of knowing if that tear is.
So we have two issues here. Number one is, if it is manufactured, which it could be, correct?
I would, yes, I would
Then
relate to that.
that might reduce what you believe your opinion might be about those jeans being the same, correct?
I wouldn't be able to definitively say, that those were the exact same pair of jeans if they were manufactured that way.
And taking that a little bit further, in order to make this identification that you've made, you would have to presume that there is in fact a rip in the Walmart jeans and a rip in the shooter number one jeans that are in the same location, correct?
That's part of it, yes.
Well, it's not really part of it. It's really, in that regard, with regard to the jeans, it's all of it, correct?
Just to the jeans, it's the color, it's the general size and composition compared to there's other factors that I'm relying on to make that decision. But if we want to stick just to specifically the jeans, if I didn't see them on a person, sure.
Well, and the other factors would be a black hoodie
A black
and
hoodie,
military boots,
military
and
boots.
a black, what appears to be a leather belt, because you don't have the belt, correct?
Yes. No, I don't. I don't have any of the clothing.
So you're presuming that it's leather.
It looks like leather, yes.
In the picture, it looks leather.
It looks like. I can't definitively say without having it in my possession if it's leather or not.
And I guess the other thing that you were stating earlier, and correct me please if I'm wrong,
Sure.
is that you're talking about general description. You mean a height and weight kind of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, skin tone, height, weight, male versus female, things like that, yeah.
And it'd be your testimony that you were capable of utilizing shooter number one's skin tone in order to relate it to Mr. Murphy?
So there are sections in the Tesla footage and the hotel footage where you can see above the mask that there is skin tone visible from the footage that was recovered at the scene.
And we'll be able to see that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that someone that I guess you would consider, is it dark-skinned? Is it medium-skinned? Is it, in that particular circumstance, light-skinned?
I would classify it as a darker skin, especially darker than the light-skinned male in that group.
Okay, so that would be the main distinguishing feature. It's not light. It's certainly darker than shooter number 2.
As it pertains to the skin itself, yes.
Were you able to secure or recover a pair of black jeans that could have been owned by Mr. Murphy?
No.
Did you, or to your knowledge, did Jacksonville seek a search warrant for his home?
No.
You sought a search warrant for Gathride's home, correct?
The
Jacksonville did.
Jacksonville did, yes.
You sought a search warrant for Chance's home, or Jacksonville did, correct?
And I did a coaffion on Chances after their search warrant, correct?
Do you oftentimes find articles of clothing that associate to a suspect that become important evidence in a case at that person's home?
Sometimes, yes.
And is there any particular reason when you were able to establish what you believed was this consistency in the clothing between what Mr. Murphy was wearing at Walmart and shooter number 1, consider doing a search warrant for his house?
So just to make it very clear, just because you murder someone doesn't mean that I have the probable cause to search your house without being able to prove to a judge that there's reasonable suspicion or reason to believe that there's going to be items in that house. So, we didn't track Rashad back to his house. There wasn't enough probable cause to search his house
Immediately, at that time.
at that time, yeah, or ever.
So your suggestion is to me, in answering this question, that you never had probable cause to search Rashad Murphy's house as evidence became available that indicated to you that he might have committed this crime?
Correct. If I would have had probable cause, we would have searched his house.
Another piece of evidence that is utilized quite frequently in criminal investigations is cell phone evidence, correct?
Yes.
And it obviously has become a predominant tool of investigation over the past years.
Oh, yeah.
And your investigation determined that there was no cell tracking or no cell location as it relates to what you determined was the jointly possessed phone of Charmaine Steiger and Mr. Murphy, correct?
We obtained cell tracking and timing advanced data for the phone that Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger share. I'm not sure if your question is whether it came
Poor
to Tampa.
question.
Yeah,
It was
okay,
a poor
sure.
question.
Go ahead.
And so in that light, let me rephrase it. You were not able to get any timing advanced or any cell location data that would place Mr. Murphy's phone either traveling from Jacksonville to Tampa, anywhere within the Tampa Bay area, or traveling back to Jacksonville from Tampa during the time frame in which you allege this conspiracy occurred, correct?
From my analysis of the cell site data, I believe that Rashad left that phone in Jacksonville. He did not bring it to Tampa.
Okay. Well, presuming that's your theory of prosecution, your theory of investigation, I understand. But at the end of the day, there was no evidence to support that he traveled to Tampa with his phone, the phone that he utilizes on a regular basis, correct?
There's evidence that he traveled to Tampa. There's no evidence that the phone traveled to Tampa.
And we'll get to that. Thank you.
Sure.
At one point in time, you ended up having custody of the Chevy Cruze in Georgia, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the Chevy Cruze has any infotainment?
It was a stock Chevy Cruze. I believe it was mid-2010s. I'm not sure of the capabilities of the infotainment system.
So you don't know what year infotainment became available on most cars, correct?
It's relatively newer. I would argue the last 10, 15 years, yeah.
Okay. So that being the case, I don't think you were insinuating when you answered the question that a stock vehicle or a regular vehicle without upgrades wouldn't have infotainment, correct?
What I was trying to say is I'm not aware of that vehicle had an infotainment system that we would be able to tap into.
it is also a pretty standard and new tool that law enforcement uses to attempt to get information from the infotainment system of various vehicles, correct? That's a common tool of investigation?
Yes, so if the vehicle, we use a program called Burla, so yes, we could tap into the infotainment system to try to get GPS data or devices that have connected to the car. But again, that would be for probative evidence to try to see where that car was. I mean, I had that car on video, it was identified, and I had the phone that was in that car, and we focused on the phone.
So what it might tell you, though, is what particular phones, if the infotainment data was available, which we don't know, it might have told you and given you location data that might have existed when somebody else might have been driving it, other than the individuals you already knew that were in it, which were Mr. Chance, Ms. Andrews, and at some particular time, Davion Murphy, correct?
The question is could the infotainment center possibly have given me location data? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, it's possible.
It could also potentially give you information about websites or searches or other things that were done with the phones that were within that vehicle and utilizing infotainment.
I have a simple understanding of what Burla can do. I can't really testify to the full capabilities of what we can or cannot extract out of infotainment systems.
So you put out a pickup order, or not a pickup order, an alert with regard to the Chevy Cruze, correct?
Yeah, the felony wanted vehicle in the state and national database, correct?
And it being a felony vehicle, meaning it's not stolen, it might have something to do with a felony that was committed, that had to do with its use, correct?
That it was used in a felony crime.
And you did that based on the videotape that you began to gather during the first 24 hours after the murder, correct?
A combination of the video footage and the LPR research, correct?
And at the time that you did that, you put that alert, you did not have or did not believe or had no evidence to suggest that Rashad Murphy was a suspect in this case, correct?
I was aware of his name. I did not have any evidence to charge him at that point, for sure.
Well, I mean, you didn't have very much evidence to charge anybody with for a significant amount of time until you did a full investigation, correct?
So this was very early in the investigation. At that point, I had no evidence against Rashad Murphy, correct?
Correct. And so this was more about the car. You wanted to find that car, and even when you put out the alert, you still didn't know exactly at that point in time who the registered owner was or where the car came from, correct?
Well, we ran the car. I mean, on David, it tells you the registered owner, yes.
But you didn't know any kind of connection.
I don't think I established a connection to Rashad Murphy till after, sure.
And that car was ultimately determined to be registered to Shaheem Murphy. Let me see if I can do this right. Shaheem Murphy, who is Rashad Murphy's brother, his baby's mother, correct?
Jasmine Glennon.
Jasmine Glennon.
Yes, sir.
And you had some cell site information that became available to you that were consistent with the travel of Jasmine Glennon's Cruze and Davion Murphy's phone, correct?
Yes.
What you also had was CDR information that would indicate that Davion Murphy's phone, a couple of times in the early morning hours of June 23rd, around 5 o'clock, 5:10, somewhere in that neighborhood, was communicating for a very relatively short period of time with Rashad Murphy's phone in Jacksonville, correct?
I believe in Davion Murphy's CDR, yes, there are lines of communication. I can't recall the exact times between Davion Murphy's phone number and the phone number of the device that Charmaine Sager and Rashad Murphy share.
Does 5:03 a.m. and 5:07 a.m. sound relatively correct, even if it's not?
Sure, I would agree to that in that general vicinity.
And they were very short communications, right? One was not a connection, the other one was less than a half a minute, correct?
That sounds right, but again, without having the CDR in front of me, I can't give you exact details.
We don't know what that communication was about
No.
and who it was between, other than you know the two phones that that normally have possession, that people normally have possession of.
Yeah, the CDR would just tell me device to device. So who's wielding the device, I would have no way of knowing.
And as you did further investigation, you determined that at some time during the weekend, that Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, had come into possession of Jasmine Glennon's Chevy Cruze, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was Friday the 21st.
Well, has anybody been able to actually tell you?
Jasmine did.
Okay, so your testimony would be that Jasmine told you that sometime on the 21st is when she allowed Mr. Murphy to use it?
Yes.
Rashad Murphy.
And then the silver cruise was seen on Walmart footage as well. So we know the night of the 21st, he was already in possession of the cruise.
Got it. And that's because, or part of the reason is because Mr. Murphy was babysitting his nephew.
That's the story he told Jasmine.
You located the Chevy Cruze, and when you called there, when you found out that it was in custody, it had been seized, you asked who was occupying it, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of Mr. Murphy's arrest in Gwinnett County, he was charged with a misdemeanor resisting arrest without violence, correct?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
You didn't find anything in that Chevy Cruze that had any evidentiary value as it relates to your investigation, did you? Except the phone. You found the phone, but any other items that were located in the phone that you believe had evidentiary value?
The phone was huge. I don't think we found any physical items. I know that there was fingerprints of Rashad on the vehicle, but he was in the vehicle, so that's not really important. Yeah, no, I don't think we found anything else physical.
Detective, there is no evidence at any point in time while the Chevy Cruze was in Tampa that you can see Rashad Murphy as an occupant of that vehicle, correct?
See as in like on video or?
Correct.
Yeah, there is no video footage that shows Rashad Murphy as an occupant of the cruise while it's in Tampa, correct?
The only video or the only evidence connecting Rashad Murphy with the cruise would be him receiving it on the 21st, correct? And then him being an occupant of it on the 26th, 5 days later in Gwinnett County, Georgia, correct?
Yes, he sourced the vehicle that was used in this homicide, one of the vehicles.
He borrowed from Jasmine Glennon the Chevy Cruze on Friday, the 21st of June, 2024, correct?
That is my understanding.
Detective, you talked about the extraction of the jointly owned phone of Charmaine Steiger and Rashad Murphy on direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the state has entered Exhibit 101, which would include some of the items that were located on that phone. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure what 101 is, but yes, I'm aware that the state put items that were extracted from the phone.
Okay. And one of the items on the phone, I'd like to show you, it's been admitted to State's Exhibit 101N, as in Nancy.
Yes, sir.
Whoop, can't do that. Do I have to do that? State's 101N. This is a copy of an identification card that was found in the phone, correct?
Yes, this is an image found in the phone, correct.
And you would agree with me, Detective, that it is fairly common for people to have pictures of their identifications on their phone for convenience purposes, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Whether it be a social security card, or whether it be a driver's license, or even a credit card for that matter, although none of us would probably suggest that's a good idea, but nonetheless, it's fairly common, correct?
Yeah, an image by itself in a phone, sure, I would agree with that.
Okay. And the picture of this driver's license didn't have to be taken, and you don't know if it was taken at the time that it appeared on this phone, correct?
I'm aware that the timestamp associated to that image was around the early morning hours of Saturday the 22nd when the Airbnb was booked and a request was made for a photo or copy of an image, but I have no way of knowing if definitively when that image was captured.
And how long it might have been in the phone, correct?
I would argue based off of the timestamp, so we see here 8:11 a.m. UTC, it's 4:11. The Airbnb was booked at 3:57, and shortly after the booking, a request was made for a copy of the ID.
Understood. And I understand the relationship between the Airbnb booking and the driver's license, but as far as how long the driver's license was in that phone, we don't know, correct?
If I relied off this data, it would lead me to believe that it was created 10, 15 minutes after the booking was made.
Created or utilized?
It says here created.
Okay. And we know that Rashad Murphy did not pay for the Airbnb, correct?
He did not provide the financial means for the Airbnb, correct?
And that obviously was done by someone else.
Isaiah Chance.
And you don't have any evidence, do you, to suggest that Rashad Murphy booked that Airbnb himself, do you?
We have the return from Airbnb that it was booked in his name. That would
Correct.
lead me to believe that he booked the Airbnb.
My question was more, do you have any evidence that Rashad Murphy himself booked that Airbnb?
The Airbnb return that has his name as the person booking the Airbnb.
Would it be fair to say that what you're telling me is that Mr. Murphy's Airbnb account booked
Oh,
that?
sure. If you're implying that someone else could have been using an Airbnb account utilizing his name, I would agree with that. I have no way of knowing definitively who's holding the phone and who's typing in the booking details at the time, other than it was used with Rashad Murphy's name.
All you would need to do to book an Airbnb is have an account and a password, correct?
Yes.
For any account.
Yes.
And you could get that two ways. You could get it surreptitiously, where somebody doesn't know that you're doing it, or you could be doing it with someone whose account and username is being used with permission, correct?
Yeah, the person booking it would have had that access to Rashad Murphy's phone and his ID as well, right?
Well,
when it was requested.
He wouldn't need to have access to his phone. Because,
Well, it could be done from somebody else's
yeah,
account. Sure.
it's very, very easy. All you need is the password and the ID. And you can book it from any phone, any device, in any way. You can do it online. You can do it verbally, as long as you have a account number and password, correct?
The screenshot found in the same phone would lead me to believe that this was the phone utilized, but I have no definitive way of knowing that.
Well, I mean, it would depend on what phone number was provided when it was booked, correct? Because that's where the notification is going to go.
I'm not sure if you can type in a phone number or if it records the phone number of the device you're using. I don't know what Airbnb records.
Or likely, it would be the phone number that is attached with the account, right? That's already either been utilized before, or it's in the account as a default to use when you make a booking.
I am aware that Rashad Murphy's phone was attached to the account per the Airbnb return, yes.
Right, because it was his account.
Yes.
And so the confirmation would go back to the account that booked it, correct?
I would assume so.
And that's what we see in States 101M. We see a notification to the phone that the account is associated to saying that it's been booked, correct?
This appears to be a screenshot from the Airbnb app, the messaging within that app, yes.
Okay. And what we do know is that Alicia Andrews was attempting, prior to this, to book an Airbnb, correct?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Without success.
Correct.
And we also know that this notification on Mr. Murphy's account was sent to someone, correct? Because this is a screenshot.
I don't know if it was sent or not. I am aware that this is a screenshot.
And we know that his ID was sent because the booking notification asked you to send it, correct?
That would lead, yes, the request for it to be sent would lead me to believe that it was sent. I'm not sure that it was a partial extraction. I don't think that we saw any messaging.
But very shortly after this notification, the identification was sent, correct?
I would believe that it was, yes, because it's.
Well, the timing would tell you, just within a couple of minutes, right?
Yes.
But we don't know where that identification was sent to, right? We don't know if it was sent to Alicia Andrews, do we?
I don't know that it was sent at all. I
Okay.
can't say that.
Okay? So you don't know where, if anywhere, that ID that appears in State's Exhibit 101, you don't know where it went.
In theory, if it's all being done on the same phone, then the image would never have to be sent anywhere. It could just be uploaded onto Airbnb's communication method. And Airbnb does not give me access to the communication aspect of this. So
So we don't know whether or not this identification was sent to someone to utilize it to confirm this booking, right? We just don't know.
we have no way of knowing whether it was sent or not.
In speaking to Mr. Olave, he did indicate to you that he spoke by phone with Rashad Murphy or anyone for that matter, correct?
No.
There are times when you book Airbnbs that you can speak directly with the renter or the person who is the host, if you will.
Yes.
But you didn't get any of that indication that he had spoken to anyone directly about this booking.
No.
And as you look at the booking, and I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. Well, that's not gonna work. So how about we're gonna do this half and half? Let's first look at the first half of this notification. It does not indicate in this first half the address of this property, does it?
No.
And as we look toward the bottom, it doesn't include the address of the property, does it?
No.
And if we start from the bottom looking up, it also doesn't indicate to you the city or the county where the property is located, correct?
Correct.
And just finishing up, when you look at the top half, same answer. Doesn't provide anything other than Lagoon Oasis. It doesn't say Tampa, Florida. Doesn't say Hillsborough County, Florida. It just gives a general location without a specific address.
Correct.
So you know that the Airbnb was booked by an account that is associated with Rashad Murphy, potentially on behalf of Alicia Andrews and or Isaiah Chance, because A, they paid for it, and B, she was attempting to book one prior to this notification, correct?
The only thing that I can testify is this Airbnb was booked and utilized by the people who killed Mr. Jones. Any other reason I have no evidence of, other than its purpose is to house the people who were here to kill Mr. Jones.
So let's talk about that. You have received the Ring camera footage for that Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And in your review of that Ring camera footage, the footage does not provide you any evidence that Rashad Murphy was present at or inside the Airbnb between the relevant hours, starting with the vehicle arriving from Jacksonville to Tampa, and during the time that individuals were in Tampa, until such time as the Uber was hired to drive back to Jacksonville. That was a very long statement.
That was I get the gist of it. No, Rashad Murphy was not captured on the ring footage in Tampa.
Other individuals were, both at the time of arrival and the time of departure, correct?
Yes.
But we do know that Mr. Murphy entered the Uber and drove back to Jacksonville with Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, correct?
Yes, we do know that Rashad Murphy was picked up at that Airbnb by the Uber and driven back to Jacksonville.
At the property of the Airbnb, at least the parking lot, because that's where the Uber was in, the parking lot, correct?
Correct.
But we do see the parking lot and we do see the Uber, but we don't see Mr. Murphy, correct?
On camera, we don't.
No. And that camera was activated on multiple occasions, correct?
Not until the 23rd. It was apparent that there was an attempt to avoid that camera throughout the stay, right up till the point where they're departing.
Well, whoever was staying at that Airbnb obviously utilized it more than once, the exit and the entrance, because they're on the ring camera, correct?
There's only one person seen during the entrance, and that's Alicia Andrews.
Correct.
None of the males make themselves visible on camera until the very end.
Okay.
And there's evidence that people were coming in and out of that Airbnb all night.
No evidence that Mr. Murphy did that, though. Well, Rashad Murphy.
Not on camera, no.
And when they were leaving, I think your insinuation would be that that you believe that the side of the building was utilized and the back door was utilized either for entry or exit at times during the relevant portions from the 22nd to the 23rd, correct?
Yes, it's very apparent that the back door was in play.
And referring to State's Exhibit 66, B6, and B7, I want you to take a look at that. This is a still picture of the ring video on the 23rd of June, correct?
Yes.
This was another one as well, correct?
Yes, June 23rd, 2024.
And so what is apparent is that there is activation of the system in order to have this be part of the video and part of this still shot, correct?
Yes, this gentleman appears to be walking in front of the camera.
Okay. And so you would presume that anyone who utilized the back door and the side entrance to get to the parking lot, at least in leaving, would also be picked up on the ring camera,
No,
correct?
not at all. There's a side parking lot to the left here that if you're going to a vehicle on the left, you would never come in front of this camera.
Talking about when you're leaving.
Yeah, I mean, if you come out of the back door and go to the west side of the building off camera here, you would never come in front of that camera.
If you come out of the back door and you're trying to get to an Uber, or you're trying to get to another car to leave that's in this parking lot, you would pass this front ring camera.
Oh, to get to the Uber?
Yeah.
In theory, sure. I mean, if you walked on the passenger side of it, I'm not sure what the limitations or the range of the camera is.
Okay. Well, the range of the camera is at least enough to get to this gentleman, correct?
I'd have to review the activations. I'm not sure if somebody else was coming in when this gentleman was captured or he's the one that set it off.
Okay. And it happens on 2 occasions. We can assume that they have to be pretty relative in time to each other. This is the other one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Murphy, in referring to State's Exhibit 37B, he is dressed pretty distinctively, right? A light-colored pair of jeans and a jean jacket and a cap on his head, correct?
Yes.
This person does not cross that parking lot from the back door of that Airbnb at any time with regard to what your evidence would indicate.
If you're referring to just the camera, correct. But again, the Uber driver saw him get in his car at that location.
But the Uber driver doesn't tell you where he comes from. He doesn't know, does he?
Well, I mean, he comes from the vicinity of the Airbnb.
Yeah.
That's where he picked everyone up from.
Has to come from the parking lot, or a car has to bring him there, or drop him off there. But there is no testimony that would indicate from the Uber driver, who's the only other witness, where Mr. Murphy came from, under what circumstances he got into that Uber.
Not from the Uber driver.
You talked a little bit, and I'm just curious about this, because I don't exactly understand it completely. There's also a lock activation system
Yes, sir.
with that, regard to that Airbnb.
Yes, sir.
And that system, as we think about automatic locks, you can unlock it manually, or you can unlock it electronically with a code, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes they don't lock unless you lock it yourselves. Sometimes they have some type of timing system where after a certain period of time, it locks on its own.
Auto lock delay, yes, sir.
Okay, and we don't exactly know what this particular Airbnb was equipped for, from in that regard, do we?
So the mechanism, that the log from the locking mechanism does indicate different variations of the way it was locked, thumb turn or auto lock delay. But I'm not sure that it accounts for every method, because I know that also there's a way for the owner to do it remotely. I don't know if it logs it, how that registers on the log.
Or even somebody who is renting it and has a code, that could also maybe lock it remotely.
I don't think that a renter would be able to do it remotely, only the owner.
And your belief was that there was corresponding video at the times in which the locks were utilized, correct? The activations.
Every single entry had a corresponding video except for the one at 7:59.
Okay, so there's a 7:59 where the front door was open and locked, correct?
It indicates unlocked by thumb turn, locked by thumb turn at 7:59.
But it's not associated with anybody coming in and out.
There is no corresponding ring video to go with that 7:59 activation.
So either it malfunctioned, or there wasn't enough happening to activate it, or there was some kind of flaw, or nobody came in or nobody came out.
Yeah, no.
Could be either of those two
It
things.
could be somebody inside just playing with the lock, and not in front of the camera.
And let me just show you so I can clarify.
Sure.
In 66, there's also, on Saturday, June 22nd, there's a 9:49 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Is there any activation, or is there any video associated with that?
There might have been. I don't. That was out of our time frame that our suspects were there.
And that's because they had not arrived in Tampa by that time.
Yeah, that was not during the rental period, and they had not yet arrived to Tampa. Correct.
Correct, because the rental was the 22nd to the 23rd.
Yes. So like typical check-in time would be in the afternoon of the 22nd, not the morning, and they all arrived closer to 8 p.m. Saturday evening.
Like normal, usually a 3 o'clock, unless you get some kind of special dispensation type of thing.
That would be the normal check-in. Yes.
So the Airbnb footage does not provide us any evidence that would implicate Rashad Murphy in this murder. The Airbnb footage.
No, I've already answered that. He's not visible on Airbnb footage.
The evidence would indicate to you that none of the other individuals that were at the Airbnb attempted to conceal themselves either going in or coming out on the 23rd, correct?
At the end of the departure, no, it didn't appear like they were concealing themselves too much when they were leaving, obviously.
And that would be as to any of them that were there.
Well, Rashad was there, and he didn't make himself visible in front of the camera.
Well, probably because he didn't go to the door of the Airbnb and he didn't go in. He's in the parking lot, right?
Okay, that's a question.
There is no evidence to that, in that respect, because Mr. Murphy was in the parking lot outside of the purview of the camera, correct?
I would agree that Mr. Murphy never got in front of the camera enough to activate it.
How quickly were you able to identify the Airbnb as a location of interest in the murder? Do you recall?
Within 24 hours of extracting that data out of the phone. So it would have been approximately late June, early July. I can't recall the exact date.
Okay.
June 28th, 29th, somewhere in that time frame.
Okay, so it was at least a month, are you saying, when you found out about the Airbnb?
No, days.
Days.
So it would be It would be the night of June 28th, going into the early morning hours of June 29th, is when I identified the owner and spoke to him on the phone.
So that's going to be about 4 to 5 days after the.
4 days.
4 days after the murder.
Yes, sir.
Do we know whether or not the Airbnb was booked after?
Yes, I spoke to the owner, and he actually had a couple bookings in between the time, within the 5-day period, 4 or 5 day period.
Understanding that that might have retarded in some respect portions of the investigation, is that the sole reason why you didn't get consent from the owner in order to process the Airbnb?
100%. With 2 rentals in between, that was the decision was made that we were not going to attempt to search the Airbnb.
Not as much as it might relate to clothing, if you will, left behind, or casings, or evidence of that nature. Would it be impossible or unlikely to think that somewhere within the course of that 2-bedroom, 2-bath Airbnb that you could not find latent evidence that could tie anyone that might have been inside of it to it?
So I have evidence that all of the defendants were inside of the Airbnb, and after 2 different rentals, I spoke to the owner. He was very adamant that there's a thorough cleaning process that occurs, so there would have been no items left behind and surfaces would have been wiped clean.
Well, yeah, that would be every individual but Mr. Murphy. He was in the parking lot. That's where you got him, based on the Uber driver.
Based on the Uber driver.
Okay. And are you qualifying that answer in some respect?
There's testimony from Mr. Murphy himself about being in the Airbnb.
Tell me about that. That was during the course of his interview?
With Christopher Draybeck, yes.
Did you review that interview?
Parts of it. Draybeck gave me a summary. He told me that Rashad Murphy admitted to being inside of the Airbnb.
Did you listen or look to that interview to qualify whether that was correct? Have you seen it? Have you seen the interview and read it?
I have watched parts of it. I have not watched the entirety of the footage. But again, I'm relaying information to you that was relayed to me by Christopher Draybeck during this investigation.
Do you know for a fact that that's what Mr. Murphy told Detective Draybeck?
I'm acting on good faith from what Draybeck told me.
Did you read or did you look at the portion of the interview that talked about the back door and whether he went in to the Airbnb? Did you ever read it?
No.
So if I were to show it to you, would it refresh your recollection if you had read it
No,
previously?
I haven't read it, no.
Okay, so it would be Detective Draybeck that
it.
would be able to tell us exactly what Mr. Murphy said and whether or not what he said was he was inside that Airbnb.
Correct.
Anything else on the Airbnb, Mr. Murphy?
No.
You interviewed Mr. Chance, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your investigation didn't reveal, as a result of that interview, anything that would implicate Mr. Murphy, did it?
No.
And you interviewed Alicia Andrews, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing in Alicia Andrews' interview that would have implicated Mr. Murphy, correct?
No.
You interviewed Mr. Gathright as well?
I attempted an interview. I didn't obtain it.
Okay, no,
I'll move on.
move on.
Detective, I'm going to show you, for purposes of identification, what has been marked as defense Rashad Murphy's exhibit number 2. May I approach, Sean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Detective, when you look at this particular exhibit, are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am, sir.
And does it fairly and accurately portray the hotel in this particular case?
Yes, sir, it does.
At this time, I'm going to ask to admit Rashad Murphy's exhibit 2.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
I'm going to publish for you, Detective, exhibit number 2, and ask you if you can identify it for us.
This is a still image from the video surveillance footage of the homestead suite depicting the very first shots being fired by shooter number 1.
And this is by way, for purpose of the record, states exhibit 22A. And that's kind of a composite, correct, of Tesla video and hotel video.
Correct.
And this would be the portion that is hotel video, correct?
Correct.
I'd also like to show you, Detective, what has been admitted as Rashad Murphy's exhibit number 1. And I don't believe you've seen this before, but nonetheless, I'm going to ask you if you could take a look at it and tell us what it appears to be.
Do you want to hand the exhibit first?
It's in evidence as number 1, Rashad Murphy's number 1, but take a look at it and
Yes, sir.
let me know if you can.
Yeah, I've never seen this before, but it just appears to be some kind of official document from the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office that reads proof of incarceration and has defendant Rashad Murphy's name on it.
Okay, and as it relates to this exhibit and this proof of incarceration, when does it tell us that Rashad Murphy was taken into custody in Gwinnett County?
Says date of arrest 6/26/2024, 17:47 hours.
And help me with my math. That is 5:47 p.m.
Correct.
And what is his date of release and time of release?
6/27/2024, 01:41 hours.
That's going to be 1:41 in the morning. So after midnight on the 26th into the morning hours of the 27th.
Yeah,
correct?
approximately 8 hours later.
Okay, thank you. 8 hours later in total.
From
but-
what these dates and hours say, yes.
Right, an hour and 47 minutes after midnight, because it's the next day.
Yes, it is the next day, 6/27.
Thank you.
Yes.
One of the locations of importance with regard to your investigation was Truth 18, correct?
Correct.
Truth 18 was the second club that was visited by Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and his entourage, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he did a live screen at that particular location when he was going up the stairs.
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
You saw him walking up those stairs, correct, in both the live screen as well as the footage from one of the cameras at Truth 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Truth 18 is on the second floor. You have to go up a set of stairs, go to a platform, and then go up another set of stairs before you get to the second floor, correct?
Correct.
And all of the doors of those particular businesses are all facing out, which is a long platform that goes from one end to the other. Is
Yes.
that fair?
Yes.
And referring to State's Exhibit 43, which is the diagram that you did of Truth 18, the closest stairwell in between the two green cars, which you have told us are the victim's vehicle, is the stairwell that you would go up in order to get to Truth 18, correct?
That's the stairwell that the victim utilized, yes.
Okay? And once the victim and his entourage get up that stairwell, they are going to go to their
Right.
in order to get to the door of Truth 18.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that the bail bonds office, which is to the right of that location, but still on the same property, is a one-story building?
Yes.
And it appears that it doesn't align, the property sight lines are not the same. The bail bonds office sits in front of the strip center where Truth 18 is located, correct?
Correct.
And if you are standing on the bottom of the stairwell, you're not going to see Enterprise, correct?
No.
And if you were on the platform of the stairwell, you're not going to see Enterprise, correct?
Probably not, yeah.
And this space where the Impala pulls into, it is almost the end of that row of parking spaces that are at the Enterprise parking lot, correct?
Correct.
That space is going to compromise Truth 18 from the bail bonds office as to what you can see in that parking lot in that space, correct?
I'm not understanding. Are you saying that from that space you wouldn't be able to see Truth 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially. It's probably why they relocated to get a better view.
Okay, so where they are at that particular point in time, it's not going to be conducive to being seen by anybody
Probably.
at Truth 18.
Depends on where you're looking for. I mean, if you're in the parking lot and you're north of the sight line of, or the
Right.
building line of bail bondsmen, you theoretically could see that
Sure.
car. Sure.
Sure, if you're in the parking lot, you know, where the blue dots are, where you said
Yes.
individuals travel
Yeah.
through that parking lot, you could certainly see that parking space. You wouldn't be able to see it if you were,
Just to be clear, these green squares were approximations. They're not the exact positions. Armani Turner's vehicle is actually parked on the north side of this parking lot.
that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, so on the other side, directly where the green cars are, it was the opposite side. Those spaces that are closest to the road is where she was parked, correct?
Her vehicle, correct.
I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Thank you, sir.
We didn't break? Okay, sure. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break. This will be our break for this afternoon, okay? All right, thank you.
All rise. The jury is up.
Okay, very good. 10-minute break. We'll be back. right, very good. Everyone have a seat, and Mr. Wise, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Detective Ramos, you basically learn of Sean Gathright after you have come upon some license plate rental information and looked up car registration, correct?
Correct.
And you find the car's registered to his mother, right?
Correct.
And then you realize the connection between Lorna Allen in Polk County and Sean's mother, Damali Lyle, in Jacksonville, right?
During my initial research of the registered owner of the Impala, I was able to determine that Damali Lyle had 2 children, and Sean Gathright was one of them.
And ultimately, law enforcement goes out and speaks with Damali Lyle's mother, Lorna Allen, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you've realized the car has traveled to her residence sometime, I believe on June 23rd, correct?
Yeah, the contact with her was subsequent to her being stopped in the vehicle. She was driving the Impala when we stopped it.
And law enforcement talks with grandmother, correct?
Correct.
And you learn, in the course of the investigation, partly for her, but through other means as well, that Mr. Gathright has a photography business, correct?
Yes.
And also a pressure washing business, correct?
That's what the grandma told us, correct.
You didn't do any independent research, though, into those 2 businesses, correct?
No.
One thing you did at grandmother's house, though, or at least that members of your team did, was collect a white rag, correct?
Yes.
And that was a white rag that had wiped down the Impala before Mr. Gathright left it with his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And of course, that's something that may be relevant because you want to test that for any physical evidence that might be there that's relevant to the homicide, correct?
We would collect evidence that we thought was pertinent at the time, yes.
And in general terms, I mean, you collected any potential physical evidence that might have any relevance to the case, right?
Yes. Whether we're going to get it tested or not, that's not the decision made at the time of the collection.
Sure, sure. And ultimately, you as the lead detective is the person typically who is going to decide what may get sent off to FDLE or some other entity for potential forensic testing, right?
It can be brought up by any of the detectives working the case, but ultimately, yes, the final decision would rest on the lead.
Sure, sure. And anything that you thought might have, potentially fingerprints or DNA evidence, I assume anything that could have that, you would want to send off to get tested, right?
If I needed it for probative value to prove something, with that specific rag, he was on video using it, so at that point, there was no need to test the rag.
Sure, sure. But, you didn't send it off to see if it had any potential, like gunpowder residue on it.
I did not send the rag off to get tested.
Some things you did send off to get tested, there would be, for instance, casings that were collected at the scene, right?
Correct.
And specifically, and I think you may have covered this yesterday, but 30 of those casings are sent to ATF, right?
Yes, sir.
Because ATF has a special procedure by which they can sometimes find DNA on casings.
Sometimes, yes.
That whatever procedure they use, it's more specified or more apt to find DNA than procedures that Florida Department of Law Enforcement would use.
The general understanding I have is their system is more advanced than what FDLE would have, correct?
And then I believe at least one of the casings was given to TPD to potentially be tested for fingerprints as well. Is that correct?
NIBIN, primarily for NIBIN.
Right. NIBIN was one thing, but were they tested for prints at all? In any cases?
So all of the casings get processed by crime scene technicians, and that includes swabs and an attempt for prints, whether visually or they throw powder on it. It's a decision they make.
And ultimately, there are no prints from Mr. Gathright found on anything that's tested, right?
Correct.
And there's no DNA found on anything other than, I believe, maybe a wrapping that's taken from a gun inside his house?
Yeah,
Is that right?
that was set up by Christopher Drabeck, correct?
Okay. So as far as what you had tested, nothing comes back with Mr. Guthrie's DNA.
Correct.
Projectiles, I'll talk about this a little more in a bit, but that's also something that would be pretty pertinent to collect and potentially have tested by Florida Department of Law Enforcement, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the other things you determine in talking with Mr. Guthrie's grandmother and in looking at the LPR and other evidence that comes up in the case is that Mr. Gathright leaves his grandmother's house and travels to Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And he's by himself when he does that, right?
Correct.
Now, you talked a little, I believe it was yesterday, about a traffic stop that's done on the 4Runner that Mr. Gathright is driving up in Jacksonville, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, nothing is found in that 4Runner that links back to the Tampa shootings, correct?
Like directly, as far as ballistically, no. But we did find the rifle casings from the prior check.
Right, and I'll talk about that in a minute.
Sure.
But aside from the rifle casings, Well, actually, you found a whole bunch of firearm casings in that car, right?
Correct.
Or at least Jacksonville does. You're not part of that search, right?
Yes, they made me aware of the general idea of what they found. Yes.
Sure, because you're investigating the shooting in Tampa. He's a suspect, so whatever they might find could very well be relevant to you, right?
Yes.
So numerous types of ammunition are found inside the car, right?
Yes.
And they're in a box that's tucked away. It's not out in the open in the car, right?
What item specifically?
Well, right, good point. Ammunition.
Yes.
Okay. And there's live ammunition and casings found in the car. Am I correct?
Yes, I
about that?
believe the specific 9 casings, spent casings that we were interested in were in a small cardboard box, and then there was also live ammunition in a larger bag.
Right. But and none of that is like out in what we might call plain view, right?
My understanding was that they were inside bags.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also within that car was a 9mm firearm, correct?
One complete firearm and the firing pin to another one.
Okay. And that 9mm is eliminated as being the 9mm that was used in the Tampa shooting, correct?
Through NIBIN, yes.
Right. And the firing pin is not connected to the casings that are found in the Tampa shooting either, correct?
It is not.
Were there some firearm magazines found in the car?
I can't recall at this time. There was quite a lot of firearm paraphernalia items. There might have been a magazine.
Sure. And the casings you mentioned are connected back to casings that are found at a previous shooting in which Charles Jones is shot in the foot, correct?
Yeah, the October 7, 2023 prior attempt on Mr. Jones, yes.
Right, October, so what, about 9 months previously? Didn't do the math in my
4
head.
plus 3, 4,
Yeah.
8 months, sure.
October to June, whatever that is.
Rough math.
I'm not trying to pin you down.
That's right.
But ultimately, those are 300 blackouts, am I correct?
I believe there was a large amount of 300 blackout found in the car.
But the casings that are allegedly connected to the prior shooting, were those 300 blackouts?
I can't recall.
Okay. Whatever they were, ultimately, the information you come upon is that they were matched as allegedly having been fired from the same gun that fired whatever casings were found at the prior Charles Jones shooting.
Correct.
Right. No one knows when the casings found in Mr. Gathrigh's car would have been fired, correct?
I'm sorry. The specific casings in his car, yes, they could have been fired at a different time. All that proves that the same gun that fired at Mr. Jones on October 7th fired those casings. Correct.
Those might have been fired on June 24th.
Those specific casings in his car could have been fired at any time.
Could have been fired 5 years ago.
From the day the rifle was sold, sure.
Right. And at the scene of the Tampa shooting, we may discuss this in a little more detail in a moment as well, but there are no 300 caliber projectiles found, correct?
All the rifle projectiles basically broke up into pieces. So there was no definitive rifle projectile that we would be, to my understanding of what FDLE was able to make out.
Right. And the FDLE exam would probably be the best person to
Correct.
speak
That
about
question would
right?
be a lot better suited to the FDLE firearms expert.
As far as you know, as the lead detective, there were some fragments where they couldn't determine where they originated, but nothing is able to be matched back to say this is a 30 caliber.
Not that I'm aware of.
But there are some that are able to be matched back to say these are 9mm class, which would be I think a 38 class, right?
Yes, I believe there was projectiles that were determined to be closer to a pistol, 9mm, yeah.
So then a search is conducted of Mr. Gathwright's home, correct?
Correct.
And we heard a little about that, but it's not only the home of Mr. Gathwright, correct?
I'm sorry.
The home in Jacksonville that we heard a lot about, we saw the Vivint cameras up,
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
that are outside.
That's the house that was searched, yes.
Yeah, and Mr. Gathwright lived there, right?
Correct.
But other people did as well, correct?
His family, yes.
His family, right? His mother lived there.
His mother, yes.
And you had learned in the course of your investigation, she's a retired Marine.
I have learned that, yes.
His sister lived there as well, correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
And did you also learn in the course of the investigation that the sister previously had a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
I've learned that, yes.
Now, when the house is searched, there is a plethora of firearm-related material, correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding, correct.
Nothing is found inside the house that was anything that was illegal for a person to possess, correct?
Illegal for what person?
I mean, well, for instance, let me ask you about brass catchers. We've heard a lot about brass catchers.
Yeah, no,
It's not illegal to own a brass
It's not
catcher, right?
illegal to own a brass catcher, no.
Let me talk about some of the things that are found in the house. And again, Jacksonville searches the house, but you have a lot of interest in what may be found in the house because you're investigating this shooting in Tampa. Right?
Jacksonville is searching the house for their homicide, but I do have an interest as well for my homicide, correct?
So, inside the house, 45 auto rounds are found, correct?
If you say so. I can't recall.
Okay. Well, you did not familiarize yourself with what was found inside Mr. Gathride's house, the suspect in your shooting?
I familiarized myself with what was pertinent to my investigation. .45 caliber was not something fired in my investigation, so
Exactly.
it's something that I wouldn't have focused on.
And that was going to be my question. So 45 auto, there were no 45 caliber rounds in your shooting, right?
Correct.
There were no 357 Magnum rounds that were involved in your shooting, correct?
Correct.
There were no 30-06 caliber rounds that were involved in your shooting, correct?
It's a rifle round. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're familiar with 30-06, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the rifle because, again, all of our rifle projectiles were broken apart in pieces. So I can't definitively say the caliber of the rifle projectiles at my scene.
So you don't know what caliber rifles were used in the shooting of Charles Jones?
Definitively, I can't say that the projectiles are broken up. I know what the appearance of the rifles from the video. They appear to be 223 or 5.56 type ARs, but those can shoot at 300 blackout or other calibers as well.
There certainly were no 20-gauge shotguns used in your shooting, right?
No.
But there are 20-gauge rounds also found in the house, correct?
If you say so.
Okay, well, no 12-gauge shotguns are used in the shooting in Tampa, right?
No.
There are no 380 handguns used in the shooting in Tampa, to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
There were also several firearm magazines found inside the house, correct?
That's my understanding.
And none of those are matched back to the shooting in Tampa, is that correct?
The magazine itself.
Well, there were multiple there were many different types of actual rifle and handgun magazines inside.
I don't
Miss
have a
Lyle's
way to
house.
match a magazine to a scene.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. There is a ballistic mask found inside Miss Lyle's house, correct?
Again, I don't have. Yeah.
Do you need to approach? Yeah, come on up.
And Detective Ramos, in the search of Mr. Guthrid's house, there is no mask that matches the masks any of the shooters are wearing in your homicide in Tampa. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
And there are no clothes found during the search that match any of the clothes that are worn during the Tampa shooting either, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ultimately, and am I correct as well, much of the firearm material that's found in that house is within a locked gun safe?
That's my understanding.
And there's another area, I think, of locked closet where some of the other firearm material is found, correct?
I believe so.
Ultimately, the only thing from the house that is connected back to the Tampa shooting are two spent 9mm casings that are found inside the gun safe. Is that correct?
That was the biggest piece of evidence connecting to our case, correct?
And what-
The two spent 9mm casings, correct? Yes.
Ultimately, that's the only thing that connects back, right?
From Sean Gate, I can't recall. I know that there was some Max Tech ammunition that matched the brand, live ammunition, but again, we wouldn't have a way to match that live ammunition since it wasn't fired.
Okay.
But yes, the casings are the main thing.
Okay. And the two casings are found inside a brass catcher.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And the 9mm that is involved in the shooting in Tampa does not have a brass catcher attached, correct?
Correct.
And ultimately, brass catchers, they're utilized they attach securely to the ejection port of the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Intended to obviously capture the brass, the casings as they're being expelled.
Yes.
Right? And they would attach, for that purpose, they attach securely to the ejection port, right?
Yes.
And again, we discussed the fact that brass catchers are not illegal to own, and they actually, for a shooter, can serve a legitimate purpose. Would you agree?
Yes.
And that, even if someone is shooting an AK-47 for a legitimate purpose, if they have to pick up the brass that's expelled even at a firing range, that's not an easy thing to do if the brass is shooting all over the place.
Your back would probably appreciate it, yes.
Probably. Right?
Yeah.
So, the 9mm casings too, just like the 300 blackout cases we discussed earlier, when this match is made, again, you're not able to determine when those two 9mm casings would have been fired, correct?
Correct.
And ultimately, when you initially learned about those two casings, you believed they must have been fired at a time other than the Tampa shooting, correct?
Nothing that I can prove definitively.
Right. No, but the question I'm asking, you initially thought that the largest capacity Glock 9mm extended magazine would be 30 rounds.
To my
correct?
familiarity, I have since learned that they actually manufacture a 32 round as
Okay.
well, yes.
But you, in the initial stage of the investigation, you did not know that, right?
I was, initially I was thinking that 30 was the maximum, correct.
So you assumed that those two casings had to have been fired on a different occasion because there were 31 9mm casings collected in Tampa, right?
It was a speculation at that time, yes.
Right. I mean, you actually put that in your report that you prepared as well, right?
Yes.
And it would certainly sound like a 30 round magazine would probably be more common than a 32 round magazine.
Again, to my specific knowledge of extended magazines, or at least the ones that that I have come in contact with, they're typically in 30 round, but I've since learned that they also make a 32 round.
Okay, so you
Yes.
can't get a 32. That
Yes.
wasn't something you knew early on.
Correct.
And ultimately, you do not recover the 9mm that's used in the shooting in Tampa.
No, we never find the 9mm used in this homicide.
So ultimately, you don't know what size extended magazine it had.
No.
And you're not able to determine that from the video that we have, correct?
No, only that it's extended. Whether it's 30 or 32, I don't know.
So are you familiar with the other various firearm materials then that were found inside the house? Or is that something we need to discuss with Jacksonville? law enforcement?
That would be a better suited question to the people who participated in that search.
The two rifles that are collected, one of which is a 300 blackout and one of which is a 5.56 or 223 caliber. Ultimately, nothing is able to be matched back to those two rifles from the Tampa shooting, correct?
Yeah, those rifles were sent off in addition to fragments of projectiles. Unfortunately, the projectiles that we were able to recover were just spread in pieces, so there was no definitive matching.
Well, but there were quite a few that actually did have rifling on them, were there not?
I believe there was a couple that might have, yes.
Okay. And whatever might have had rifling, I assume you sent off to Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
I sent, yes, everything that looked like it might even be close to FDLE.
So the FDLE analysts will be able to tell us what had rifling, what was able to be tested,
That
what
is
was of value.
that is a better suited question for FDLE, correct?
But ultimately, and it's your belief that maybe they weren't able to be tested, but what it comes down to is nothing comes back matching either one of those rifles.
Yes, I did not receive any indication from FDLE of a definitive projectile match to those rifles, correct?
One projectile, though, that we know was pretty well intact was one that was recovered from the autopsy, correct?
The victim's body, correct?
That one didn't break apart much, correct?
That was probably the only projectile that was in decent shape.
And that one does not match back to either one of the rifles.
No.
You have some familiarity with firearms, I'm sure, right?
Yes.
Ammunition is expensive, right?
Yes.
And actually it got substantially more expensive during COVID. Am I correct about that?
Yes.
And there was actually an ammunition shortage for quite some time during COVID as well, correct?
Sure.
And because of that, and maybe not even because of that, but maybe because it's a hobby, some people take up reloading ammunition, correct?
I'm aware that reloading occurs, yes.
Do you know if the garage of Mr. Gathright and Miss Lyle's house was ever searched?
I am not sure.
before I move on from that house, Miss Lyle and Mr. Gefford's house, we saw a lot of the Vivint, I'm probably mispronouncing that, but the Vivint security videos. from
Vivint,
outside the
yeah.
house. Vivint, okay. We see Isaiah Chance let himself in and out of the house quite a few times. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
In fact, if he even has to put a code in, he seems to know the code to get in the house.
Correct.
Let me transition and ask you a little bit about the Tampa, the various scenes.
Sure.
The shooting, the home to suites, that address is on Fowler Avenue, correct?
I believe the Homestead Suites has a McKinley address.
Okay.
Yes, and the Holiday Inn has the Fowler address.
And that was going to be my next question. I don't know what the actual address is, but it's basically on the corner of Fowler and McKinley.
Correct.
East of I-275, right?
Yes.
The Airbnb that we heard about that's on Gazebo Pond Lane, that is also basically on the same kind of east-west as where McKinley would run, but it's just a little north of Fletcher. Is that right?
It's almost exactly 1 mile directly north of the homicide scene. Yes.
Okay. 1 mile, like as a crow
Bird's
flies,
eye,
it's
yes,
like-
a bird's eye view, 1 mile.
Yeah.
Yep, straight through the USF campus.
Right. And for anyone who's familiar with driving on I-275, you got, if you're coming in from the north, you'd cross Bears Avenue, next exit's Fletcher, and that's near where the Airbnb is, right?
Oh, yeah, near Fletcher, correct.
Next exit's Fowler,
Fowler.
and then the next exit is Bush.
Correct.
And then Teasers is actually off Nebraska, just to the north of Bush, is that right?
Yes, Nebraska, just north of Bush, correct.
And then Truth 18 is on Bush Boulevard, but it's a little more to the east. It's a little to the east of where McKinley runs. Is that right?
Yeah, if you just go south from Homestead Suites and make a left on Bush, right around that area.
And for anyone who's not familiar with the area, McKinley runs, I believe, right down the east side of Busch Gardens. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, correct.
So all of these scenes are basically between Bush and just a little north of Fletcher, and from Nebraska to just a little east of McKinley. Is that
Correct.
right? Back to the license plate readers. The license plate readers, they take a photo of the license plate, correct?
Yes.
And we saw that yesterday. Can't really see who's driving a car from the license plate reader.
Very rare.
The Chevy Impala, you track it from I think it's maybe 4 license plate readers coming down from Jacksonville on the 22nd, correct?
The Chevy Impala, yeah, I think we had a total of 8 that I notated, I believe. That sounds about right, 4 on the way down.
And at about 7:39 p.m., it is hitting one at I-75 and I-275, is that right?
That sounds about right, yes.
So
sir.
right at about the Hillsborough-Pasco County line?
Correct.
And then 7:45, it's now come a little further south, and it's in the Tampa Palms area.
That sounds right.
And that is the day, because I know we talked about a lot of dates, but that is 6:22, that is the day, the evening leading into when Charles Jones is shot.
Yes.
He shot in the early morning hours of 6:23, correct?
Correct.
After that hit at 7:45 in Tampa Palms, the next license plate reader hit for the Impala, and I think the only other one for the Impala in the Tampa area is at 3:41 a.m., and that's on Hillsborough Avenue.
Hillsborough 15, correct.
So it's south of where all these other scenes we talked about are.
South of Bush, yes.
Yeah, not far south, but Hillsborough
Probably the
is
next major.
Probably the next major. Right? And then it's not seen again on the license plate readers until late in the afternoon on 6:23, and that's when he's in the Auburndale area, correct?
On the way to Polk, yeah, Polk area.
And that's where Grandma lives, right?
Yes, Auburndale, that's right.
And then, aside from the hits in Auburndale on 6:23, then it's not hitting LPRs again until 6:25, and that's back in the Polk County area.
Yeah, it stayed in Grandma's possession
Right.
until we got it.
Because the Forerunner is what is driven off to Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately back to Jackson.
Correct.
Teasers, the show that Charles Jones is going to have, or going by his stage name Julio Foolio, that is first announced on June 14th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we saw some of the flyers, but when that show is being announced, it is being announced that the show at Teasers is going to be from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. Correct?
I believe that's what the flyer said. Yeah, that sounds right.
And then when we saw the Instagram advertisements for a pool party, the pool party is being discussed as something that's going to be happening during the daytime, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, if, assuming the show is going to start at Teasers at 8 p.m., the pool party logically would be sometime prior to that, right?
Yeah, I believe there was a time frame listed, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. kind of deal, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, and one of them, I think we saw yesterday, said that that at 3 p.m. we'll start giving out addresses. The party will start at 4:30 to 5. Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
And I think there's another one maybe on 6/22 where it says the pool party is going to be 5 to 6 p.m.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, there were two separate parties. One was on Friday, one was on Saturday. The pool party, I think, was on Saturday.
So let's talk a little bit about the footage that you collect later from the scene, and actually as well the Airbnb footage. We saw a lot from the camera that's at the front door of the Airbnb, right?
Yes, sir.
There's no camera at the back door of the Airbnb, correct?
No, sir.
And in the back of the Airbnb, it's a sliding glass door, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's no coded lock in the back, right?
No, sir.
So if someone keeps the back door unlocked, anyone can come in and out of the sliding glass door, correct?
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
You wouldn't need a code to do that.
Correct.
And that gate, I think we saw in the video you took, there's a gate in the fence. There's no lock on that, that wood fence that you would have to go through to get into the back.
Yeah, it's like a black metal latch, but there was no lock inserted into the latch. Correct.
You could just flip the latch and open that.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you know, you're able to tell at least, you know, some people who went in the house, but you can't say how many people or who ultimately went in that gazebo pond Airbnb during the 2 days surrounding the homicide.
Based off the totality of circumstances, there's no evidence that there was anybody other than these 5 people.
But we heard about the fact that you never see the Chevy Cruze or the Chevy Impala at any point in the video, right?
Correct.
But you believe they were there, right?
Yes.
So ultimately, you don't know, there could have been 100 people in and out of that gazebo pond address during the time, and you wouldn't see them on video, right?
Out of the back door, in theory, correct. However, when you factor in the entire investigation, there's no evidence that there was anybody else.
Sure. But there's also then would be no evidence that anything was carried in and out of the Chevy Impala or the Chevy Cruze, right? Because we don't have any video of that.
Well, there's video of bags coming out on the 23rd, yeah.
Sure, but they're not going into the Cruze or the Impala, are they?
Well, again, we see those bags go into the Impala in Jacksonville on the 22nd, and then we see them come out of the Airbnb. They had to go into the Airbnb at some point.
Sure. But you don't, my point is you don't see that in any of the camera footage.
Correct, yes.
And ultimately, you don't know what's in the bags either, right?
I have no definitive way of knowing. I have suspicions of what were in the bag.
Sure. One of the things we do see before the bag is loaded in Jacksonville, though, is you agree, we see, and I think you even said this, camera equipment being carried inside the house from that Impala before a bag is then carried back out soon thereafter.
Yeah, it appears the camera equipment was taken out of the Impala and put into the house, correct.
And this probably goes without saying because we don't see the Impala, but you never see who would get in the Impala if it hypothetically left the gazebo pond address at any point.
If we can see it on camera, no. Who drove it was Sean Gaithright.
Well, you don't know that, do you?
Yes, because he arrived at Grandma's house, and
Well-
I can account for where everybody else is at.
Sure. The next day we know that for sure. All the footage you have in Tampa, you can't tell who's driving the Impala at any point, can you?
From the footage, no. Well, correct.
And ultimately, and I think Mr. Gonzalez covered that, from looking at the footage from the scene of the shooting, because there's quite a few cameras that capture the shooters, you can't tell who anyone is from just looking at the footage. Do you agree with that?
If you're just looking at the footage alone, correct. There's no faces identifiable on the footage for the specific homicide scene and the other scenes.
And I think you said you have a pretty good physical description from the footage, though.
A combination of all the footage, yes.
So and I'd like to show you 59A, which is already in evidence. That's a screenshot from one of the videos. This is an example of some of the footage that gave you a good physical description of the shooters.
It's one of the many.
Okay. You agree you can make out the build of the two?
In this specific image, yes.
Well, 59C, it's similar image to what we just saw in 59B. Similar still shot as far as making out the description of the shooters?
Yes.
And I'm assuming we've seen all of the surveillance footage that you were using to identify the shooters, right?
I believe so.
And there's no secret footage that we haven't shown the jury that you were relying on?
No.
And then I'd like to show you 139, which I believe is also still shots from one of the other cameras. you would agree we can get a couple of the shots, we can get a pretty good silhouette of the rifle that's being used by, I believe you termed him shooter number 2.
Correct.
For instance, 139K.
Yes.
We can make out somewhat of a description of what the gun looks like. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And then 139M, another one. You can kind of get an idea of what the rifle looks like.
Yeah, that's a good silhouette of the rifle there, yes.
While I'm flipping through this, because there was a photo where you mentioned being able to make out a little bit of the skin tone of one of the shooters, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you pointed that out on video as well. But ultimately, it's where the person is kind of standing by a landscape light, correct?
If you're referring to shooter number 2, there's numerous different angles where you can make out the skin tone at the wrist and eye level.
Okay. And one of them, and I'm not seeing the photo now, but one of them is when there's a point when the person is standing kind of near this light that's jutting up from the ground, correct? And I'm showing for the record 139A.
What's your question? I'm sorry.
One of the points where you described that you can see the skin tone is when the person is near this light that juts up from the ground. Is that correct?
I believe shooter number 2 passes on the other side of that light, and shooter number 1 passes on the inside of that light at some point, yes.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. 139B, that's the one you're talking about, right?
That's the one you're talking about.
Well, right, good point. 139B is the one where you said you can kind of see some skin tone of the shooter as he's going by.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're seeing the glare of this light reflecting off his skin in this photograph.
Is the light reflecting off of his skin? Yes, but that's not the only angle where his skin is visible.
Okay, I mean, there's, for instance, maybe you're referring to, like, again, I'll show you 159A. Is this another one where you're saying the skin is visible?
Yeah, he's nowhere near the light on that one.
No, he's not. And you're saying the skin is this little patch and that little patch?
Yes, one of many.
Okay, okay.
Images.
Well, they're all photographs we've seen, right?
Yes, correct.
Again, there's nothing you're hiding that we
No.
didn't see that shows the skin.
Of course not.
In the footage, you can kind of see where the Impala parks, but you agree with me, you can't see the car after it parks.
You have to focus in between the pillar and the top of the van, but you can see exactly where the Impala parks.
Okay. And you can see some people leaving from that area. You can't tell who gets out of what door of the Impala.
I would
You
agree
with
with that.
And I think you're probably referring to 22B4, and I'm sure we'll see that again. My technical skills are not that great, so I'm not going to try and show it to you. But it's one of the ones where you're looking from the porch of the hotel where there's a couple grills, right?
Yeah, the patio on the west side of the building, yes, sir.
Right. And if you look like in the top of the screen, you can see off in the distance that Impala kind of backing in, and then later on you see some people leaving that area. Right?
Yes, there's like some kind of cargo van, a white van that's kind of blocking most of the visual, but if you look in from the top of the van and the bottom of the pillar, in between that little gap, you can see the black Impala backing into a spot and the 3 individuals coming from that vicinity, yes.
But again, you can see 3 people leaving it, but you can't tell who gets out of where.
Yeah, I would agree to that, yes.
And you never see people getting back in the Impala. Am I correct about that?
I would agree to that, yes.
And then in the footage, you also never see the Impala leaving the area of the shoot.
Yeah, it took off away from the cameras.
You learned in the course of the investigation Charles Jones had a lot of enemies, right?
I have learned that, yes.
He sang songs about dead people, mocking dead people, right?
I am well aware, yes.
He sang songs about basically mocking people who had been murdered, right?
Yes, I am aware.
And as far as you know in the investigation, he had never met Sean Gathright.
I am not aware if Mr. Jones knew Sean Gathright prior to his homicide.
And ultimately, when you contacted Jacksonville law enforcement and told them to be on the lookout for Sean Gathright, none of them had any idea who he was, correct?
I don't think he was on their radar, so to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Been asked a lot of questions. I'll try to stick to some new ones.
All right.
But we'll start back when you got to the crime scene at the Home 2 Suites the morning of.
Yes,
You were
sir.
speaking to some of the people we talked about, Ms. Turner and others. Ms. Turner, you wanted to search her car, correct?
I believe that the crime scene detectives were trying to search her car, yes.
Now, it's not something that she was able to agree to.
She was reluctant to agree to it, correct?
And when you spoke to Robert Howard, would you agree you were suspicious of his demeanor and his behavior at the crime scene?
I would agree that he wasn't forthcoming about the gang knowledge, correct?
Were you suspicious about just his, I think you termed it cool as a cucumber behavior?
Yeah, he seemed experienced.
And the entire entourage denied knowledge or any gang involvement, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
But that turned out to be false.
Yes, obviously.
Camilla Bentley, she checked herself out of the hospital against medical advice.
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, to jump to some of the, after you were able to get some of the guns and ammo from the search warrants you did you did along with JSO at Mr. Chance and Mr. Gethard's house, nothing ballistically came back from this murder in any way to Mr. Chance.
From Mr. Chance's house, no, not ballistically, no.
And Isaiah Chance, he doesn't go to Polk County with Mr. Gathright.
No, he does not.
And he doesn't go to Georgia with Rashad Murphy.
No, he does not.
During the search of Mr. Gathwright's home and car, nothing in there connects Isaiah Chance to this murder ballistically or forensically.
No.
There was, and tell me if I should be asking whoever did the search warrant and because you weren't at Isaiah Chance's home, correct?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. But are you aware there was a 9mm pistol with an extended magazine found there?
I have general knowledge, yes.
Okay. And it's similar to the one that he allegedly had in his hand in the Vivint. What is it, Vivint or Vivint?
Vivint.
Yeah, sorry.
No. I would agree to that, sure.
Okay. And that one was tested by FDLE.
Correct.
And no connection to the murder, correct?
Correct.
All right. And just so, I'm going to show you States 128. This is the picture that you, I think there's maybe one, this is a slightly better one. Where you're saying in his right hand is the pistol, the 9mm?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know what caliber that pistol is, but there's a pistol with an extended mag in his hand in this picture, yes.
And this is a picture you're able to verify that from?
Yes, in the video.
In the video, yes. Thank you. And during that search, I think you mentioned the Bully Down poster that was found,
Yes, I did.
but that's not something you had any knowledge about yourself, what it meant personally.
Not myself, but at the time that it was found, it was brought to my attention because of the significance by Christopher Graybeck.
But you became made aware that Mr. Jones, the victim, was not a member of the Bully gang, correct?
No, my understanding was that Bully Gang is a subset or affiliated with 6 Block, so it would have been on Mr. Jones' side of the war.
Again, this is all information you get from JSO, not personal.
Yes, correct.
And you talked about, you interviewed Mr. Chance, excuse me.
Yes.
And he talked to you for over 3 hours?
2 hours and 13 minutes, I believe, is the approximation of that interview.
Sorry. And at no point does he admit any involvement?
He denies involvement,
And
correct?
that's a keeps
Reoccurring
happening.
theme, yes.
He did admit to being in Tampa prior to you confronting him with that, correct?
Yes, he did.
And he admitted to being there with Alicia Andrews,
Yes,
correct, and John Gathright.
correct.
So he doesn't lie about that.
That he was in Tampa with those two? No, he doesn't lie about that fact, yes.
And you're able to determine, because he tells you he went to a colorful club, right? He can't give you the name, but I think he uses the term colorful
He
club.
does use the word colorful, yes. He can't give me the name, correct.
Okay. And he says that he didn't go into that club, that he went to a bouncer, didn't like the payment or whatever, and left, correct?
That was my understanding, yes, recollection of what he said.
And the state showed you the videos of Teasers and Truth 18, and you indicated that he doesn't do that at those clubs.
Correct.
But isn't it true that between Teasers and Truth 18, there's a hour and a half or so where he's not at either one of those clubs, correct?
There is a gap from when the victim goes from Teasers to Truth 18 where he's not at either of those clubs, correct?
And he's not, at that point, following the victim, he's completely somewhere different.
Yeah, I believe they went, all of them went in the general area of Hillsborough and 15th. That's when they hit that plate reader at 340 on their way up to Truth 18, correct?
And he's making stops, maybe not for hours at a time, but for, 10, 15 minutes here and there.
So I've analyzed the cell site data pretty well. The vehicle doesn't stop anywhere for too long. I would argue probably the longest stop is 7 minutes.
Okay. It's possible that if there's a club in that area, colorful club, that he could have done exactly what he said, and it's not something that you'd be able to prove or disprove based on cell site data.
In which period of the night? In between
Between Teasers and Truth 18.
No, he doesn't go anywhere near in between Teasers and Truth 18 anywhere where there would be a colorful club, according to the cell site data.
And so you went down Hillsborough?
Yeah, we went down Hillsborough, but I've also researched that area. The majority of the time, he's in the vicinity, or at least his device is in the vicinity of Hillsborough and Nebraska, directly to the southeast for a few minutes, and then he starts working eastbound on Hillsborough, north on 40th to get to Truth 18. In that area where he spent the most amount of time, or his device spent the most amount of time, there are no clubs at the southwest corner of Hillsborough and Nebraska.
There's not a club that's no longer here, but at the time was called the Players Club that was in that
That's
area?
at 19th and Hillsborough, further to the east of where his phone spent most of the time.
Okay, so that's 19th in Hillsborough. You're saying it was at 15th, so it's about 4 blocks away.
So, yeah, so his phone does go in that general area, but that's not in between Teasers and Truth. That was from when he left Teasers parking lot, when the victim goes inside. He drives south on Hillsborough, makes a left, goes towards 19th and Hillsborough, is not there for more than 5 minutes, and then eventually works his way back towards Teasers by the time the victim's coming out.
You could have went to the Players Club.
In theory, sure.
And he told you that he did go to McDonald's, and you were able to, through video, show that the Silver Cruise went to McDonald's with Miss Andrews driving, correct?
Correct.
And on the Teasers and the Truth 18 videos, you're not able to identify Mr. Chance via face, correct?
The face?
Via
Yeah,
face.
Via face, I would argue, I would agree to that, yes.
Okay. And the hoodie that you believe he's wearing, you never were able to recover that hoodie, correct?
Correct.
So I assume, obviously, it wasn't on his person when he was arrested, and it wasn't in the house when it was searched.
The hoodie, no, yeah, correct. I don't recall that we recovered that hoodie.
And obviously, you have no idea what Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews were saying to each other while they're on the video. Teasers, there's no sound to those videos.
Correct.
All right. And there's a phone call, or there's something made that Isaiah or Mr. Chance has what appears to be Miss Andrews' phone in his hand. Do you
At
believe?
teaser, Mr. Chance does appear to be holding a device, and that we later identified that device as being Alicia Andrews' device, correct?
That's the only time that you can show that Mr. Chance had Miss Andrews' phone on his person, correct?
On camera, sure, yes.
Yes, on camera, excuse me. Now, obviously, you don't know what was said between Mr. Chance and whoever was at the other end of that phone, correct?
I have no content of what that conversation was.
And Mr. Jones was at Truth 18 prior to Mr. Chance arriving?
No, so the Silver Cruise first gets into the parking lot approximately 2:17, but the spots were kind of full and it drives out. And then you see come back on camera right around within the 1 minute where Mr. Jones is arriving. So Mr. Jones arriving at 2:23 and the Silver Cruise is back in the parking lot parking at 2:24.
And the only time you see Mr. Chance on video driving the Silver Cruise is when he pulls into Teasers, is that correct?
Correct.
And as we said, Miss Andrews is driving at McDonald's, correct?
No, she's in the front passenger seat. Davion Murphy was driving at McDonald's.
Okay. And you cannot identify the driver of the Silver Cruise at Truth 18 on the USF camera or on the Home 2 Suites cameras, correct?
I would agree to that.
And the Tesla cameras.
Correct.
And then when we're watching the entourage come to Home 2 Suites, the Silver Cruise goes down Fowler, and right after the entourage does a U-turn back onto McKinley, correct?
Yeah, the Silver Cruise, the victim's entourage makes a U-turn to go south on McKinley into the Homestead Suites, and the Silver Cruise makes a right to go eastbound on Fowler, and then eventually comes back westbound on Fowler and makes a right to go north into the USF property.
And the Impala actually gets to the the Home 2 Suites property prior to the cruise.
In that sequence, that's correct. The Impala arrived to Home 2 Suites before the cruise did.
When you see the cruise finally go to Home 2 Suites, it's barely there. Just does go to the U-turn, doesn't stop, besides the three-point turn and leaves, correct?
Yeah, it's about approximately 4:37. You can see the Silver Cruise dart across a bush. It actually eats a red light, turns into the parking lot, passes the victim twice, and then leaves. Correct.
And there's no, on the video, you can see no communication between the cruise and the Impala or anyone from inside those cars, correct?
On the video, like,
Yes.
you can see them talking? No.
Yes.
No.
And the fact that the cruise doesn't even stop as it passes by any car, correct?
I'm guessing the communication is being done electronically through devices.
You
Yes.
say that there's no communication that you have, correct, indicating that?
There are sharing of locations during that time frame between two of the phones. Yes, Alicia Andrews' phone and Sean Gaithwaite's.
But not Isaiah Chance's phone.
Correct.
But no other text messages or calls or anything like that from Isaiah Chance.
At that time period, no.
Now, to the Airbnb, are you aware the Airbnb has some policies about the age of the person who can book the Airbnb?
I am not aware of that. I would assume you have to be an adult, sure.
Are you aware of a policy indicating that for certain rentals you have to be over 25?
I am not aware of a policy, but I'll believe it if you say it.
And Miss Andrews was not above 25, correct?
I don't believe she was.
And you're not aware of where the cruise or the Impala parked or why at the Airbnb, correct?
I am not aware of where they parked. The assumption is it was to avoid the camera at the front door.
Speaking of the camera at the front door, are you aware that some Ring cameras have a wake-up time before they can go on, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes that will cause them to miss someone who comes in.
Yeah, I would agree to that.
And it may have indeed, it did happen, at least the one time we saw, what, at 7:59 or 7:55?
7:55. You're referring to specifically the access code put in at 7:55, and Alicia Andrews appears to be locked out by somebody that may have went in right before her. Obviously, nobody had come before that, so there could have been a sleep delay in that specific instance, correct?
We don't, and you don't know the inner workings of a Ring camera, of how long it goes before it goes to sleep and how long the wake-up time is and all stuff like that.
But an approximation, I would imagine it's in the seconds. I don't think it takes too long to boot back up.
Now, you see them leave with the bags in Jacksonville, but you never see Mr. Chance look into any of the bags, correct? Either in Jacksonville, at the Airbnb, or back in Jacksonville at the end, correct?
He is not visibly looking into the bags on camera, correct?
In fact, at no point during the investigation are you able to get any kind of video evidence that would show you what's in those bags, correct?
No. Inside of them, no.
And this may be for when you come back and talk more about the phones, but Mr. Chance's phone was active that night, correct? The night of the homicide, 22nd, 23rd?
There was active tracking data for it, yes.
And he communicated with Alicia Andrews, who was his girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
Sean Gathright, who you believe to be a good friend of his, correct?
Correct.
And he rode back with who you believe to be Rashad Murphy and had contact with him as well, correct?
He rode back with Rashad Murphy and Alicia Andrews, correct.
And Mr. Chance kept his phone and he recovered it, correct?
No, we didn't recover any device that was used during that weekend. The devices that we recovered were new devices that they obtained after the murder.
Mr. Jones made multiple public Instagram posts the night of right before the murder, correct? Indicating his location?
Yeah, a handful, yeah.
And the Impala is seen at Teasers and Truth 18 around the same time that Mr. Jones is there, correct?
The Impala specifically is seen closer to the time Mr. Jones is exiting and leaving those locations, correct?
And the Impala is also, like we talked about, seen at Home 2 Suites before the cruise, correct?
The Impala in that sequence at the Homestead Cruise arrives. Again, the Silver Cruise was directly behind the victim. However, actually driving first into the parking lot of Homestead Suites is the Impala, correct?
And there's no fingerprints, there's no DNA on any piece of evidence linking this murder to Mr. Isaiah Chance, correct?
Fingerprints or DNA, no.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
During your investigation, you had learned that the defendant, Davion Murphy, had traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also learned, however, that Davion Murphy was in fact not a resident of Jacksonville at that time. Is that correct?
I'm aware he had an address out of Orlando. I'm not sure where he was residing specifically at around that time.
Are you able to testify to the court how long Davion was in Jacksonville prior to coming down to Tampa?
No.
And from what you learned, he came down in the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was with Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
And it's your testimony that the other individuals, Alicia Andrews, Sean Gathright, and Isaiah Chance, were in the Chevy Impala?
Correct.
Okay. I believe you had testified already that the Chevy Cruze was registered to Jasmine Glennon, is that right?
Correct.
And I believe that's the mother of Shaheem Murphy's children, right?
Correct.
And Shaheem Murphy is Rashad Murphy's brother?
Correct.
Which would be Davion Murphy's cousin, so relative?
Yes.
And there were several surveillances that you had captured within the Tampa area of the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Yes.
One of those being the Chevy Cruze at the McDonald's?
Correct.
Okay. And you see in the video, in the silver Chevy Cruze, you see Davion driving, is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
In the passenger seat, you see Alicia Andrews, and in the rear, Isaiah Chance.
Well, you don't see Isaiah, but we learned he was there, yes.
And you're aware that Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews at the time had a romantic relationship, is that correct?
Yes.
Looking at the Airbnb, the Vivint doorbell camera, based on your testimony, you said that after the shooting, following early morning, the day of, on the 23rd, you had seen Davion Murphy leaving from the back and then entering through the front, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the only footage that you have of Mr. Davion Murphy?
At the Airbnb, correct, yes, sir.
When he's entering the Airbnb, he's not covering his face or trying to conceal his identity, is that correct?
No, he is not.
Okay. And in fact, I believe you also testified that there's no video surveillance of Rashad Murphy entering or exiting at any point the Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
And you just recently testified that when Alicia Andrews had arrived at the Airbnb, there was somebody already in who had actually given her access to the Airbnb.
That is the working theory when we analyze the locking mechanism and a voice that was, but it would have been somebody that arrived literally seconds before her.
Nonetheless, there was somebody already inside.
Correct.
Okay. And that person that you're aware of was not captured on the camera.
Correct.
Is it safe to say that the camera may not have activated every time someone went in and exited through the front door?
That's possible, but again, we have double measures here. We have a locking mechanism and the camera, so I wouldn't agree that both would fail. But it's theory that the camera have failed once, yeah, sure.
All right. During your investigation, did you conduct a neighborhood surveillance to see if there was any ring camera footage from any neighboring units?
I actually obtained video surveillance footage from the complex, and I did a thorough canvass of the nearest doors, correct, yes.
Okay. Were you able to obtain any video surveillance of the defendant Davion Murphy entering what you believe that he exited from at the Home 2 Suites, the Black Impala, prior to the shooting?
We have all the footage that I was able to find. There were no functioning cameras near the door, and the ones for the complex didn't cover that section of the complex.
And you didn't capture any video surveillance of either the Black Impala or the Chevy Cruze driving past in the neighborhood of the Airbnb?
No,
parking lot?
the way you can get in, if you make that immediate right, is you would never go by a camera.
Okay. The Chevy Cruze itself, you identified Davion Murphy as the driver of that vehicle heading back to Jacksonville?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anyone else in that vehicle?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. It's your understanding that it was Rashad Murphy, Alicia Andrews, Sean Gathright, and Isaiah Chance who had taken it. I'm sorry, Alicia Andrews, Isaiah Chance, and Rashad Murphy had Ubered back to Jacksonville?
Yeah, so Rashad, Isaiah, and Alicia, Uber, Sean, Impala back to Polk,
Correct.
leaving Davion.
Again, you recently testified to it. I know that ATF had collected several casings from the scene itself. There was no DNA evidence linking any of those cases back to Davion Murphy, isn't that right?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, there's no direct evidence that you have linking Davion Murphy to being present at the Home 2 Suites at the time of the shooting, is that correct?
Direct, no.
Okay. And without getting into the details specifically of the cell phone data, most of your findings linking Davion Murphy to being in the Chevy Cruze on the interstate coming to Tampa being at the McDonald's in support of, obviously, the video surveillance you obtained, all of that was supported by cell phone CDR records, correct?
Cell phone records and video surveillance footage, yes.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Ramos, I believe you said that none of the devices belonging to Isaiah Chance, Alicia Andrews, and Sean Gathright were collected in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah, we never found them.
And when I say devices, I mean the ones that were utilized during the weekend in Tampa during the homicide of Charles Jones. Is that correct?
Correct. From the cell phone records, we know the exact IMEI and identification of the physical device they were using during the weekend they were here, and none of those devices were ever recovered.
And some devices were recovered when law enforcement authorities in Jacksonville came in contact with Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that those devices were new devices being loaded up? Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, subsequent, we haven't gotten into the phone information yet, but based on search warrants and information obtained from the Apple iCloud accounts, is it clear that there is, when talking about Alicia Andrews' cell phone device, that what information is missing from Alicia Andrews' cell phone information captured on the iCloud?
There's information missing from that weekend.
Yes, Your Honor, facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
And sir, Alicia Andrews, she is the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you were asked about the fact that she attempted to get an Airbnb before the Airbnb was booked by Rashad Murphy, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And I'm sorry, I think this is one of defense counsel's pads, I don't want to have that. Thank you. And that occurred on June 21st of 2024, is that correct?
Yeah, in the evening of Friday the 21st, correct.
And the only relationship that you're aware of is that she is the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Correct.
She is not a known member of 6 Block, is that correct?
Correct.
She is not someone law enforcement officers in Jacksonville would immediately identify as an enemy of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Correct.
So the first attempt at an Airbnb made down here in Tampa was by a non-gang member, is that correct, Alicia Andrews?
Correct.
Someone who had no affiliation with 1200 or ATK, a known allied gang that specifically is against and hates 6 Block and Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yeah, Alicia Andrews wasn't on Jacksonville's radar.
Okay, and I want to talk about these search warrants that occur in Jacksonville for Isaiah Chance and for SeanGathright's residences. When does that occur?
That occurs on June 27th of 2024.
Okay. And prior to that happening, when does when does Gwinnett County come into contact with Rashad Murphy and Gwinnett County?
The early morning hours of June 26th, 2024.
And then going back, let's start with originally you were questioned by Mr. Gonzalez about Rashad Murphy. So I want to ask a couple of questions regarding that. I think Mr. Gonzalez asked you about Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
And you, how did you describe her demeanor?
She was visibly upset.
And what was the nature of her relationship with Charles Jones, the person who had been shot and killed?
They were lovers.
And was Charles Jones, was he still on scene in that black Dodge Charger while Armani Turner was being interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes, he was.
Did first responders from Tampa Police Department, not knowing who was involved in the shooting, originally take the occupants from one of the victim's vehicles, Armani Turner's vehicle, out at gunpoint until they could be identified?
Correct.
Again, Adjo Randolph, she was on scene as well when she was being interviewed?
Correct.
Again, Charles Jones, her friend, still on scene, deceased in that black charged vehicle, a few feet away from them, is that correct?
Correct.
Asking you about Mr. Robert Howard, you said, described him as a calm demeanor, is that correct?
Yes.
you were asked questions about the interview of Mr. Howard that occurred in Jacksonville with the federal U.S. attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were present?
Yes.
I was present at that time as well?
Yes, you were.
There were no promises ever made to Robert Howard by yourself or by my office as to any sort of promises of leniency or anything to him in exchange for the sworn statement that he provided at that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that interview, it was made clear by Mr. Howard that there were communications between him and I believe Mr. Gonzalez specifically asked about his client, Rashad Murphy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about the interview that Mr. Howard had never brought that up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were some of the communications between Robert Howard and Mr. Gonzalez's client, Rashad Murphy, did that occur after the offense?
Yes.
So obviously could not have given you that information during that interview. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were also asked about the device that the federal agents had, Robert Howard's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
You did ask for consent to be able to look in that. Is that correct?
Correct.
The federal agents that said at some point they would do what?
They would look into it.
Were you aware or were you made aware of there was an issue even accessing or opening the device?
I have a general knowledge of it. I'm not sure about the specifics.
And was Robert Howard, was he able to provide the federal agents the actual password to that device, or had he not had that information?
I don't think he had that information.
And as a law enforcement, I know that you do not specialize in digital forensics, but are there issues opening certain devices? Can there be issues accessing the information on a device when there is not a known password?
Oh, yes. If you don't have the password, you have to break into the phone. It's significantly harder, in some cases impossible.
So in some cases, even federal agents with their analysts and their software still are unable to access a digital device if it is password protected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, too many attempts, what can happen with a phone?
It'll lock you out and wipe it.
Mr. Gonzalez also asked you specifically and showed you the documentation of when Rashad Murphy was taken into custody with the Georgia authorities as well as released. Is that correct?
Correct.
There were some LPR readings taken after that time period. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 83 of that silver Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
And where are these again?
These are from Georgia.
Okay. And who was Rashad Murphy and the state of Georgia with?
Charmaine Steiger.
Charmaine Steiger. She was with him. Is that correct? The only other person that was with him?
Correct.
Okay. And this shared car is the car that we heard about that was received by Rashad Murphy from a relative, a person who knows his brother. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I want to ask you about these license plate readers. There is the silver Chevy Cruze, and can you give the date and time of that?
Yeah, that's June 26th at 8:17 p.m.
And then is there, the reason, the significance of this is there is another car, a plate that is traveling in tandem or near or at the same time. Is that correct? As the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
All right. Did you, based on getting this information from Detective Carter, did you do research on the vehicle that is seen traveling in tandem with the silver Chevy Cruze on June 26th of 2024?
Yes.
And who is the registered owner of this black car with the plate Florida 678 SOS?
That is registered to a gentleman who's known as Spinna Benz, and he's a 1200 rapper from the rival gang to Mr. Jones.
And again, because you are not in Jacksonville or not aware of all of the players in the Jacksonville gang scene, did you rely upon Detective Drabeck and other members of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to assist you in identifying people that were associated with 1200 and ATK and with the victims group 6 Flock?
Correct.
Now, I know that you were also asked questions about Tafa McRae. Is that correct?
Correct.
There were firearms that were members of the Tampa Police Department alerted by Tafa McRae as to firearms that they had, that their group had in their possession.
Yes.
And what sort of firearms were they?
There was a 40 caliber pistol, I believe in the glove box area, and then a 9mm pistol in the trunk.
Any 40 caliber shell casings found at the homicide scene?
No.
Any indication that there was return fire by any members of the victim's parties during this incident?
No.
The only two other individuals in the car with the victim, Charles Jones, did they receive gunshot wounds as a result of this incident?
Yes, Xavier Edwards and Gino Norris was both shot.
Any indication that Robert Howard, who was in the vehicle with Armani Turner, ever fired back or returned fire?
No.
Any indications of bullet holes coming from that other direction from within the vehicle of Armani Turner's car?
No.
And that was at scene a few feet from where the victim's car ended up, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I know that you were asked several questions by Mr. Gonzalez as to Rashad Murphy being shooter number one, is that correct?
Correct.
And he specifically asked you questions only with regards to based on the video evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you start identifying the shooters and the assailants in this case based solely on what you could see in the video?
Of course not.
Can you identify anybody, any of the shooters in the video at Home to Suites?
No.
What can you identify consistently in the Home to Suites video and the teasers and the Truth 18 videos?
I can identify the vehicles, and I can identify the 5 suspects, that there were 5 suspects within those 2 vehicles, and good physical descriptions for all 5 of those suspects.
And was that the starting point of your investigation, is identifying the 2 vehicles in this case?
Yes.
And you knew the number of suspects, the number of individuals in each of those vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Sustain is the leading.
After you identified the number of individuals involved, did you do other investigation to determine who were the occupants of each one of those vehicles, the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala?
An extensive investigation to figure out who the 5 people were, yes.
And without going into all of the specifics, what type of information did you look at to be able to discern who were in each of those vehicles at the various times where you know definitively those vehicles are positioned based on the video footage and the confirming the accuracy of the timestamps of those videos?
Yeah, so the main thing was we had a plethora of cell phone data that probably going to cover at a later time, and we were able to see the people who were wielding those devices identifiable on camera at other locations, and all of those devices tracked with those suspect vehicles at the relevant positions. And once we had those devices and identified the owners from them, we were able to match them off of physical description to figure out who played what role and who was who at the scene.
And during the course of your investigation, were you able to identify 5 people that came down to Tampa and 5 people who left Tampa?
Yes.
And when specifically asking, you interviewed yourself, Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was Mr. Chance here, the defendant Isaiah Chance here? How long were all of them here?
They all got here the 22nd around 8 p.m. and left roughly by 3 p.m. on Sunday, so 18 hours max.
Visiting for a night, is that fair to say?
One night, yes.
And did you specifically ask Isaiah Chance, one of the defendants in this case, to give you the names of the places that he had been in Tampa for one night?
Yes, I asked for information that could help him establish an alibi.
And where did he say, what were the only places that he could give you that he went?
By name, only McDonald's.
Could he give you, or did he give you, any explanation of any other place or the reason why he is in Tampa for one night?
No.
Was it to go to the McDonald's for one night?
The evidence would suggest he came here to kill Mr. Jones.
And I think that you were asked specifically about the probable cause, whether or not there was probable cause to search the house of Rashad Murphy. Is that correct?
Correct.
There was probable cause developed for search warrants for Sean Gathrights' house. Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as, not from you, but there was a search warrant that was done on Isaiah Chance from Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were alerted afterwards as to evidence that was specifically relevant to your case. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that point, had you been sharing information with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for assistance to help gather evidence for the homicide and attempted homicides that occurred down here in Tampa?
Yes.
And when you're talking about probable cause to search someone's house, do you have to establish probable cause that the items are actually in that specific location?
Yes.
Do search warrants require specificity as well as facts supporting that those items were moved into those locations?
Correct.
I believe Mr. Gonzalez asked you several questions about Rashad Murphy being seen on the camera at the Airbnb. Is that correct?
Correct.
There is no point where Rashad Murphy is actually seen going into that Airbnb. Is that correct?
Correct.
You later found out from Detective Drabeck that he actually does admit to being there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And he is picked up there from an Uber driver. Is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Is that at the same Airbnb and address that he actually is registered to reserve?
Correct.
And what is Rashad Murphy, what is his nickname in 1200?
Ghost 187.
Ghost, is that correct?
Correct.
And so is there some documentation that you have been able to do to connect Ghost with the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And what sort of source was that?
His Instagram account and subpoenas to the
You're
email.
getting outside the scope.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
But you do know that to be his nickname, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And if somebody, and so prior to the homicide being committed, none of the occupants of a silver Chevy Cruze were seen getting into the Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
And the same with the exception of Alicia Andrews, who is not a gang member, seen entering that Airbnb through the front door.
At the arrival, the only person seen on camera is Alicia Andrews.
I think Mr. Gonzalez specifically asked you about his client being at the Walmart video the day before, that Friday before they leave to Tampa.
Correct.
And he specifically said the reason he got the car from Jasmine Glennon is because he's babysitting, taking care of the babies. Is that correct?
That's the story that he told Jasmine, yes.
Were there any babies in the Walmart video where the defendant is seen in all black clothing?
No.
Is the pink phone in his possession, the shared phone with Charmaine Steiger, when he's in all black clothing the night before?
That's how we found the Walmart footage, yes, he had the phone with him.
And were you also alerted by Detective Drabeck that he attempted to give some kind of person that drove him down to Tampa the day of the murder, June 23rd?
Yes, Christopher Drabeck informed me that Rashad Murphy tried to establish an alibi saying he was driven to Tampa.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay?
Overruled.
Yes.
And who was it that he claimed drove him down here to Tampa?
Darius Beals.
Okay. Did you ask Detective Drabeck to take a look at Darius Beals' cell phone information to see whether or not that could be confirmed?
Yes, so Darius Beals was killed several days after Mr. Jones was, and his phones were in possession of Clay County, the agency investigating that.
Well beyond the scope of
Yeah, I'm
the-
gonna sustain the objection.
Sure.
Do you know whether or not, so you were not able to interview Darius Beals, is that correct?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Outside of the scope of cross.
You were asked about Sean Gathright, the collection of evidence, a white rag, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know why the white rag was collected by Tampa Police Department?
Because Sean Gathright was seen on video using it to wipe the Impala at his grandmother's house.
Fingerprints, is that correct?
It appeared he was wiping the door handle areas of the vehicle for prints, yes.
Any reason why you would need to utilize or have that white rag sent off for testing?
No.
You were asked about gunpowder residue. Is testing for gunpowder residue widely used by law enforcement?
It's not an accepted science, no.
Okay. And so there is any reason to send that off for gunpowder residue?
Not at all.
You were specifically asked about the projectiles from the AR rifles. And were some projectiles from the scene sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing?
Yes.
And I think that you had testified that the AR rifles, that a lot of those were heavily damaged. Is that true?
The projectile's correct.
And if they're heavily damaged, is the value by FDLE, are they going to be able to make comparisons to any other projectile that may have been fired by the same gun?
Yeah, the value is, for comparison, severely diminished when the projectile breaks apart into a bunch of pieces.
I think that you already covered that there were no firearms in either the search warrant of Gathwright's residence or in Isaiah Chance's house that matched back to the 9mm. Is that correct?
The firearm itself, no, correct, yeah.
So we were not able to ever find the actual 9mm gun that was used in this case.
No,
We know that it was extended magazine.
yes.
Do you know whether or not the firearm that Isaiah Chance is seen carrying is the same one that was collected from his house and tested in this case?
I have no way of knowing that.
I want to ask you, I think that Mr. Gathwright's attorney specifically asked you and said the only thing connecting evidence from his house to the Tampa homicide was the 9mm shell casings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Compared to the 9mm that was left on scene.
Correct.
May I ask you about the AR rifles? Were they impounded and collected and sent to Tampa Police Department for this case?
Yes, they were.
And there are no projectiles for us to test them against, is that correct?
There was no casings or projectiles of comparison value left at the scene.
And all the projectiles that were sent to FDLE, they were determined to have been possibly fired from the 9mm, is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you know,
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
I'm sorry, what the projectiles, with the exception of what was recovered from the victim's body, do you remember what the results were from the FDLE report that was returned to you?
I can't recall the specific details of the report in detail, but ultimately, some of the projectiles were identified as pistol or 9mm projectiles, and then the rifle ones were inconclusive based off of being deteriorated.
I think Mr. Wise specifically asked you about the projectiles that were recovered from the victim. There were two, is that correct?
I believe so.
And I think he asked you and he said that the 5.56 NATO class caliber were not matched. Is that correct to the AR rifles?
Correct.
But isn't it true they also were not eliminated?
Correct.
So they possibly can have been the firearms used in this case.
It is possible, yes.
But because of the damage, the FDLE analyst could only give class characteristics. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, what was the objection?
Leading.
Okay, sustain is the leading rephrase.
What was the decision made, what was the opinion of the FDLE analyst as to the basis for her being able to not eliminate the AR rifles as the source of those projectiles recovered from the victim's body?
This one I've given minutes here.
Yeah, so are we gonna hear from the FDLE?
Yes, Judge, we
Okay,
are.
let's move along then.
Judge, I believe that he specifically was asked by Mr. Wise that question.
That is true, so go ahead, you can answer.
Yes, the FDLE wouldn't eliminate it as a possibility because the projectiles do match the characteristics that could have been fired by those rifles.
Thank you, Detective. And I also think Mr. Petridis, when he was asking you regarding the victims and their initial interviews, he said, and I think he said all of them were the part of the entourage were a part of the gang. Camilla Bentley, she is not in a gang, is she?
Not to my knowledge.
Armani Turner, she's not a certified gang member, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Gino Norris?
Not to my knowledge.
Aaliyah Albritton?
No.
None of them certified gang members, are they?
The only one that I was aware of was Robert Howard and possibly Xavier Edwards.
And Robert Howard's known as Kenny Caps, correct?
Correct.
I believe you were asked there were no fingerprints or DNA tying Isaiah Chance to the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
Again, going back to the evidence the assailants left at the crime scene, were there any indications that any of the assailants had bled at the crime scene?
No.
Was there any evidence suggested in that video that they were touching items other than the firearms that they were carrying?
No.
Was there anything realistically that you could submit from the crime scene here in Tampa, Florida, that could have been tied, fingerprints or blood or DNA?
Other than the 9mm casings, there was no other physical item left by any of the suspects at the scene to be able to compare or submit.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused for now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You're excused for now.
Okay, Your Honor.
We're gonna take just a 5-minute stretch break, just to move a little bit, and we do have time for at least get one more witness. Do we have any quick witnesses, or?
We do not.
Okay, that's fine. We'll at least get started. Okay, so 5-minute stretch break. You guys can step in the jury room. All right. Very good.
For Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay, very good. And you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
My name is Christopher Drebeck.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
What unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office are you working with?
I am currently assigned as a detective to the gang unit,
How long have you been with the gang unit?
going on 2 years.
And what was your role prior to entering the gang unit?
My assignment prior to the gang unit was a detective in the homicide unit.
What were some of your duties in the homicide unit?
Primarily, we investigated homicide investigations, along with other death investigations to include
Hold on,
suicides.
Hold on, I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry, if you can whisper a little bit more, I can hear your conversation, so, okay, thank you, go ahead.
What were some of the things you were assigned to do in the homicide unit?
I investigated murders, and we also responded to suicide deaths, accidental deaths, overdoses, and undetermined death investigations.
Do some of your day-to-day activities or duties change when you actually go to the gang unit?
Yes.
And what is it that you're doing day-to-day in the gang unit?
Within the gang unit, we primarily monitor gangs and groups and persons associated with those gangs and groups. Additionally, we would assist other investigative units to include homicide, the violent crime unit, and other specialized units contained within the agency to provide them with information as it relates to our persons that we monitor within the gangs and groups of Jacksonville.
So you transfer out of the homicide unit, but you actually, in moving to gangs, did not escape the homicide unit. You still work with them day-to-day?
Yes,
Just in a different capacity?
correct. In fact, it was a unique circumstance of January last year. I was assigned a homicide that was gang-related, despite me not even being in the homicide unit anymore.
And is that a unique perspective as a detective in the homicide unit, or is everyone in the gang unit? Is everyone in the gang unit having had some experience in homicide as well?
No, I think that was actually the first time it had occurred.
So when you were with the gang unit or had just transferred to the gang unit, did you somehow become involved in an investigation that occurred involving the death of Charles Jones in Tampa?
Yes,
When you were in the unit itself, had you been specifically assigned a gang?
yes.
And what is that gang?
I'm currently assigned two separate gangs. The first one is Rack Chasing Family, and the other one is the 21st Street Gang.
Did you say rack chasing or rat chasing?
Rack, R-A-C-K.
And is that the two gangs that you had been assigned since your time in the gang unit began?
Yes,
Even though you're assigned to two gangs that are, I presume, unrelated to this case, to your knowledge,
correct.
do you still have to have a generalized knowledge of the activities and going-ons in the other gangs?
It is important for a detective within the gang unit to have some kind of working knowledge as it relates to other gangs, despite them not being assigned those gangs or groups, because each of the 12 detectives within the gang unit are on call for 24 hours every 12 days. So in the event that I'm called out to an event that involves a separate gang, as this incident did, it's important for that detective to be at least have some kind of working knowledge to assist those detectives.
In your time working in homicide and ultimately after you transferred into the gang unit, had you been familiar with a gang called 6 Block?
Yes,
Had you been familiar also with its rivals or ops, 1200 and ATK?
yes,
Was a part of your duties day-to-day to monitor the social media accounts, even though they're not a part of your assigned gang, of those two larger gangs?
yes,
And had you been doing that at the time of June 23rd of 2024?
yes. And more specifically, I actually had homicide investigations and attempted homicide investigations that involved these groups prior to being assigned to the gang unit, so I was relatively familiar with both of the groups prior to.
Did you have information that Tampa or Hillsborough County had received knowledge of Charles Jones and other 6 Block individuals coming to Tampa that weekend to celebrate his birthday?
Yes, we were monitoring social media detectives within the gang unit and had become aware that Charles Jones was advertising his birthday trip down to Tampa prior to him actually going down there.
When you say advertising, had you seen a flyer that had been posted to Charles Jones's Instagram account
Yes,
with the details of information about his first appearance at the Teasers nightclub?
correct.
That would have been a week before, 10 days before the actual homicide itself?
I don't remember the exact number of days, but it was around 10 or so days before.
Several days at least.
Yes,
And at that point, when you see the flyer posted, between the date the flyer is posted and the date you get a call from Tampa Police Department, did someone notify the Hillsborough County agencies that Charles Jones and other individuals belonging to 6 Block and potentially ops were coming to Tampa?
I do believe that it was Detective McCullough. It was one of the detectives within the gang unit had reached out to the Tampa Police Department prior to Charles traveling down to Tampa with his friends for the birthday, just to notify them that this was going to occur in their city.
And is Detective McCullough assigned to a specific gang in your unit?
Yes, he is assigned to the 6 Block gang.
Knowing that Mr. Jones was coming to Tampa, had you had an opportunity also to see on the flyer an individual by the name of Robert Howard?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the nickname of that individual?
Robert Howard's nickname is Kenny Caps.
And was he also posted as appearing at the Teasers nightclub on the same flyer on social media?
Yes,
Had you been monitoring actively on the evening of June 22nd and into June 23rd the social media accounts of Charles Jones?
yes.
Were you monitoring any other social media accounts at that same time?
Yes, I monitor a tremendous amount of different social media accounts on a daily basis.
did you have an opportunity to receive a phone call from the Tampa Police Department in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, initially my sergeant received a phone call, and then he reaches out to the on-call detective, which was me, and that's when I made contact with the Tampa Police Department.
When you made contact with Tampa Police Department, what information were you able to provide, at least at that time?
I just shared with the Tampa Police Department that we were aware of Charles and his friends traveling down to Tampa in reference to his birthday celebrations prior to.
Had you heard prior to receiving information from your sergeant about Mr. Jones's death on any other kind of platform or media, or was it quickly after the homicide actually occurred that you learned of his death?
The first notice I received was from my sergeant.
And that led you to contacting an individual from the Tampa Police Department?
Correct.
Would that have been Officer DeJesus?
Yes.
Did you speak with Officer DeJesus ultimately about 6 Block as a whole?
Yes.
And did you identify some of the individuals who should have been or may have been present in Tampa?
I believe I referenced at that time Robert Howard just because he was on the flyer. But I did provide cliff notes or some kind of context about 6 Block and the disputes they have online.
Were you also able to provide Detective DeJesus a summary of the events that had occurred on social media in your viewing social media in the weeks leading up to the murder?
I eventually did, yes.
Specifically, I'm asking about a Twitter Spaces video chat that occurred on June 6th of 2024.
I'm familiar with that, yes.
So approximately 2 weeks before this homicide, were you able to record or screen record a Twitter Spaces conversation?
I did, yes.
Who were the participants in the conversation, at least for the portion that you were able to preserve?
The two people predominantly speaking in this screen recording is Charles Jones and another individual named Isaiah Chance.
How were you able to identify the account linked to Isaiah Chance as his account? Were you familiar with that account name?
I had been following it for a period of time, yes.
Were you familiar with Julio Foolio or Charles Jones's account name?
Yes.
At this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 121.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Sinardi? States 121, any objection?
Spaces chat.
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
Your Honor, I'll be handling this witness, so I have no objection.
Okay, thank you.
And Judge, I'm sorry, subject to a prior
Yes.
objection, prior motions.
Okay, very good. And then, Mr. Petridis?
Yes, subject to prior.
Okay, very good. Good. Admitted?
Publishing 121. Do you recognize the image to the right of this photograph with the exhibit marker of 121 on the bottom of it?
I do.
Is this the screen recording that you were able to capture of the Spaces conversation between Mr. Jones and defendant Chance?
Yes.
And the photographs that are depicted to the left there, is that just a zoomed version of the profile picture for that Spaces conversation?
Yes.
Now, is Spaces somehow affiliated to Twitter, this social media account?
It was formerly Twitter. It changed to X.
Okay. It changed to X, just the letter X.
Correct.
All right. And on that platform, are you able to set up whatever it is that we're looking here on the right?
Yeah, and just to clarify for the jury, for Isaiah Chance's enlarged thumbnail, there's a yellow arrow that points to the right. It should be one thumbnail over pointing to Gutterman. It's currently pointing at Loose Screw, who's James Bush, but it just needs to be one more over just so they're aware.
That brings up a point. As the conversation is actually playing out, do the little profile pictures, forgive me, this is not my realm, do the profile pictures, little circles with photographs in it, of the speakers move around during this Spaces conversation?
Yeah, there's what I would describe as like an audible feedback. It moves as the speaker's talking, so you know who's actually talking when you hear the voice.
And what caused you to actually preserve this particular conversation, if anything?
Wasn't nothing noteworthy in that moment. I just felt like it was relevant in terms of my gang unit investigation as they were having a verbal dispute.
Had you seen some back and forth prior to that in the weeks or months before this actual conversation takes place with Mr. Chance and Mr. Jones?
Yes, it was recurring.
Publishing 121.
Okay.
Your ass got a bigger fish to fry, boy.
Why you acting like this he good?
I'm curious about that. This ain't about that. They don't put gay out there. They don't put gay out there. They don't do all types of gay. If they make you act like niggas right,
Everybody niggas putting shit out there acting, niggas gonna be around, niggas gonna want some motherfuckers just saying all type of crazy ass shit. I'm not used to that kind of that shit, man.
And I know
Pretty good as fuck, huh? Like, I ain't mad about that shit, cause like, the shit ain't true, so why the fuck would I be mad about that shit? It's just like the little creep shit, and like, the other shit, like, damn, that man creep now? That shit crazy, alright, cool.
you know, you call them niggas y'all guys.
so you
Oh,
got
now how you
friends
not
right
say
there.
that?
You said, what?
I thought
You
we
had
were
me,
friends right there.
baby.
Go, Julio, why you fake when people fall out, people to be homie and shit, bro?
He got me a copy. No, he's not. He's not. He's not.
I'm good with it.
No, hey, no, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
Hey, Gary, what you mean he got me and you? Cause if they don't get them, they gonna come.
All right, so if we look at where the mouse is here, next to co-host, I think we heard some laughing right before the end there. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Do you see these little bars to right underneath the mouse? Is that the indicator that you were talking about for someone who's speaking? Is that what pops up when they're speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, throughout the majority of the conversation was their speech or speaking between ESPN 98 here and Guttaman here.
Yes.
And are those the two individuals that were previously described as the accounts that had belonged to Isaiah Chance for Guttaman and ESPN 98 for Charles Jones?
That's correct.
Now, his name here on this Twitter X Spaces is different than what we saw on Instagram as the handle, ESPN_Foolio. Do you have a different name on Twitter than you can have on Instagram, like a different username?
Yeah, it's different social media platforms.
And so on Twitter, or this X Spaces, is his username or handle, ESPN_Foolio.
Yes.
And as it relates to Mr. Chance, is his username @G_Gutta_Z.
Correct.
Now, there were some references inside of that audio itself. When Mr. Chance indicates, "Is your foot okay, cuz?" do you have any knowledge about what Mr. Chance was referencing with that statement?
I believed he was referencing the prior attempted murder of Charles Jones where he shot in his foot.
Were you familiar with the injury having been sustained from that October 7th shooting of 2023 to Charles Jones's foot?
Yes.
And had Charles Jones also posted on social media from a wheelchair with his foot wrapped up, things like that?
Sustained.
Have you seen, not necessarily the original injury, but essentially the aftermath from the shooting of October 7th of 2023?
Following the attempted murder of Charles Jones, he did make several music videos and social media posts where he would display his injury to his foot. He was in a wheelchair and had some other medical appliances to his foot because it was so serious.
Did you have any knowledge, at least at that point, what the phrase "you've got bigger fish to fry" related to?
Not necessarily, no.
And when Mr. Chance indicated that creep shit, what does it mean to be a creep in these gang wars back and forth?
Yes. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
If you know, what does calling someone a creep reference?
As it relates to gang slang, when they're talking about doing some creep shit, it typically references a person within a gang or group doing some backdoor, some unloyal things to other people within their same gang or group.
And had you also at the time seen, on the same date of June 6th, 2024, several posts from Mr. Chance's account related to the comment that Mr. Jones makes, "You ain't got no friends right now"?
Yes.
Did you also have an opportunity, once you spoke to Detective DeJesus, to review the social media accounts for Isaiah Chance
Yes.
and Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And did you also have an opportunity to make a screen recording for an individual by the name of Mizzle?
Yes.
Was Mizzle affiliated or associated with 1200, ATK, or 6 Block?
I know on this evening he was hanging out, or excuse me, on the evening of Charles Jones's birthday, he was posting and hanging out with Charles Jones. However, for the purposes of affiliating him with any group, there's no material to support any of that. I think he was just hanging out with Charles that evening.
So to your knowledge, not necessarily a gang member, but was documented as having been at the Airbnb with Mr. Jones the night before he was killed.
Yes.
And is that social media footage or Instagram posts that you actually saw?
Yes.
And you preserved those posts on Mizzle's account as well?
Correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce states 109, 110, and 25A through F.
109, 110, and what was it?
125A through F.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
109, 110, and
125A through F.
Judge only has previously objected to.
Okay, very good. Mr. Sonardi?
Same on behalf of Damian Murphy, Judge, we renew all previous objections to the motion.
Okay. Mr. Wise, same? And Ms. Finkelstein, I apologize. And Mr. Petridis, same? Okay, they'll be admitted.
Now, how specifically did you know to record the accounts of Isaiah Chance, Ghost 187, and at Mizzle?
I didn't know to do this. It's just something that became common practice for me, specifically as it pertained to my experience within the homicide unit and the violent crime unit. I know how quickly digital evidence can be purged or missed, so I often routinely screen record a lot of social media posts just to preserve them.
Would you have had to preserve the information that we're about to view on these 3 exhibits within 24 hours of them having been posted to the stories on the accounts?
Within 24 hours or prior to the user deleting it.
Can you tell the jury what a story is on an Instagram?
A story is a picture, a video, or some kind of media file shared to their social media account. In this case, it's Instagram, and it remains on that social media account for a period of 24 hours.
Is a story on a social media account different than a post?
Yeah, a post will be permanent. The story itself is a timeline within 24 hours or prior to the user deleting it.
Now, if there is a story posted to the account, I'm going to use the mouse again. Can you see that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If there's a story posted to the account, does it show up here where I'm circling the mouse in the top left of that image in 109, or down here where we see a little bit of a grid?
The first circle thumbnail you referenced up in the top left corner is where the Instagram story would be shared.
And where, if there was a post to the Instagram, would that go?
And the post, it would be the second area you referenced where the square thumbnails are located towards the bottom.
Now, looking at this overall of this profile page, how is it that you're able to determine what the username for this account is?
It would be displayed at the very top of the account where it says Gadaze with 2 G's.
And what is the information underneath the profile photo?
I would describe that as the more so like a display name, and at the top would be the account username.
Is the information that's entered in this particular section here like the descriptor that you could put yourself if it's your account?
Yeah, you can kind of notate some kind of bio in reference to yourself in that area, as well as link some kind of website as well.
And in the description for the G Gadaze account, was there another name that also matched the Spaces username?
Yes, the double G Gadaze.
Publishing states 109. Were you able, at least the time that this screen recording was created, to determine any particular relevance to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Ask that again?
Were you, just based on reviewing this, generally able to determine any kind of relevance to the homicide of Charles Jones?
No.
If you need additional information about posts, stories, the content of an Instagram account such as this, as a law enforcement officer, do you submit a search warrant for a return from Instagram for that information?
Yes.
Looking now to the screen recording that's been admitted as states 110, how were you able to identify Ghost 187 with the underscores as belonging to Rashad Murphy?
I never personally identified this account to Rashad Murphy. However, I was informed and educated by other detectives within the gang unit that this account belonged to Rashad Murphy.
That would have been fellow officers that learned that information in their time in the gang unit from reviewing this account as well.
Yes.
And is it uncommon for new members of the gang unit who enter the unit to speak with other gang detectives or actually review the field incident reports related to the documentation of each person?
That's a common practice, yes.
Publishing States Exhibit 110. Just looking at the screen grab before the video was played, are you able to tell us what the username for this account was?
It's Ghost 187 with a multiple number of underscores following the 187.
Now, this particular account also had a descriptor underneath the profile photo where the stories go.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the name that's listed there, or whatever that is that's listed there?
I'm not, no.
Publishing 110. I'm going to pause 110 here at 28 seconds. Can you identify the individual that's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes.
Who is this individual?
This is a young male named Corbin Johnson.
Now, the same rule applied for when you reviewed these stories. Had it occurred more than 24 hours before you actually reviewed it, you would not have been able to capture that story?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, anything older than 24 hours you would not have seen it when you did your screen recording of this Ghost 187 account.
That's correct.
And same thing as far as obtaining a search warrant to determine what earlier posts may have been present.
Correct.
And then lastly, you indicated that you had an opportunity to view the account of Mizzle. Have you seen in Charles Jones's social media posting on the evening of on the early morning hours of the homicide that he was photographed with and doing a story with Mizzle?
I saw that on social media, yes.
Okay. And did Mizzle also repost Charles Jones's post to his own account?
Correct.
So if I went and visited Mizzle's account, I could see a video that Charles Jones took with Mizzle and himself.
Yes.
Tell us how a repost happens.
One user would post it to their account, and then an additional user would go to that post and share it to their account, which could also be referenced as a repost.
So during the time frame that Charles Jones is still at the Airbnb with Mizzle, did you see a video that he had posted to his Instagram stories with himself and Mizzle and putting Mizzle in the caption of that video?
Yes.
Did you ultimately also see a post on Mr. Mizzle's account that indicated that he had reposted that same story?
Correct.
Okay, so the same video basically was on both of their accounts, Charles Jones and Mizzle.
Yes.
And is Mizzle identifiable by a legal name?
His name is Jaquez Taylor. And the purposes of us watching that account that evening or the early morning hours was because he was posting quite a bit in reference to their whereabouts of Charles Jones and his entourage that evening throughout Tampa.
Okay, and so in addition to reposting whatever Charles Jones had posted at the Airbnb, did you also see Mizzle's account posting from, for example, teasers?
Yes.
And were you able to identify where they were by what was happening in the videos?
I wasn't familiar with any of these locations in Tampa. I've never been to these places. However, we were just monitoring where they were posting to or from.
Publishing 125E through F. Are both images on the left and right of this frame from the story of Mizzle on Instagram?
That's correct.
Is the image on the left, 125E, the repost of Charles Jones or Julio Foolio's story that he put on his account?
Yes, so the original person posting that image you're seeing on the left was Charles Jones to his Julio Foolio account. Mizzle went to Charles's account and shared it to his own page.
So I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible. If I followed Charles Jones, I could see this video when he posted it.
Yes.
And if I followed Mizzle, I could see this video when he posted it.
That's accurate.
And if I followed both of them, I would just see that they had both posted the same video.
Yes.
Now, the image on the right of the frame, did this image later become relevant at some point in the investigation, having been posted by Mizzle to his stories?
I later learned that this is one of the clubs that Charles attended. As it
So-
relates to anything else, I'm not sure.
Sure, I mean by way of documenting their movements that evening.
Yes.
Is this one of the images that you were referring to when you said that there had been others other than Charles Jones documenting where they were going?
Correct.
When you viewed the social media accounts, at least for the victim in this particular case, did you only have the time frame like what we're seeing in 125F on the top of the photograph of approximately 16 hours ago, approximately 17 hours ago, the way that the story time frame comes to you?
Yes.
How is it that you get a more specific time frame for an Instagram account post?
To get the accurate timestamp down to the second of a specific post, you would have to obtain a search warrant, send it to the social media application, and obtain the records digitally through whatever account you're requesting.
So the screen recordings or the documentation that we have seen in exhibits 109, 110, and 125, these last three images, and videos, those were taken by you on June 23rd of 2024, just documenting what was being uploaded to social media by these groups.
Yes.
Did you, in the days after, continue working with detectives from different counties, both in Florida and Georgia?
Florida, yes. I believe myself and maybe someone else from my unit spoke to someone in Georgia, but it was very limited.
When is the next time that you were involved in this particular investigation? Do you receive any kind of communication from Gwinnett County regarding a Charmaine Steiger?
I didn't receive that communication from Gwinnett. I was notified about that information through someone from Tampa.
Okay, what was the relevant information that you were provided as a part of your investigation at that point?
As it related to me, I don't believe it was anything significant in that very moment. However, we learned that Tampa had identified a vehicle as it related to the suspects involved in this homicide incident, and that vehicle was contacted and was occupied by a person named Rashad Murphy, and that person had been taken into custody. That's what was shared with us.
At the time that that individual was taken into custody, was there also a cell phone present?
We learned that a cell phone was seized during that interaction.
Did you have information as well, in addition to a silver Chevy Cruze, that there was a black vehicle involved?
They also shared with us a black Chevrolet Impala was also involved with this silver Chevy Cruze, and I believe they were inquiring as to whether or not we would have information who may be operating those vehicles.
Did you have any involvement in the investigation that occurred in Polk County as it related to Sean Gathwright's grandmother's address?
No.
And did you have any information regarding a vehicle stop that occurred of a gold 4Runner on the 26th of June, the same day as the vehicle stop in Georgia of Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
What information was developed from the vehicle stop of that gold 4Runner?
The Tampa Police.
Okay, same ruling. Overruled, you may proceed.
The Tampa Police Department reached out to us and kept constant communication over the following days after this homicide incident. During one of the communications, they shared with us that the black Chevrolet Impala was taken back to a residence in Polk County, and that person that dropped off the black Chevrolet Impala exchanged that vehicle for a gold Toyota 4Runner, and they believed that vehicle, the gold Toyota 4Runner, to be traveling back to Jacksonville. So they were requesting the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to be on the lookout for that vehicle.
Ultimately, that vehicle is located, is that correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were there items of evidentiary value that were impounded from that vehicle later submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
Did that include ballistics evidence?
Yes.
And did you, on the 27th of June, speak with Detective Ramos about developing probable cause for search warrants of certain individuals in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Do you recall which individuals that probable cause had been developed for?
I developed probable cause for a residence that Isaiah Chance lived at, and another detective developed probable cause for the residence that Sean Gathright lived at.
Now, in the event that it was required, did you obtain a co-affiant search warrant with Detective Ramos when needed for the execution of the search warrants that occurred at Sean Gathwright's residence and Isaiah Chance's residence?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to actually attend the search warrant executions that occurred?
For Isaiah Chance's house, yes.
Were the warrants for Sean Gathwright's residence and Isaiah Chance's residence executed simultaneously?
They were executed at the same exact time.
Why is that?
It was a decision made by our chain of command in reference to safety and evidence preservation.
Did you have an opportunity to document items that were preserved by the crime scene detective, Summer D's, at the Isaiah Chance residence?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Did you have an opportunity to view the items that crime scene had documented or impounded at Isaiah Chance's residence?
Yes,
Did you yourself actually do a walkthrough of Isaiah Chance's residence?
I did.
And did you yourself document anything of material value in Isaiah Chance's bedroom?
Yes.
What was it that you documented from the bedroom?
Isaiah Chance had a poster hanging up on one of the walls inside of his bedroom, and on this poster were the words written "bully down," along with several thumb down pictures accompanied with the slogan "bully down."
Did you immediately identify that as being an item which held potential evidentiary value based on your work with the gang unit?
Yes.
Is Bully Gang an associated gang or affiliated gang to any group?
Overall, go ahead.
Is Bully Gang affiliated or associated to any group, to your knowledge?
Yes.
What group is that?
The Bully Gang is affiliated as a subset with the criminal gang Six Blood.
And is there a sign of disrespect that you also commonly see from opposing gangs against Bully Gang?
We would often see the diss commonly used against Bully Gang by opposing gangs, and they would say "bully down," and they would hold their thumb down.
Is the knowledge that you developed in your work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office the reason that you documented the images or preserved these images that were taken at Mr. Chance's residence?
Yes.
At this time, the state seeks to publish Exhibit 126E and F.
126,
Yes, Your Honor.
has that been admitted yet?
No, Your Honor. Seeks to admit and publish.
Okay, 126E and F? Is that
Yes, Your
correct?
Honor.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Subject to prior Jackie, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sinardi?
Same for David John Murphy, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Finkelstein? And Mr. Petridis? Okay, that'll be admitted.
Publishing states 126E. Can you see the image that is depicted here in states 126E?
Yes.
Does this fairly represent an overall of the bedroom that you entered and identified as Mr. Chance's?
Yes.
And where are we to draw our attention in states 126E?
Top left corner, there's a window with a black shade covering it. Just above that window is the poster I just referenced.
And in states 126F, is this a close-up of that same photograph?
Yes.
And is this the bullied down photograph that you documented from Mr. Chance's bedroom?
Yes.
Did you, in working with the Tampa Police Department, have an opportunity to review the information that came in from the vehicle stop of Charmaine Steiger's vehicle and Mr. Murphy's vehicle in Gwinnett County, specifically the cell site information, the location of where the vehicle was?
I'm not familiar with cell site as it related to specifically the vehicle. I did learn about cell site being obtained from a cellular device.
Correct. The phone that's located, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, maybe ask that in a poor way. The phone that was located in that vehicle at the time of the vehicle stop was ultimately impounded. Did you learn that information?
Yes.
And in tracking that cellular device, not the vehicle, I apologize, were you able to look at the location of the phone in the days leading up to Charles Jones's murder?
Yes.
And did you learn anything or do any kind of follow-up based on the cell site data that came from that phone?
I did.
What was it that you did?
A canvas for video surveillance.
At what locations specifically, if any?
From what I recall, the majority of the cell site historical location data remained stationary in an apartment complex over off Caravan, which is in the Arlington area of Jacksonville. However, there was one instance on June 21st where that cellular device traveled to a Walmart in the evening hours.
Did you have an opportunity to visit that Walmart?
I traveled to that Walmart and made contact with an associate and requested to view their video surveillance.
Did you have an opportunity to review the video surveillance from the date of June 21st of 2024?
Yes,
And is that the date that the cell site or the cell phone's location information had you look for the device at the Walmart store?
correct.
Were you able to obtain a copy of the video surveillance footage from Walmart itself,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as a receipt for the transaction that was conducted in the Walmart related to this cell site location and a potential purchase?
Yes,
Can you see a purchase being made in that surveillance video at the counter?
yes,
At this time, the state seeks to admit exhibits 99 and 100, A through J.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Zanardi?
No objection.
Ms. Finkelstein? And Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Can you see that on your screen, okay, sir?
I can see it, yes.
And is this the start of the video that you had collected, understanding that these may have been stitched together? So I understand you watched a lot of surveillance footage, but stitched together chronologically, is this the video that you recovered from the Walmart?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the investigation that you had done up to this point and pausing the video at 8 seconds, did you specifically identify anyone in this frame of the Walmart video of relevance to the investigation?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
The gentleman wearing the black jacket, black boots, black pants, black beanie, the black male that's focused on the center of the frame is identified as Rashad Murphy.
As Mr. Murphy comes into the frame on the camera at the front of the store, are you also able to identify Mr. Murphy having been in the possession of some kind of electronic device?
Yes.
And is this footage at 2 minutes and 55 seconds of the exterior of that same Walmart?
Yes.
Following the path of travel, if I could direct your attention to the top of the screen, did you follow Mr. Murphy from the interior of the Walmart back out to the exterior of the Walmart?
Correct.
And at the time that this video was recorded and this is being documented, were they already in possession of a relevant vehicle to the investigation?
Appears they're driving a silver Chevrolet Cruze.
Did you provide information regarding the silver Chevy Cruze and Mr. Murphy's appearance from this Walmart video to the detectives back in Tampa?
I provided this to Tampa, yes.
And based on your understanding of this investigation, this video from June 21st of 2024 from the Walmart would have been taken in the late evening hours of the 21st, the day before the defendants traveled down to Tampa.
That's correct.
And where or what city is this Walmart located in?
In Jacksonville, Florida.
Relevant to the search warrant that actually occurred at the Gathright residence, were you provided with some items of evidence to submit to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing?
I obtained some items, and they were ultimately submitted to FTLE, yes.
As it relates specifically to this case and investigation, did you obtain a search warrant for a buccal swab for the defendant, Sean Gathright?
Detective Parker authored a search warrant for those buccal swabs, but yes, I did obtain them.
You physically actually got that.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury that process after you have a search warrant?
Sure. Buccal swabs, which is just another word of saying mouth swabs. They're 2 cotton swabs. It's an opportunity for a detective or law enforcement officer to execute a search warrant to obtain DNA, and we do that through putting a small cotton swab in the inside of a person's mouth, and they just rotate it a few times, once on the right side and once on the left side. They package it into a sealed, secured envelope, and that is placed into the property room.
Are those swabs also known as known swabs or control swabs for a specific individual?
Yes.
One of those swabs had been collected by yourself of defendant Sean Gathright, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there some follow-up with you after the search warrant was actually complete on SeanGathright's home about what was located?
Yes.
At some point, do you learn that there is grip tape or a wrap around one of the firearms?
Yes.
Specifically, which firearm?
I don't recall which one.
Do you recall whether it was a handgun or a rifle?
It was on a rifle.
And was that wrap removed and provided to you to submit for testing with the buccal swab as well?
Yes.
As the individual who submitted those items for testing, would you have received the alert about the specific results that were returned as a result of your submission?
The submitting officer did receive a notification, and I learned of that notification once it was provided.
And you documented the results of that as well and allowed the Tampa Police Department to place a hold on these exhibits then?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state seeks to admit states 140 and 141.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
One moment.
I have to get the exhibit list together.
No objection,
It's
Your
from the Anderson. Yeah.
Oh. Mr. Petridis, any objection? They'll be admitted.
And sir, it's not you yourself that runs any of the kind of testing for DNA. Is that an analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement who actually does those steps?
Yes.
Now, by July, do you continue to stay involved in the investigation and providing assistance by way of being an assist on another agency detective from Jacksonville for Detective Ramos and the other people in Tampa?
At the request of the detectives within the Tampa Police Department, myself and other detectives within the gang unit continue to assist Tampa at their request.
Ultimately, are you provided information that on July 27th of 2024, arrest warrants were issued for all of the defendants?
Yes, ma'am.
In having received that information as a part of a law enforcement agency, do you also receive those arrest warrants or whatever is necessary to execute those if you can locate the subject of the arrest warrant?
Yes.
Understanding that most of the defendants resided in Jacksonville, did you all then start your attempts to locate the individuals that were the subject of those arrest warrants?
That's correct.
And as it relates to the defendants in this case, when were those arrest warrants executed?
For 3 of the defendants, they were all arrested, I believe, the following day on July 28th.
And which 3 individuals would that have been?
That would have been Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, and the female defendant, Alicia Andrews.
Ultimately, is Rashad Murphy also arrested in this case?
Yes.
And on what date did Rashad Murphy's arrest actually occur?
It was a few days later. I believe it was on July 30th.
Were you actually present for the arrest of Ms. Andrews, Mr. Gathright, or Mr. Chance?
I wasn't present for their physical arrest, but they were transported to an office that I was located at afterwards.
Based on the nature of the warrant, does the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office send in a specialized unit to execute certain search warrants?
Yes, based off the charges in reference to these arrest warrants, our SWAT team was assigned the apprehension of these individuals.
And the apprehension of the first three individuals, Mr. Gathright, Ms. Andrews, and Mr. Chance, all occurred the next day.
Correct.
On the 30th of July, Rashad Murphy is also taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when is it that the day that you take him into custody, excuse me, is that the actual day that you arrived to take Rashad Murphy into custody, or did your attempt to take him into custody go beyond that date?
Our attempts to locate, apprehend Rashad Murphy began the moment we were notified that his arrest warrants were active. However, we weren't able to locate him and arrest him until the 30th, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. My understanding is that on the 30th at 12:06 a.m. he's arrested. I would like to know what occurred leading up to that actual arrest itself, so from the 29th into the 30th.
So we eventually received information on the afternoon hours of July 29th of the location of where Rashad Murphy was. We began conducting surveillance on that location, was able to identify him at that location, which is when we then requested our SWAT team and our U.S. Marshals Task Force to respond and conduct an apprehension of Rashad Murphy at that address.
At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, does the SWAT team begin utilizing some techniques to extract Mr. Murphy from the apartment that he's in?
Yes, they began their apprehension efforts by simply getting on a PA speaker and politely asking him to come out without any resistance.
Did Mr. Murphy come out after the PA announcements to evacuate the apartment?
No, they gave a significant amount of time, which I would describe as several hours of voice announcements, giving Mr. Murphy an opportunity to come out. He did not.
As you roll into the evening hours, does it turn from light outside to dark outside?
Yes.
And are you still attempting to get Mr. Rashad Murphy to come out of that apartment?
They spent a tremendous amount of time trying to get him out, yes.
Do the efforts that SWAT's using actually escalate in some way as something more than giving an announcement over a PA system?
They do escalate their force, their apprehension force, by deploying flashbangs, breaking glass, and deploying gas into the residence that he was located in.
Is this something that over that 7 hours or so progressively gets to be more and more? So PA system is first.
Yes.
At some point, do they point lights into the apartment?
Yes.
And are those specific or specialized lights that are utilized to specifically at that apartment?
They're very bright lights, and it leaves no question as to what unit or residence they're asking the occupants of that to come outside.
Does there come a time that SWAT utilizes a machine to break the windows of the apartment?
They have a lot of different machines and equipment that they utilize to safely apprehend people, yes.
In this instance, was the unit on the ground floor or on the second floor?
A combination of both.
And
I apologize. The unit that was in question in reference to where Rashad Murphy was on the second floor.
Were you also present after, now the windows are essentially opened, are there devices utilized called flashbangs?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what those are?
It's just a handheld device that, when deployed, is very loud. It gives off a very strong percussion, especially inside of a residence, and it disorients the person that is affected by it.
Up to this point, has Rashad Murphy exited the residence?
No.
Does the SWAT unit start to deploy something called gas?
Yes.
And can you describe what that is for the jury?
It's what it sounds like. It's just gas that's unbearable to experience. It affects your eyes and all of your senses. You can't take it without any kind of protective gear on.
Does it come as something else that you can throw through the window into the apartment?
You could, but I know in this specific instance they physically broke the window and then deployed it with another mechanism.
These devices that are utilized to attempt to remove Mr. Murphy or have him come out, were they actually executed several times?
Yes.
Ultimately, at 12:06 a.m. on July 30th, does Mr. Murphy exit the residence where you all had SWAT outside?
He does eventually.
And is he taken into custody, at that time?
Yes.
This would have been an arrest that was separate and apart from what we've already learned about in Gwinnett County. You had nothing to do with that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so we've received in evidence, I think, maybe an arrest sheet where he was arrested in Gwinnett County for, I think Mr. Gonzalez said, resisting arrest or something. He would have been released from custody at the time, a month later, that you all go to this apartment to take him back into custody?
Yes.
Okay, so these are two separate events, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is probably a good place to break for the evening, so it's 5:06, so, okay, so it's time for our evening recess, and just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about this case, don't watch, listen, read any news or social media posts, and don't do any independent investigation on your own, all right? We will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, see you then.
All rise.
Examine on the break overnight. You cannot talk to anybody, including the prosecutors, about anything related to this case, okay?
Got it.
All right, see you tomorrow morning at
Yes,
9
ma'am.
a.m.